أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
أسرع على هواك يا نواب.
رد يا أبو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا.
هنا. إيش ربع عسل؟
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي.
سبرايز.
Round 7 of the Qatar Masters 2024 kept the tension high as the leaderboard saw some critical results. Shan Sargsyan faced Arjun Erigaisi in a highly anticipated clash. Despite the pressure, the game ended in a hard-fought draw, allowing Sargsyan to maintain his position at the top with 6 points. Andrei Yasipenko seized the moment, defeating Saleh Salem in a decisive game. With this victory, Yasipenko joined Sargsyan at the top of the leaderboard. With two leaders now tied at the top and two players chasing them just half a point behind, Karthikeyan and Arjun Erigaisi, the tournament is entering its most exciting phase. The battle for the top spot is heating up, and every move counts. Stay tuned for more action and updates from the Qatar Masters and follow our commentary live together with International Master Irene Sukandar and Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan.
Hello everyone, welcome to the 8th round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open, and thank you Angelica for the recap and highlights of round 7. Irene and Srinath still here, and we are going to walk you through all the games, especially on the top 10 boards of this penultimate round. Srinath, how are you today? How excited are you of this round?
Super excited, Irene. The tournament is really reaching its culminating point. The last 2 rounds, and today is really going to set up the final round because we have a handful of contenders.
Yep.
And what is going to be the title clash is becoming clearer and clearer. And let's have a look at who's playing against whom, the pairings, to understand the situation at the 8th round. And there we have it.
Yes, on the first board we have the clash between two leaders. Yasipenko Andrei playing with white pieces against Sargsyan Shan, who drew Arjun Erigaisi yesterday. And Arjun Erigaisi himself is playing against his fellow Indian, Karthikeyan, who won a very nice game yesterday against Tabatabai Amin. And on the third board we have Paravian David playing against Abdusattorov Nodirbak. This is the comeback of Abdusattorov, who lost in the first round. And well, we have 2 players with 6 points, we have 2 players with 5.5 points, and we have 11 players trailing behind with 5 points. And on the fourth board, we have another young Uzbek, Abdisalimov, will be taking Artemiev Vladislav, and Yakubov Nodirbak playing against Idanipuya.
Yeah. That rounds up the top 5 boards, and on the 6th board we have Luigi Lorenzo, who plays against Leon Mendonca, who had one of the longest games yesterday. He was so close to having advantage in that game, but his opponent held resolutely. And Saleh Miya Saleh, who didn't do a lot of things wrong in this tournament so far. He was very close to being part of the leaders yesterday, but lost against Yasipenko. He takes on the young Madamino from Uzbekistan. Amin Tabatabai had a difficult game yesterday, and he faces Adam Fauzi, who had a nice win against Arkady Nairish yesterday. Shamsuddin Okido, who has gotten into a bit of a rut with many draws, he plays against Shu Zihang, and Adiban and Nihal Sarin play on the 10th board, which is also going to be a super exciting encounter.
Yes, totally. I mean, every single round, I cannot pick which one is going to be my favorite, because every single round is going to be very interesting. But apart from all the pairings that we see today, let's take a look at the standings so that we can see a clear pictures of the leaderboard.
And there we have the standings. It makes it very clear which of the clashes are going to be critical for the championship. We see the top two players, Shan Sargsyan and Andrei Yeshipenko, and they clash against each other. Now, Shan played quite solid and safe yesterday, and I think he might go for a similar approach today as well. Whereas Andrei Yeshipenko has had a couple of wins going his way. He's having the momentum his way, and he also has the white pieces. So this is going to be an important encounter to watch out. But it's not just this. There is also two players who are closely pursuing behind them with 5.5 points: Arjun Erigaisi and Karthikeyan Murli. And these players are also going to put their best foot forward. Especially for Arjun, there is a lot at stake. All the players are fighting for the first prize, which is $25,000. But on the other hand, for Arjun, it's not just that first prize, but also his contention for the 2026 candidates, which happens through the FIDE Circuit 2024. And he's just lagging behind Fabiano Caruana. A sole win in this tournament will help him regain that lead, and a shared first in this tournament will also put him in striking distance to Fabiano. With a good performance in the World Rapid and Blitz in New York, Arjun might be able to overtake Fabiano if he gets these good performances in the last events. So these are the top four players. And it's not just them, but we also have a bunch of players with 5 out of 7. Right now, 1 point behind the leaderboard, but on the other hand, they are also not totally out of contention. Let's also remember that the first prize for last year, the people who played in the playoff, Nodibek Ekubayev and Nodibek Abdusaturo, they had 7 out of 9. So 7 out of 9 was the golden score. And with 5 out of 7, they can still make that 7 out of 9 score with 2 wins in a row. And this is being led by a pack of players, which includes Nodibek Abdusaturo, who himself is also fighting for the FIDE second spot. He's in the third place right now behind Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi. And we also have some pretty experienced and elite campaigners like Artemev Ladislav.
Right, yes, the top 10 leaders in this Qatar Masters Open. It's a mixture between experienced players, youngsters, and upcoming juniors as well. I see Madaminov Mukidin here. Yesterday, he made a draw against Yakuboyev Notibak, and now he is finally on the top 10 because, well, he's been around the midfield, but now he's finally there on the one of the top boards as well. And wow, Srinath, today, it's penultimate round, 2 more rounds to go. What do you think will happen with the top players? Will they play more ambitious chess, or will they play more carefully in approaching the games?
I think each individual player will have their approach. I can imagine Arjun Erigaisi is certainly going for the most ambitious approach.
Yep.
It's his default state, and I haven't seen him in another state, By default, he goes for the most ambitious approach. Whether he's leading or whether he's at the bottom of the field, regardless of that, his approach is almost always to try and win. In the first board battle between Yeshipenko and Shan Sargsyan, here I think it's going to be an interesting encounter because both these players have been very solid so far. They have been able to get these wins without risking much, and I believe that they will go towards a similar approach today as well. They will try to keep their chances, but also not overextend or risk too much. And they will always try to keep control.
Yeah, what I noticed in the last 2 rounds here, especially on Yeshipenko's games, he's been playing very confidently, very convincingly, winning back-to-back against 2 strong players. So now he's finally in the top of the leaderboard, right, against Sargsyan Shan. Well, we know Sargsyan has been playing very solid chess, and therefore he deserved it to be one of the leaders coming to the A front here. But, well, we also have Erigaisi Arjun, Karthikeyan Murali just trailing behind with half a point. And the rest of the field also with the 5-pointers, they'll be very motivated as well to catch up with all those leaders. So today, you see, like there's so many interesting names coming on the top 10 boards, and I will just expect a lot of actions in these sports.
Yeah, and let's go right to the action and see how things are started because the opening is going to be a very important part of how the games they stack up. And on the first board, we have 1e for Irene So I think Eshipenko staying true to his earlier choices, he continues with 1e4. We saw him doing 1e4 yesterday as well against Salim. And I remember he played 1d4 against Surya in one of the earlier games. So he's been mixing it up a bit, but also I guess not a whole lot. And he's staying true to his choices. Black also replies with e5. What do you think, Irene? Ruy Lopez or Italian?
Oh, Yoshipenko. All right. I would choose neither. Okay, let's hope that he's playing something else, like Scotch maybe.
None of the above. Interesting. I think it's going to be Ruy Lopez, but let's see.
I just want to be a bit different because, of course, Sir Lopez and Italian, they have more, like higher percentage of possibilities to happen. But let's mix it up. Okay, Bishop B5 is on the board.
So these players, as I remember, they are very classical players, and in general they stick to a very classical approach. So whilst Eshipenko has stuck to his Ruy Lopez, I also don't expect Shan to change from the martial defense that I think he exhibited in one of the games earlier. Now, Eshipenko himself plays the martial. He played it against Arkady Daidish in one of the earlier games. So it's interesting to see what he has up against the martial opening. One idea in a lot of these openings is to start with d3, either on this move.
He did it,
he goes
yes.
for it.
D3 is already on the board now, and now we are seeing the close variation of the Ruy Lopez.
Yeah, and this is actually one of the ways to try and get out of concrete mainline theory. Although, like a lot of these sidelines, d3 itself has become mainstream these days.
And B5 now is on the board. Yeah, because after D3, you actually have a direct threat there of taking the C6 knight and then take the pawn on E5. So B5, yeah, stopping or preventing that from happening. Bishop B3, of course, it's the only move. And now, it's interesting to see the choice of Sargsyan's move in this position, Bishop C5. So he is going for a more open variation for black. And did we see A4?
Yeah, a4 on the board. And I think, like I mentioned in one of the earlier games, this is one of the characteristics of starting with d3 here. Now, if white instead started with short castle and black played bishop e7 and now he played d3, then white cuts this option of black going for the setup with b5 and bishop to c5, which happened in the game. But on the other hand, beginning with short castle allows black the additional possibility of taking knight into e4 here, which goes into open Ruy Lopez. And for this reason, d3 cuts down on a lot of different options. There's knight into e4, there's the archangel with b5 and bishop c5. Very close to what happened in the game. And d3 cuts down on these options. But on the other hand, it allows the additional possibility of black developing with b5 and bishop c5, which is one of the best ways to do it. a4 played, rook to b8 in order to save this rook from this pin on the a5, potential pin. So rook to b8, a into b5, a into b5 has also been taken. So this is the position after the first 8 moves. I expect short castle. Yes, he's played short castle. And for black, I think the main move here is d6. So maybe that will also happen pretty quickly.
Right, yes, D6, because after castle, I think you have a direct attack there to play knight takes e5 and d4. So it's either you play d6 or maybe there's also in some of the lines you just move the bishop away. But yeah, in this position, it's kind of also a mixture of some Italian ideas that you also have to be aware about this bishop g5 line that, sometimes it can be also annoying when the bishop is pinning the knight on f6 and then the knight on b1 will come to c3 to d5. So in many lines here, black has to watch out of all these ideas as well. But Srinath, I'm sure this is going to be very interesting, but let me take you to the 7th board of this round, Salim Saleh versus Madaminov Mukidin. I will surprise you on what is going on the board.
Wow. Oh my God. How did this come? Where did it start with?
And take a look before we see all the moves. How did it come about? Let's take a look at the time situation. 1 hour 32 minutes and 1 hour 34 minutes. It means both players are still within the preparation and landing to this position right now after how many moves?
12 more.
12 moves. And queens are already exchanged. One of the minor pieces is exchanged, and also we have a passer on c6. What is going on? Let's take a look from the start.
Irene, I'm guessing it started with an offbeat opening. And yeah, it started with this one d4, d5, c4, and the Queen's Gambit, which is age-old, universal, timeless. But here, instead of playing any of these mainstream moves like c6 or e6 or d takes c4, Black went for c5. He just skipped everything.
Oh, wow.
And these days they play like this, and c5 is one of these moves which actually equalizes for Black. And it's like a little shortcut, you take your opponent out of their known openings and you just equalize like this. I see not just grandmasters playing this, but also elite grandmasters like Maxime Legrand. He's been playing this quite a bit. And even if your opponent knows that you're playing this and is able to target this, it's still not easy to find a clear direction for white where it shows an advantage. So this is how chess has changed.
Oh, I know I'm going to learn something out of this game. So let's continue to see what's going on, Srinath. After c5, well, I've seen this before, but not in the top level games. Like, for example, this can be just a one-off weapon that you can use in your tournament game, and then the next time that you're using again, maybe in 2 years' time.
Yeah, it used to be like that, but not anymore.
Not anymore,
And like I just mentioned, Maxim plays this a lot.
Yes.
And he was using this in the Global Chess League. He was part of my team. And in one of his games, he was up against Anish Giri, who is one of the most renowned theoreticians in the world. And because there is a toss before the color, the color is only like 30-40 minutes before the game. But you have 40 minutes before the game. And Anish had this, he just checked this line just before the game. But still, he was not able to get anything out of the opening, and Maxim drew it very easily.
Wow. Okay, let's see what happens.
So c5, c takes d5.
Yep.
And knight f6. This is one of the moves which equalizes. And here white played e4, which I'm not too familiar with this direction because it's too new, and I haven't had time to update myself. But e4, it just gives up the e pawn, allows Black to take knight takes e4 for rapid development of this piece. And in any case, white was losing the d5 pawn. So instead of losing the d5 pawn, you give this pawn to by e4, and you let Black take the e4 pawn. And now white took d takes c5, defending this d5 point. Black played queen a5 check, and after bishop d2, he took the knight. Queen into d2 happened. And now queen into d2 check. Not queen into c5. He didn't regain the pawn. He lets these central pawns for white stay in the game and instead trades the queen. So at this point, white is a pawn up. He has these two central pawns. And
at this point also, the players make it look easy and then play the moves quick, right? But the fact is, the whole opening is very complicated. They could do that because, well, they already prepared beforehand. And for the first timer, like even for my eyes, I have so many questions early in the second or even the third move. Like, what happened if this one? What happened if this one?
I know.
Right?
I have the same questions. And if we didn't know better, we would be criticizing Black's play so much. Yeah, like, what did you do in the opening? See, this is why you're a pawn down here. And look at your position, it looks so bad. White has these central pawns, you're a pawn down. This would be my initial reaction even in 2020. And but 2022, post-pandemic, a lot of these variations, it started gaining a bit of popularity. And as the computers became stronger and stronger, what has happened is you have more possibilities, which all leads towards 0.00 at the end.
Exactly.
So that's what happened here as well. Black continued with g6. It's a bit hard to understand where exactly the compensation for these pawns are coming from. But let's make a few more moves and try to understand. So white continued with rook to c1. bishop h6 by black. Now white develops normally. White's play is not difficult to understand. He develops his bishop with a check. Black blocks it with the knight. He goes c6. He creates an advanced pass pawn. The c pawn attacks the knight. The knight goes to d6. And now white continued with knight to f3, developing this piece. Black castled. White also castled. Black played a6, attacking the bishop. The bishop moved back to e2. And now black has played the bishop to g4, setting up the threat of bishop into d2. But even after making so many of these moves, the position still feels nice and pleasant for white.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it. And I'm still, as you're saying, I'm still trying to find out where is the compensation for this pawn. Because if you put this position, let's say not so long ago, in early 2000, without the computer, you put it to lots of strong grandmasters, I would say 99% of them would side the white pieces here.
Yeah, I mean, if I told them that I was going to play this as black, they would ask me to quit chess. They'll be like, "This is not for you. This is not how you play. You're not supposed to play this way." And very understandably so, because those judgments and evaluations were based on the knowledge at that time. But what is reassuring for black is the speed at which he's been playing till now, which means he's still in his opening preparation, and he's managed to either catch Salim by going deeper, or by remembering more, by remembering better. Of course, Salim is also, he's not taken so much time, so it's still not clear how much he knows, how much he remembers in this position. But on the other hand, black is also playing so confidently that it feels like he has worked this out till a draw.
Yeah, it feels like in this type of position, it's a matter of whether you have more experience playing this position or not, right? Because or it's already straight out of the opening, and then I don't know, are we still in the middle game? Because we have our queens exchange already and one of the minor pieces exchange. Okay, like it is quite in the borderline from the middle game to the end game. But you know, it feels to me with black is just very confidently playing all these moves, and I don't see any chance of better, you know, being better than your opponent in this one. Maybe he was just actually aiming just to get an equal and drawish position easily, you know, because well, playing against Salem, and he's also Mukidin is playing with black pieces. Maybe he would just like to take it easy for the day, and then go for a very straight known line for him to make a draw, and then get over with the day.
And as we were just talking, two more moves are also on the board. Almost instantly, Salim played the rook to c2, and black played the bishop to f5, attacking the rook on c2. So it's a clash of generations, and Madamino is showing that he belongs to this Gen Z generation. He's 17 years old, and I guess he was born in 2007. And Salim is from the previous generation. He's 1994 born. Madamino is 2006 born, so he's 18 years old. And Salim is from a slightly older generation, although I wouldn't call it an old generation. 93 born.
I'm still older than Salim. Older generation. I feel really old right now. Thank you, Srinath.
It's our generation, Irene. That's why I'm trying to be nice.
It's okay. It's okay.
And euphemistic.
It's okay. All right. So, actually, I had a chat with Salim last night after his loss against Rishipenko. It was just a brief chat at the restaurant, like, oh, I'm sorry for what happened today. And then he was actually in a very cheerful mood, you know? Like I know very well that he's a very, you know, like a fighter. He's a very tough fighter. So a loss like that wouldn't really change his approach to the game or change like his mood at all. So he was very cheerful. I said, yeah, I know, but what to do, right? And then I said, yeah, but I like your game. Yes, not yesterday, but 2 days ago. Like, okay, I said it yesterday because it happened last night. I like your game round round six when he won against Danesh Fabardia, and then also your game on round two or three when you sacrificed on G7 with the rook, and then he was like, oh yeah, those are very nice game. Yeah, yesterday also I'm very happy with the game against Danesh Fabardia. But what do you think about today's game? Do you like it too? Then trying to tease me in such a question, and I was on the spot. I don't know.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But I mean, he was just trying to make some light out of it. It's not really a big deal for him, and he's here with a very strong coach, grandmaster, Shoshko Bartos. So, and I think they've been playing. I mean, they've been working very hard as well, not only for this tournament, but also for the World Rapid and Blitz later in New York.
Yeah, it's I see it's a Polish grandmaster who's the coach in a lot of these cases. Yeah, like Gukesh, it's Gajewski. Salim is about Sochko. So the Polish grandmasters polishing their preparation.
Nice. Oh wow. I have other updates on other boards, but let's see Salim's last move first. So after bishop f5, attacking the rook on c2, he moved rook c5, and now I'm still trying to find where is the compensation for this pawn. Obviously, it's very helpful to know that black has a pair of bishops, because in such cases, especially in this open position, these two bishops can do some damage totally. But if I were black, I would be very happy to get one of the pawns back. So maybe I will start trying to at least calculate a move like knight a4 maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Knight a4 is the most natural move here, and I guess he'll come back and he'll make his move almost immediately, because I think he must still be in his preparation. And there we have it. Knight a4 almost played instantly. The rook is attacked. The pawn on b2 is also attacked. I think the logical continuation for white is to go rook to a5 here. And if black takes on b2, white also takes on a6. And after rook into a6, bishop into a6, probably black goes rook to a8, bishop to b7. Just going on with my calculation, so that if there is rook into a2, there is c7. And normally, as a human, I would stop here and I would think, okay, white should be winning here. But the computer's calculation goes deeper, and I think something like knight d3. No, knight d3 is not the move.
No, I
but
think
there's
knight a4 maybe, so that the knight can go to b6.
no,
Also no.
also not. But there is some move here which is not obvious or apparent to a human.
Okay, let me try my luck here. It has to be the knight, right? Because you want to attack the knight on d2.
Right. But the only two moves which we saw with the knight, which doesn't hang itself, are not the moves apparently. So I'm not sure if it's necessarily a knight.
Or maybe bishop takes d2 first.
Okay. Then knight takes d2.
And then now knight moves. But now I have to think where, and I'm yet to see the difference between knight moves and bishop takes first. Okay,
Yeah,
let's
too.
see knight. I think it should be knight a4.
Okay, knight a4 instinctively it works.
Yeah, because you want to stop it with knight b6.
Yeah. But on the other hand, I like knight d3 a little more, because it controls
Yes.
better, and with rook c2 the c7 pawn gets stopped anyhow.
And also you have this idea with rook a7 if necessary. I mean, I don't know when black can use it, but at least there's something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And okay, let me try something here. It looks like, everything has to be calculated precisely, especially if you see this for the first time on the board without any preparation. Yeah, without any preparation, if this was somehow on the tactical book or any sort of book, solving book, you would think that, oh, there's a way for white to win in this position, because the c7 pawn is just one step away from getting promoted. So let me try. I cannot use my rook. That's a bummer, because
Yeah.
now the knight has to move because the knight is under attack. If you play c8, takes, and then
No, that should be a pawn down, yeah.
Yeah, there should be a pawn down, but at least you have a bishop. But okay, gone is your winning chances.
Yeah.
Like you can, you're only fighting for drawing this position, so that shouldn't be the solution. I'll just move my knight, even though you have rook c2 after I move my knight, but I can move it to. Where can I move it to? There is knight e4. Okay, first of all, e4, f3, c4, b3, b1. b1 is it's the anticlimax. It's not gonna be the move.
But Irene, he's not played any of this, yeah. We were looking at this variation from this point,
Yep.
where we were looking at this forcing line after rook a5 and rook into a6. But Salim just went rook to e5, attacking the e7 pawn, and black defended it with rook to a7. Again, playing instantly. We could still see this variation panning out if white plays the rook to a5 and plays rook into a6. But maybe Salim has something else in his mind at this point.
Interesting. Rook a7 was played instantly by Madaminov. So, okay, if I were white in this position, I would keep my pawn advantage. So a move like b3 would come naturally.
Yeah, b3 is a natural move in this position. I guess black goes knight c3.
And then move my bishop away to c4. That looks like a very good diagonal.
Again, natural, but here I will start looking for ways to try and capture this pawn, which doesn't seem so easy because rook c8 there is rook to
c5.
there's rook to c5, and there's also no, you can't move this knight. This bishop looks at the d2 point.
Yeah, but you can double up.
But let me try rook c8, because if rook c5, the move that I saw is knight to e4. But after takes, you can still continue to defend.
No, don't do that. Just grab the pawn. Grab
What?
the pawn. No, before what did you do before that? No, before knight e4. Just grab the pawn on a2.
a2.
And then knight
Okay.
b4 is coming there.
I didn't see that pawn in the corner.
Yeah, I'm a pawn grabber, Srinath. So if possible, that's why people would like to play gambits against me. I would just take the pawn. Yeah,
But you also sacrifice them, yeah?
yeah, I would also sacrifice them, but not on the gambit openings, but just just simply because I'd like to sacrifice. Yeah, knight takes a2 and knight b4. You're attacking c6, but again, this position is so complex. There's so many things to calculate. It's just that Madaminov seems to be very well prepared.
Yeah, he's definitely very well prepared. And Irene, the first move here of the computer, which I was checking as we were, going through these variations, is it's not such an obvious move. The move is g4.
This was the move that I was a bit afraid of before. I somehow calculated it, but I just didn't see what's happening after bishop takes g4.
So after bishop g4, the point is to play rook to e4, attacking the bishop and knight, and forcing white to take bishop into
Yes.
f3. Then you capture with the knight. And basically what white has done is he's found a way to eliminate the pair of bishops and found a way to keep this c6 pawn alive, because now white will be able to defend this pawn with rook c4, knight d4 and all these moves. And if Salim gets a position like this, then he can try and push for more in this game. But if he's not able to get this type of position, then it does peter out towards a draw. And I'm not sure if how much black knows here, and if he knows that this is the best way and still chose to bluff his way through, or if against g4 also he has a preparation deep enough to make a draw.
Yeah, yeah. Wow, I'm so excited for this game. It looks like the battle of preparations. I mean, we know in so many games already, just from this tournament, Salim has showed us lots of good preparation,
Yes.
and it brought him to a very pleasant middle game where he can just finish it off with so many ways, like mainly about the some tactical finish. But here, he eventually played an opponent who also equally well prepared. So I'm so excited who's going to win this one. Or if the game ended with a draw, then I think it's going to be also a fair result. And meanwhile, I have another interesting position on the board in a few games actually. But let's take a look first at our second board, Arjun Erigaisi playing against Karthikeyan.
One of the most important encounters of the day. Uh, Arjun seems to have started with a mainstream opening 1d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight to f3, black played d5, and this kind of goes into a queen's gambit declined kind of structure. White continued with the knight to c3, which is one of the starting points of a lot of different 1d4 openings. Here, black has so many different ways to play. Bishop e7 goes into the queen's gambit declined, c6 goes into semi-Slav structures, bishop b4 goes into Rogozin, d takes c4 goes into the Vienna, and c5 goes into the semi-terror setups. These are some of the mainstream setups. Now, apart from this, these days knight b d7 is quite a popular move. We saw this used in one of the earlier games, and apart from knight b d7, there are also these moves a6 and h6. In this game, Karthikeyan chooses line with h6, and now Arjun chooses just not to engage him in mainstream theory at all. Instead, he just goes e3, a natural developing move, which Arjun has himself faced as black earlier, and bishop e7 played by black, b3. Now, white clearly wants to go with the bishop to b2, and after he has played the pawn to e3, which blocks the dark square bishop, it's very natural to develop this bishop towards b2. So b3 played, short castle, the bishop goes to b2, and the other bishop goes to d3. And this is leading towards a setup where after bishop b7, white plays castle, and then he takes c takes d5, the knight goes to e5 in these setups, the other knight comes to e2, and white pushes forward with f4. This is a typical way of playing in the structure with the pawns on b3, bishop b2, white pawns on d4, e3. And we see the setup from white in certain Nimzo e3 setups as well, where in some cases the bishop goes to d2, but in other cases the bishop goes to b2. So after 1 d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, there are the setups where white goes e3 directly. And in these setups also, one of the plans is to go b3, bishop b2, knight d2, bishop d3, and put the knight on e5. We see Arjun going for a very similar development setup, and after c takes d5, in a lot of cases black recaptures with the e pawn. And if this happens, then white's idea with rook c1, knight e5, knight e2, this will play itself out. If black takes with the knight, then white has at least got some center control. White might probably continue with rook to c1. And in these situations, black's idea in general is to break with c5 and try and liquidate things on the queen side, which is what white will be trying to prevent. So again, knight e4 is a natural idea in these kind of positions. There is a rook to c1 and quite a few options for white here. But I think knight into d5 is likely to happen on the board.
Yeah, I played this classical setup for blacks for so many years, Srinath. I can tell you one thing, it has changed quite a little bit these days. That when I was younger, it's almost automatic to take the d5 pawn with the pawn on a6. But now things have changed and knight takes d5 has been proven to be more like dynamic for black, giving more options for black if black would like to create some attack on the center, and especially with knight takes d5, you're opening the diagonal for the bishop on b7, so that feels like it is more, you know, more flexible, because you're not only playing some positional chess. At some point you can try to make use this open diagram for the bishop to the attack to f3 and g2. But now Karthikeyan is thinking on how to recapture d5. I like the fact that the knight can take it. I would do it automatically, but there's something that he doesn't like. Should the knight take on d5? I think it's something to do with e4.
Yeah, possible. E4 is one of the moves to consider. And as black, I would take on c3 and try to break with c5. And I think it's okay. The position is fine in general for black here because he does break the center. So this looks fine to me. This wouldn't worry me so much. This pawn move to e4, but certainly one of the possible options. So yeah, I guess there are. You can also take on d5 first and then play e4 here. Yeah, like knight into d5, bishop into d5, and now e4. And in case you take with the pawn instead, then this same idea with knight to e5 and f4 presents itself.
Yes.
He has in fact taken with the pawn, is it?
Yes.
Or
yes.
did no?
He has taken it with the pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this position happens. So, oops, mouse slip there. So usually in this type of position, you would like to create pressure on the C file, but maybe we'll see a position where it's a very typical pattern in the Queen's Gambit, where you have two center pawns, like two hanging center pawns. But this is the pattern where you can also ask yourself whether having an IQP or isolated queen's pawn is good or not, because it can be good, it can be not good. It would be just depending on how you continue the position.
Right. And Irene, I feel that white might have a very slight edge in this position. And looking at these individual characteristics of these two players, Arjun and Karthikeyan in particular, we know that they are both incredibly strong, and Karthikeyan in particular, he defeated Magnus Carlsen last year, and he's defeated many strong players. He's 26-37 amongst the top 100 grandmasters in the world. But I believe one of his weaknesses, if I may say so, the weakness being relative to his strengths in the other areas of the game, I would say is his opening preparation. In his opening preparation, I think in general, he doesn't pay as much attention as other players around his rating band. And we also see him spending a lot of time in openings in general. And Arjun is someone who is very good at this. I remember the legendary game between Arjun and Nihal, in which Arjun's preparation was like 35 moves deep within the Italian. And even Vishy Anand was impressed by that depth of preparation. The 5-time world champion who's seen pretty much everything there is in chess. Even he was impressed by Arjun's depth of preparation in that game.
Speaking about Vishy Anand, before you continue talking about Arjun and his past achievement, today is his birthday.
Yeah.
So happy birthday,
Happy
Vishwanathan
birthday,
Anand.
Vishy.
Yeah, do you know how old he's turning?
Yes, I do. So he was born in 1969. I remember this because I remember his birthday very clearly, December 11, 1969. So that makes it 55 years old. Yeah. So Vishy was born in 1969, and what are the other important dates and years in general?
I cannot.
We had, I'm not sure if this comes as the important dates, but I think it was Divya's birthday a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it was a couple of days ago. It was Divya's turning 19. Very young, but already achieving a lot in life. Yeah, this is something with the younger generation these days. They just get everything in a very young age, and then sometimes without knowing their age, you would think like they're already like a matured adult. But Divya is still very young, just 19 years old, already winning her first Olympiad gold.
Yeah, absolutely. When people are usually busy with their universities and assignments and stuff like that, she has already gone on and won an Olympiad gold, and she's one of the top players in the world already.
Right. Okay, what do you think if we just leave Karthikeyan to think? This is still a very general position and pattern in the Queen's Gambit. So let's move on to one of the Sicilian games that's happening on the top 10 boards. It's game six, board six. It's between Lodici Lorenzo versus Leon Luc Mendonca. And Lodici yesterday, if you remember, and for the viewers who missed the action of round seven, please take a look again on our Lichess page. Round seven, it's between Lodici Lorenzo versus Farhan Maksudlu. It was such a good game. It was our game of the day, and also the tactical blowout in the end, and Parham himself also allowing the checkmate in the end. It was just a perfect game from start to finish. So if you missed the action, please check out the game that I was mentioning.
Absolutely. And in this game also, he seems to have come out all guns blazing, Irene. He started with 1 e4. His opponent playing the Sicilian defense, knight f3, d6. Leon is someone who plays the knight off a lot, so it's not a surprise that he played the knight off. He's quite predictable that way. And here, after black played 5 a6, white went for an aggressive variation with f4, the pawn pointing towards the center control. Black responded with e5, and here white went knight to f5, which it's already concrete preparation from white here, because this variation with f4, I remember when I was learning this, there were people like Nigel Short and other popular grandmasters in the 90s who had used this. In fact, I remember a game between Nigel against Gary Kasparov in this variation, but it has gone out of fashion.
Yeah.
And you can see it just by the reference names I'm using on who used to play this variation.
And both of them already retired, yeah?
Yes, exactly. But in this game, Lodici has used this variation with f4, which is clearly some concrete preparation, some idea. Black countering with e5, which is the principal way to counter against f4, taking center control. And now again, in the past, moves like knight b3, knight f3, these were clearly more popular, especially this move with knight to f3 was the standard reaction against e5.
Yeah.
But this move knight to f5, it's already quite obscure, almost inviting black to take this pawn on e4. So if white recaptures with knight into e4, there's bishop to f5. But in these situations, white usually takes knight into g7 check, bishop into g7, knight into e4, d5. This is a typical way of how the game goes in these structures, and white invites black to push his central pawns and then tries and blockades it and targets them. But black did not go for this concrete continuation on the 7th move, but instead played the knight to c6, which apparently white was prepared against, because he went bishop c4. And Leon had spent 8 minutes for his previous move, knight c6. Against bishop e6, he spent 9 minutes. And then after bishop to b3, he didn't play his next move on the 10th minute, but instead he's been spending almost 17 minutes on this move already, while his opponent is still in his preparation, and this knight on f5 not allowing this bishop to come out so easily into the game, which means black should try and maybe get this out with a g6. I don't see any immediate dangers for black here, because in terms of structure, it seems all fine for black, and there are no long-term factors which are against black. But for some reason, Leon is spending quite a bit of time going deep into the opening, almost Dinglisian style.
Right. And well, good thing for Leon, there's 30 seconds increment on every move. So the possibility of him getting flagged in the end. Actually, you see, these days, since we're using the digital clock, the term flag is no longer relevant. But
I know.
But it's still being used, and then on the digital clocks themselves, you can see the flag there.
Yes.
Just to show, just to pretty much show happened in the past before with the analog clock. Yeah. So now it's just becoming the term, oh, I flagged him or I got flagged, you know, but
Yeah, we still use the same term. I
yeah.
used to call Nihal as Flagger Sarin whenever I used to get annoyed at losing on time against him sometimes. And it's still the word used for as a cultural reference.
Speaking about Nihal in his game against Adiban, this is something that I rarely see in the top level games too. They're playing the modern defense. So, and Nihal chose to play this modern defense. So let's take a look what's happening from the
Yeah,
start.
I mean, and he didn't just start with one e4 g6, which is the usual
Yeah.
pathway to modern defense, but in fact, he started with one e4 knight c6, which would you have guessed this from Nihal?
No, I wouldn't have guessed it because, well, I think d4 is a good move here, but then you have to also get all this preparation after d4, d5. And then
Yeah.
this is exactly what black has in mind when black plays first move knight c6. So in my experience, and also when I see other games, whenever we see e4 knight c6 happens on the board, we would like to switch it to a normal e4 game by playing second move knight f3.
Right.
And then if e5 happens, then there you go. You can play whatever, yeah?
Yeah.
Italian, Ruopes, and yeah, you can just switch it to your own opening. But if your opponent also plays d5, then this gives us some time to play, I think, the better version of the Scandinavian for white, because you just take on d5, knight c3, which in the case where you had it before, you cannot play knight c3 because d4 was under attack. So that's pretty much my knowledge on this one. And then you play a game because in the basic opening principle, when you are moving your queen too early, too prematurely like this, it's just wasting a tempo. And then knight c3 comes with a tempo. It's a deflopping move, but also it's now forcing the black's queen to move.
But you are right in pointing out that this is a better version of the Scandinavian. And in the Scandinavian, there is this variation with the knight going to c6, but it usually occurs after white already develops the bishop to
Yeah,
c4.
yeah,
But the disadvantage here for black is white can directly take
yeah.
the bishop to b5, which is the ideal square for the bishop when black plays the knight to c6.
Yeah, and also in so many cases there's some sacrifice to b4. Yeah, and then this is just something that you have to watch out. But please show us how did the game go from that knight c6 to a modern defense position?
Yeah, so AD also played knight f3, like you mentioned. A lot of GMs do this. But here Nihal didn't go for d5 or e5. Instead, he went d6, going towards a Perk defense kind of opening formation.
Yep.
White went with d4, putting his central pawns together. Now knight to f6, attacking the e4 pawn. And Irene, you were mentioning, that modern defense is becoming quite popular. You know who has played it a lot in recent times, especially in the faster time controls, Rapid and Blitz.
I think it should be either Hikaru or Carson.
Exactly, both of them.
Both of them, right?
Yeah, both of them play this a lot.
I think I even remember Carson himself, not because he's coming from Norway, but he's also popularizing the Norwegian variation. Norwegian rat, if I'm not mistaken. Like with
How did
all,
that come?
it's pretty much, I can't remember the order of moves, but it's pretty much the chasing of the knight on f6. You just keep chasing it to e5, and then okay, there's g6 already without knight c6, of course. E5, you're provoking this to happen, and then knight h4, sorry, and knight h5, and then you d6 was not there too. Like you can play g4 and then knight g7. This type of provocation.
Yeah, right. Right.
I have to see my file because I was once told by Eric Rosen, like, hey, just play this Norwegian rat. I mean, even Carson played it, and at first it looks like such a dubious looking opening. Like you are giving so many tempi in the opening for black because the knight has to keep moving, and then it's actually in the end it's all some provocation moves for the pawns, and then white is settled with all these weaknesses until the end of the game. So I mean, it's not all clear that black is better after that, but it's just that it is the idea.
Yeah, it's like making a bull charge, by showing the red rat.
Yeah. So let's see what's happening
So
then
knight
after knight
f6
f6.
happened. White defended with knight to c3. And now Nihal played g6. I've seen Nihal do this also a few times. And the context to be added here is Nihal has drawn his last 5 games. So this seems like a real attempt to, try and charge at his opponent and try and somehow create some mess on the board, some complexities on the board.
You are right. Wow. So good observation, Srinath. Yes. Nihal won the first 2 games, but then drew the remaining games. So he is technically still undefeated, right?
Yeah.
But of course, after having 5 draws like this, you feel like, okay, this is time for me to strike back again, like
Absolutely.
big.
And I mean, all the players that he's played are very respectable grandmasters.
Yes.
Including the players that he won were very respectable players. And the players that he's drawn all good players. But despite this, despite winning 2 games and making 5 draws and staying undefeated, he's still losing 5 rating points. That's the danger, the burden that comes with such a high rating in an open like this. When you are playing against people who are lower rated than you, you do need these wins very frequently.
Yeah, exactly. It's also the case with Arjun right now. He is 28-01, and
Yeah.
then with 2 draws, 2 draws, right?
Three-
Three,
three,
sorry,
yeah.
3 draws. He's now temporarily in 2799 point something.
A former 2800,
Yes,
as some
yes.
people tweet.
A former 2800. Yeah, but 2 rounds to go. I mean, he has all the chance to bring it back because he's still, within the range of 2800.
Absolutely. And White continued with bishop e2, bishop g7, castle. And here he played d5 because black hasn't really, made an attempt to challenge White's center. So he goes forward, he plays d5, attacks the knight. And this is exactly what Nihal also wanted. So he just goes back knight to b8. And in the future, he will break it with either e6 or c6. Adiman continued with rook to e1, and black indeed played the pawn to c6 to break the center with d5. White continued with a4, gaining space on the queen side. A5, played by black to prevent white from gaining too much space. h3, a useful space gaining move ahead. And here black played knight to a6. So far we are following the game between Bere against Magnus Carlsen, which happened in 2023. So we see Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, these games all the way in these openings, and everyone's learning from it.
Of course, of course. I mean, you have to learn from the greats, and this position, modern defense slash King's Indian, right? It's going to take a while, and I just noticed
But
that.
did you notice the same tactic that I did? So let me show you a nice tactic.
Show me.
It's a very typical tactic in the Royal Opus, and it just caught my eye. So it's in the game between Shamsuddin Hokido. Where is Shamsuddin?
Board
in the
9.
ninth board. Yeah.
Yeah, board 9.
And he has just taken this knight into e5.
Oh, been there, done that. Yes, I had this as black, and also I had this as white. So, wow, this is nice. So, just to showcase a little bit more of this position, after the sacrifice, knight takes e5, should black take the knight back. So, d6 happens, and then you have somehow a passer on e7, which is going to be a bit hard to recapture.
So this is one version. There's another version. So with d6, you're giving back the pawn, but you get the pair of bishops. And then there's a version where you don't even give up the pawn. You just take on e7 directly.
Yes. Oh yeah, this is nice. Wow. And if the rook takes the bishop, and then you're going to win the rook. No, win the exchange.
Yes.
Sorry.
So for this reason, black is thinking here, but
Yeah.
black also need not take the knight necessarily. Apparently, he has other options at his disposal. And one of them is to take on h3. So that after g takes h3, d into e5, now white no longer has this option of playing bishop into e7.
But d6.
Yes, you can play d6, and it looks like it wins a piece, and this is how you would normally conclude this position. But I checked with the computer, and here the computer goes on with queen to c8, d takes e7, and queen into h3. And apparently, this is full compensation for black, despite being just a piece down for a pawn.
Ooh, interesting. So yeah, there's always knight g4 idea going queen h2. This is full compensation, but for a second there, it looks very scary for white because you have this matting attack on h2. So how does white stop it?
So, for white, there is actually no good way to stop this knight from coming to g4. And if white does this with f3, then it immediately leads to a draw with queen g3 check and queen h3 check. Which is why we have this 0.00 eval, the bar exactly in the middle. And pretty much anything white seems to be playing towards addressing this, let's say queen e2. It's all responded with this idea with knight g3, f3, queen g3 check. And here white has to take this perpetual because if he goes queen to g2, then black can take and then play knight e3 check with a deadly fork. And not just winning the bishop, but also eventually winning the exchange of white. So this is the incredible continuation which black has to find here. After knight into e5, he has to hit back with bishop into h3. And if he doesn't, then white is just winning a pawn here. But if he manages to find bishop into h3 and is able to go into this position, then it's going to be a crazy fight, messy complications. And Vukido will also be someone who's really looking forward to get one of these wins because I think he also, like Nihal, has had 5 draws in a row. I don't exactly remember. Okay, so not 5 draws in a row, but he has had 5 draws overall in the tournament and 3 draws in a row. His last 3 games have been draws. So it's been a bit of a frustrating tournament for him as well. And I think this rating of 2681 is his career high rating so far. But one thing I've noticed with chess players is you're not satisfied with your rating. You
No.
always want more.
No. You're totally right. You always want more and you always want to go for the highest. And Vokudov is still very young. I don't think 2861 is his peak because I believe he's just going to even be more strong than now and therefore also increasing his rating. But I was just thinking of the decision of this move, knight takes e5, because on the line that you're showing, it looks like everything is forced, and in the end, white has to be satisfied with the draw, mainly about the perpetual. So I also don't believe that black misses this tactic.
Irene, it's all forced after bishop into h3, g into h3. But if white does not take the bishop, then white has other options.
What are the options?
So one option is to take on f7.
Uh-huh.
So that if king into f7, there is g takes h3, and black does not have time to get their queen to h3. Black can counter this by playing the bishop to g4, attacking the queen. But after f3, the position goes on, and I believe that if black takes bishop into h3, white will not take g takes h3. He's likelier to go knight into f7 and go into this continuation, which certainly looks more complex, more messier, and therefore higher chances to try and play for a win.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Let's see which one of the moves that Zhu Shihang is going to choose. And let's also update also, this is a bit more simplified. It's the game between Norimbek Yakuboev versus Puya Idani.
Yeah, a lot more simplified because of this opening. e4, c5, knight f3, knight c3, d6, bishop b5 check, and black went bishop d7, takes, knight e2, knight c6, d4, c takes d4, knight into d4. It's a weird way of playing the open Sicilian without the light square bishops, and in general, having this light square bishop, it is considered to be more useful for white because it keeps more complexity on the board. But this variation has again been played by none other than Magnus Carlsen. He played against Maxim Shelagrav in 2021, and Idani found a very simple solution to just equalize by playing the knight to f6 first and then playing the queen to g4. A very typical idea, but it forces the trade of the queen because you're attacking the g2 pawn
Yes.
and also offering trade. So
Interesting.
white has to go for this trade, which he did. This happened. He didn't want to trade the knights though, so he just brought it back, pulled it back to e2. Black continued to play concretely, knight to b4, attacking the c2 pawn. The king couldn't have defended it immediately because the f2 pawn was hanging. So he had to play f3. And here it might have been tempting for black to take knight into c2 check, which is a fork. And after king d2, black can indeed win this rook. But white first takes this knight. And the problem for black is this knight on e1 is trapped and it will be captured in the next few moves. So black had no other option. I mean, he can still go for these positions, going into a position where he has two minor pieces against a rook. But Idani clearly preferring to not go into this material imbalance, but just take the knight back. And after king d2 was played, defending the c2 pawn, did he go for some d5 or long castle or just g6?
It's
e6.
e6.
All of these moves are possible and all of these are perfectly acceptable moves. With e6, black goes towards this classic central break in the Sicilian defense with d5, and he can follow it up with something like rook c8 to exert pressure on the c2 point. I think out of the opening, he's perfectly fine here.
Yeah, it looks like very simplified, and it's I think for black, black was kind of a bit inferior from the start. So this type of variation, I think it's something that makes the task for black easier
Right.
because there's still, I mean, there's still so many pieces on the board, but at least, it's getting more simplified. The move has become even more simple right now. E6 is there, possibly bishop e7 is going to come next, and you don't necessarily need to castle actually. But even if black castles in the end, I think it's also a pretty good choice. But yeah, so in this position, I guess, it's still very equal. It's going to head for another draw, but we'll see if the players would like to keep fighting on or whether they would also just, resign to the position, as in, yeah, I take it that this is equal, so let's make a draw. But there's still move updates on the Yushipenko versus Sargsyan. So I think before we take our first break, let's take a look how is board number 1 doing.
The board number 1 is certainly getting interesting, Irene. A lot of new moves since we last left it. I think we last left it at ab5. White continued with short castle. Black played the pawn to d6. This was all anticipated. Here white went h3 and black also went h6. Bishop to e3, trying to get this pawn structure where the f file is open and the d4 square is controlled by white. For now, black didn't respond to it. Instead, he kept things status quo with bishop to b6. White played the knight to c3. Short castle played by black. Knight to e2. This knight heads towards the g3 point. Black also followed suit with knight e7. The queen went to d2. And here black took bishop into e3 because he followed it up with bishop to e6. The bishops got traded. White played the knight to g3 and black also followed suit with knight g6. This actually looks like a very symmetrical, very equal position. White just played the rook to a7 here, and it doesn't really feel like a lot as white to press with. Unlike, for instance, what Arjun has in his game, what Arjun has out of the opening in his game, where it feels like he has achieved a slight edge. He has some pressure on the board, but in the first board between Yushipenko against Shant, it feels like, although it's a bit early and it's a bit of a bold prediction, but it feels like it is heading towards a very peaceful result.
Yeah, and who is having a peaceful result soon enough? It's just in 1 minute ago, the game 13 of the FIDE World Championship match just ended with a draw.
That was a crazy interesting encounter today, Irene.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I think draw is a fair result. Gukesh exerted a lot of pressure, but Ding was also equally up to it.
Yes. Well, I think it's the perfect time for us to take our first break, and don't go anywhere because all the games just started. They are going to be more exciting because they just finished the opening stage, and let's see how the players are going to play their middle game and end game. So stay tuned.
Thank you for that smile on your face. Thank you for that beautiful grace. Thank you for the sunshine bouquet. Thank you for the love you brought my way. Now the dark days are done and the bright days are here. My sunny one shines so sincere. Sunny one so true. I love you. I love Sunny. Sunny one so true. I love you.
أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر. أسرع على هواك يا نواف.
رد يا أبو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا.
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي الأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي.
سبرايز.
Welcome back, everyone, to the penultimate round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. Everything is still ongoing, is getting exciting. And Srinath, let's take a look what's happening on board one. Do we have a move after what we
I didn't
left off?
know. There's not been a move. It's almost like we never left.
But who's never left is actually Sargishan because he's been on his chair for the past, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, because before we covered Rook A7 by Shipenko, he was already thinking for quite some time.
Yeah, absolutely. Ruke-san, he's been spending quite a few minutes, and he has a few minor things to solve, but there's still things to solve, and it's also a lot at stake. If he manages to not lose this game, then he makes a firm push towards that first prize of $25,000 and glory. And any small mistake here undoes more than a week of hard work. The last week of hard work during this tournament, all the preparation done in for the tournament, everything gets undone just by a few careless moves that can happen in the next few moves. So it's understandable that he's taking his time. And both Eshipenko and Sargsyan, classical players, they are not, they take their time and they try and play correct moves. So the question for Black is how is he going to neutralize this pressure on the A file? Now, one of the first moves I can think of is Rook to A8. The Rook on A7 is an undesirous visitor in the Black territory, and they want to try and get it out as quickly as possible. And in this case, White can either capture the Rook, but this allows Black the A file, or White can try and keep a piece on the 7th rank with something like Queen to A5 here. The point being that if Rook into A7, one of White's pieces stays on the 7th rank. But better than the Queen is the Rook in such a situation, because the Rook, when it goes to A7, it combines the power of the Queen and the Rook. Then the Queen comes to A5, and White manages to exert pressure on the C7 point. So this A5 is one of the entry points. And if Black plays this natural move Rook A8, then this is going to be White's likely response. Rook A1 and Rook into A7. He puts one of the Rooks on A7, puts the Queen on A5, and has a nice position. Now, how does Black, in that case, try to overcome this if Rook A8 is not optimal? How do you get this Rook on A7 out from there? Is there another way? There is another way. There's one from the 7th rank, which is Rook to F7. In this case, if White pushes on with Queen to A5, then Black just offers a mass trade with something like C5. He offers trade of the Rook, he offers trade of the Queen, and he tries to trade everything. So this is one way. Rook F7, he goes B4.
Oh, he goes B4. Now we are talking. I like this approach. See, enough. I know what you've been showing. It's very principled, very general. This is the typical ideas. You would like to neutralize the attack of your opponent. Rook A8, Rook F7. But Sargsyan is going for more. B4 is on the board, and possibly after that, C5 is also going to come. Queen B6, and maybe that is the way for Black to somehow kick the Rook away from the A7 square. And now the Rook on A7 is of course very principled. You are trying to get a control over the 7th rank, and possibly after B4 we might be seeing a move like Rook F-A1, just trying to strengthen the Rook on A7. I don't know whether the timing is now, because right now the A7 Rook is not under attack. So probably White can try to make another useful waiting move, but I'm still struggling to find out what it is.
It could just be Rook A1, Irene, just to ensure that there's no way to challenge the Rook. But what I would like to add on to what you mentioned, apart from B4 being a very useful move in facilitating Black's counterplay, it also prevents White from putting the Queen on A5, which was one of the major ways on how White could infiltrate Black's Queen side. So apart from being a useful space gaining move, its direct application is to also prevent White from coming onto the Queen
Yeah.
side. And rook even continues in that direction. For now, it prevents black from being able to challenge this rook on the a file. But yes, like you mentioned, black can continue with c5, or black can continue in such a way that he doesn't engage directly on the queen side, but takes the game and attention towards a different aspect on the king side, maybe.
Right. I'm just trying to find out what could be the move. So, I like this plan, doubling up the rooks on the A file, and if I can follow suit with some idea, because usually in such a situation, you would like all your pieces to be working. It would be the dream for me if somehow the queen on D2 could be magically placed on G3.
Wow. It's not such a far-reaching dream actually. It's you just have to move your knight, get the queen, and there it is. Black can at best defend it with knight h5. But yeah, these are very much plans which are practically possible. And although before the break, I mentioned this game with a bit of a, I would say a lukewarm attitude, thinking that it is going towards a not exciting finish, but again, having spent some time trying to understand the intricacies of the position, I see that there's a lot of depth and a lot of play remaining in this game. It's not so easy for black. There is a little bit of pressure, and there's a lot to play for.
Right. So, quick prediction of the outcome of this game on board one. What do you think is going to happen?
I mean, if I had to make a prediction, I would predict towards a draw because I think it's still the most likely result. But what would your prediction be?
Ah, I am predicting it's also going to be a draw, but I have a feeling in the next few moves, maybe 5 moves from now, things would change. So I don't know in which direction. Maybe it's to white's favor, maybe it's to black's favor, but I'm expecting, or rather, I'm hoping that it's going to happen actually, because I always like to see more decisive results on the top boards.
Absolutely. But more decisive results would also kind of give a runaway leader at the end of eighth round, going into the final round. But a potential draw in this board keeps things going till the final round, Irene. So, it's a bit of a conundrum for those who are watching, whether you want a decisive result now or do you want to, take things to the last round and see how it pans out. I, as a viewer, as a neutral viewer, would want things to, just go till the last round and
Yeah.
everything to be decided in the final moment.
Yeah. There is always something nice about it going to the final round, not knowing what's going to happen. Everything is still up in the air. It will be up to the players who would dictate the outcome of the tournament.
Like the World Championship match.
Exactly. Yeah, who would have thought it would go for this long distance match, yeah? Like
I know.
and then we're going to see game 14 tomorrow, the last game.
Yeah.
And still there's a very high chance of the match going into the tiebreak too. Oh, it's just getting more and more interesting. And speaking about tomorrow, Srinath, tomorrow is our last round. And tomorrow, because we are also anticipating for a tiebreak match in the end, should there are more than one player having the same score for the first place, there will be a tiebreak.
Yeah.
So that's why tomorrow, last round, we are going to start the around 4 hours earlier than usually. We are going to start at noon local time, Doha, Qatar.
Yeah. And I think it's very likely that there will be a tiebreak because it's very unlikely that a player will be able to, get a sole first in
Yes.
a tournament like this. It can happen, but I think it's about as likely as seeing a decisive result in the 14th round of the World Championship match, which also in the last game, I've seen very few instances where someone has won in the classical portion. One instance is Vishayanan defeating Vasilin Topalov, but that was because Topalov took outrageous risks to try and force things. Otherwise, it's usually been a draw in the last round. So I think a lot of tie breaks coming up.
A lot of fabrics coming up, yeah. Well, stay tuned always. Just another brief reminder, tomorrow we're going to start 4 hours earlier at
Yeah.
noon Doha time. So, what do you think if we move on to the second board? Because we have two Indian playing against each other, Erigaisi Arjun versus Karthikeyan Murali, and they are just half a point behind Yushipenko and Sagishan.
And this game, the action is happening a lot faster, Irene, because fewer moves have taken place till this point. It's only 15 moves in this game as opposed to 19 moves on the first board. And we last left at this position where white had just played the queen to c2. Black played a6, taking the b5 square under control because there are situations where the knight does jump to b5. And white continued with knight to e5, which is one of the plans we were explaining quite in detail before the break. That this knight goes to e5, the other knight goes to g3, the pawn supports it with f4, and this is how white expands on the queen side. Black, meanwhile, heads back in the center with c5. White continues with bishop f5, exerting pressure on this d7 point, which would later get transferred to the rook on c8, and the c8 square is the place for the rook in these positions. And this is what exactly happened. Black took on d4 once and then played the rook to c8, and Arjun responded with queen to d3, taking the queen towards h3 and upping the pressure on the d7 point. Black anticipates this. I think he's responded with rook to c7 if I'm not wrong, and he strengthens this d7 point for the moment. But the pressure on d7 will remain for the foreseeable future because in general it's not a great idea for black from a strategic point of view to take this knight on e5. White would recapture the knight, and this pawn on d5 for black will be a major weakness, and this pawn on e5 for white will be an excellent asset. So it's not a great option for black to take on e5, in which case black's question would be how does he improve his pieces, how do they go to the next stage, to a better place. And it's really important to keep improving your pieces or position in general, because if you don't, your opponent will, and you will fall behind.
Yeah, I think this Rook C7, there is a hidden idea behind it. You are right when saying Black has to keep improving the pieces because in the current situation of this game, it looks like White's pieces are more active and easier to move around. So probably the idea behind it is still keeping the tension on the center alive. Maybe knight takes e5 is not the great move at the moment, but there are some preparation moves that black can take into account, such as queen a8, and then possibly doubling up the rook on the c file. And then once everything is ready, you can just take the knight on e5, and then you put the other knight on e4.
Right, absolutely. This is an excellent way to try and find a way to improve his pieces, Irene. You can't move it forward, but you can move it sideways. So queen e8 or queen b8, these ideas exist. And it also brings the other rook on f8 into play, which is why some move like rook e1 makes sense for white, keeping an eye on this e7 bishop and not letting your queen move. And we see a move from Arjun already.
Knight e2.
Knight e2 also makes sense because I would say rook e1's drawback could have been that it allows black to play bishop b4, and if black captures this knight, then the other knight comes to e4 very easily. So knight e2 addresses exactly this problem by taking the knight towards g3, from where the dark square bishop of black cannot quite reach it, and this knight of white can also aspire towards going towards f5 and other places closer towards the black king.
Right. So, yeah, both players here. I mean, it is still a battle of strategies because I don't see any tactics happening on the board yet, or not anytime soon. But yeah, if you're not careful, there also could be some tactics happening on this game. So, but as for now, I feel like I'm more comfortable with white pieces. So it is Karthikeyan who has to think harder on how to try equalizing this position.
Absolutely. pressure on Karthikeyan, and there's some pressure on Shant as well. And we see Yashchipenko coming in, having a look at the game of Arjun for a brief while before walking past. But yeah, on the top two boards, I think there's varying level of pressure on black, mild pressure on the first board, I would say, and a slightly less milder pressure on the second board, although nothing substantial so far. But Arjun's playing fast, he's been playing confidently, and he seems eager to take his chances if he gets one today.
Right. But I would like to direct us to the game between Salim Saleh versus Madaminov, because we saw this game before and they've been playing very well, very good preparation, and there've been some moves coming into the board. And I just would like to gain my understanding on the current position. So we left it, which
At this
moment?
point, after rook e5, Salim played rook e5, attacking the e7 pawn.
Right.
Black defended with rook
Rook
e7.
A7, yes.
And here we saw a couple of moves. One was g4, the other was rook a5. And what Salim played with knight c4 was also a fine move. He spent 15 minutes for this move, but apparently he also got his opponent thinking.
Yep.
And like we discussed a bit earlier, yeah. So when you don't play the first move stockfish, then there's chances that your opponent might not have considered it in their preparation.
Yeah, so even though this move is pretty much okay, this is not the first choice by Stockfish, were you saying?
No, g4 was the first choice of
I
stockfish.
see.
So g4 was stockfish's move. Of course, Salim had no way of knowing unless he had, checked it beforehand. But after knight c4, his opponent got thinking and he played the rook to b8 after taking 15 minutes of his own, like his opponent. Logical move, attacking the b2 pawn. Now white goes knight to d4, but it's already a success for white if his opponent just started thinking,
Yep.
because his opponent was so deep in preparation that you don't want the game to be a draw with just his opening preparation.
Yeah.
So he played the knight to d4, attacking this bishop. Black was ready for it. He played bishop g7, attacking the e5 rook and exiting the d4 knight. White continued rook to a5, attacking the a4 knight. Black played bishop into d4. White took on e4, and now black regains his pawn with bishop into b2. And white had just played the knight to e3. And this is where black is thinking right now. So far, both the players having played quite fast. And if your initial impression is by chance that black has the pair of bishops, then white would counter it by saying they have a very advanced passed pawn on c6. And these bishops right now are also not quite well coordinated. So these factors actually make it a little more pleasant for white. And white is the one who's controlling things right now. Black is responding to white's threats in a very concrete way. But the drawback of the concrete dynamic way is that the moment it stops working, it's kind of like running out of fuel. You just need that momentum, you need that force to keep things going. If by some chance it gets stopped, then it's very hard to keep it going.
Yeah, exactly. Momentum is definitely the thing that you have to seize in a perfect timing. And talking about momentum, Srinath, this game, I would say both players, especially Madaminov here, he has to think a bit hard, because then, well, the pawn on c6, he still has to solve this problem with the pawn on c6, because this is the symbol of hope, if I can quote you. The symbol of hope in white's position. And if Madaminov can neutralize this c6, then the game will be a bit easier for him. But what is not easy is the game between Lodici Lorenzo versus Mendonca, because I just saw it in the corner of my eyes. There's been some sacrifice.
I know, Irene. I was going to point it to you. I was going to say, Irene, there's a sacrifice on the board, and it's your, your moment to shine. But you got faster there.
Yeah, I just saw it. I mean, the moment I saw it, it was knight takes b5. I still don't understand what was going on, but let's take a look. The last position where we have left it off. I think it was
After bishop b3,
after
and
bishop b3.
here
Yes.
Leon took a really long time. In fact, he took 33 minutes and then played knight e5. And this apparently also got white out of his book, Irene, because he continued with bishop a4 check after spending 33 minutes of his own.
Wow.
And now black's response was to play b5. But White was ready for it. He took knight into b5, a takes b5, bishop into b5. And this is the present position where white has sacrificed two pawns, but might get a third pawn because black needs to interpose this check with either knight to d7 or bishop d7. And white can use this in certain cases to take the d6 pawn. Now, if you play the knight to d7, white will certainly take on d6 and regain the pawn. But if you play the bishop to d7, then in this case, it's not quite clear because you can't take a knight into d6 because the b5 bishop is hanging. So bishop into d6, queen into d6. Oh, you still can because after bishop into b5, there is queen into e5 check, winning the fourth pawn for the moment. But black, let's say, continues with queen e7. Queen e7 is queen into b5 with a check again.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, this type of sacrifice will come very easy and natural, I guess, for Lodici, because it looks like white is playing without any risk. You can just keep capturing one pawn after the other, and we have the angle of the video like this. Srinath, if the video was on the right side of Leon, we could actually see so many players spectating because I just by the shadows, I could already see like people stopping by for like a few seconds to see what is going on in this position. And even when you were explaining all these moves, I saw Nihal Sarin was at the back of Leon, like, oh, what is going on? Because this type of position in open tournaments would always attract so many other players to watch.
Absolutely. This game so far is the most eye-catching game of the day. And I was thinking you might say if the angle was on the other side, we'll see all these pawns that white has captured facing us.
Yeah, that is also true. And that is not going to be just those pawns because more pawns are going to come off of the board. And now, Leon has to decide on how to stop this or block this check.
Yeah, I think bishop d7 is it's still more natural, Irene, because knight d7 again you are kind of inviting white to take on d6, and it just at least bishop d7 is something that you want to consider, and if for some reason it doesn't work, then you go towards knight d7. Against this, I think white's intention should be taking this pawn, takes everything. Bishop into b5 is also understandable and natural. I think I wouldn't deviate it just yet. But now after queen into e5 check, here maybe queen e7 is not the only way to continue for black. But maybe black can do something else. But something else like moving the king to f8, it doesn't feel right because after queen into b5, if knight into e4, initially I saw white has this option to play queen b4 check. But black can neutralize it with queen to e7, so this is not an issue. White can
queen d6.
queen e4, there's rook e8.
Exactly.
Yeah, so black has these ways to stop it, but white can also just ignore this maybe and make a developing move with bishop e3. And this position, I would say it looks messy and complex. Although the bar is a little more towards black side, it's for me not quite clear. And I would put it as unclear, which was again one of the most used symbols in the chess informator back in the day.
Yeah, I mean even now, in many there you go. We see another spectator.
It's like, how did this reach?
Yeah, and then look at also the eyebrows,
Yeah.
by Parham, like, ooh, looking at the notation, like how this position come about. Yeah. So, what was I saying? Parham distracted me.
No, we're talking about the unclear symbol,
Oh yeah,
which is the
unclear symbol.
infinite symbol on mathematics.
Exactly. And also, these days, whenever you put some complicated position and you turn the engine on, and whenever the engine cannot understand what is going on in the position, they would just say 000. This is like the modern days of saying it's unclear.
Absolutely. But as the authors, you're not allowed to be lazy anymore. Generally, if it's something unclear, you're expected to work deeper and show something.
But eventually it's just equal.
Yeah.
So there are two alternatives.
Eventually, it's something, some evaluation.
Some evaluations, yeah. Or you could
One,
just
depending on whose side you're making the calls on.
that's true, that's
If you're
true.
doing it for black, it's equal. If you're doing for white, it's a slight edge.
Slight edge. And how do you make the slight edge
Plus
sim-
equal.
Oh,
Plus equal is
it's
a
something.
slight edge, but okay. There are positions which are in between equal and plus equal.
Yeah,
We don't have a symbol
we don't
for
have
that.
symbol for that. That's true. Because these days, whenever you are analyzing, like I'm totally agreeing with you. Like I want to put something on my note, right, on my database, on my file. Like I feel like no, this is not plus equal. Also, this is not equal. It's something between those two. But what is the symbol for that? In the end, I would just
You just write it down.
just
yeah.
write it down the
Yeah.
words, like this is 0.3 position or 0.2, slightly better, but very close to equals. Yeah, I hope next year we will have more symbols for the chess notation.
Yeah, we should. It's high time. It's 2025.
2025, yeah, it's the new year. Everything has to be evolved, right?
Yeah.
All right, so moving on to the game. This is going to be interesting. Leon will take some time to calculate everything. And I'll keep an eye on this one because I think this is what you were saying, the most eye-catching game of the round. But meanwhile, I want to divert us to the other game, Tabatabai versus Fauzi Adam. This was coming from a Rosolimo opening, and the current position right now, without really calculating, I'm very happy with the white pieces. So I don't know if it's something that it's just because white is looking more active. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, white is looking active and black is looking passive. The pieces are a bit entangled with each other, but on the other hand, I believe that you probably face these positions with black yourself, Irene, because it came from this 1e4 and the Rosolimo, both of which you play from either sides. And after g6 castle, bishop g7. Earlier we saw this game between Abdusataro against Naidish, which went bishop into c6, d takes c6, d3. Now, instead of taking on c6, another approach for white in these positions is to play short castle, bishop g7, and now rook e1. Anticipating black's knight f6 to meet it with e5. And then after knight to d5, you go knight to c3, using development of the opposition knight to make your own development faster. Black, of course, declines it. The knight goes back. Then bishop into c6 happens. D takes c6 happens. Here there is one interesting line where white can go knight to e4 directly. And if black plays b6, then you can actually play knight to f6 check using this pin on the e file. If e takes f6, there is e into f6 check. But black will not take the knight. He'll just play the king to f8. The knight comes back to e4. And now black will just develop the bishop with something like bishop g4. I've had games here. There's also an Magnus Carlsen Hans Niemann game from this position, which was won by Hans as black. The point behind bishop g4 is if white goes d3, then black actually takes bishop into e5. Black can do this. And this leads to a very interesting queen sacrifice after knight into e5, bishop into d1, bishop to h6 check. The king moves, and now knight into c6, attacking the queen and getting the queen back. So there are all these interesting lines after knight e4 and d6. Now, this was not the direction of the game. After d takes c6, white just went for d3 instead, which is also quite possible. Now, if black continues with short castle, white plays h3 and gets a nice position with a little more space. Black also doesn't mind. He has a solid position. But black instead chose to play the bishop to g4 and trade it for the white knight with bishop into f3, queen into f3. And now black goes knight to e6 in order to improve the knight. This followed, bishop f4 followed, short castle happened. And now white started expanding on the king side with h4, with the idea of h5. Black counters by playing the pawn to f6 to create some breathing space, a very useful pawn break. White responds with queen g3, keeping it intact Now, if black takes f into e5, white would be very happy.
Yep.
As you can see from the evaluation bar going up, white will take bishop into e5, and this is a vastly superior structure for white. So, black will not take fe5, but instead he keeps it as it is with queen to d7. White goes queen h3, provoking black to take the pawn by threatening to take e into f6 himself, targeting this e6 knight. Black is like, I've had enough of your threats. I'm not going to let you continue these threats. I'm going to play f5 and close it once and for all. Now white says, okay, you have closed the e6 point, but the f5 point is still vulnerable. So I'm going to bring my knight to e2, eventually potentially to g3, play h5, and keep pressurizing you on this side. Meanwhile, the knight on e2 is not just an aggressive move, but it also defends the f4 bishop, which was not hanging before f5 because the d7 queen was in this diagonal. So knight into f4 would have blundered the queen. But after playing f5, knight into f4 becomes a threat. So knight e2 is not just a move that takes the knight towards the king, black king, but also defends the f4 bishop. And this is the live position that we have now, Irene.
Yeah. So if this was white to move again, of course knight e2's idea is just to protect the bishop on f4. But if white is to play again, what is the idea? Because if you play h5 immediately in this position, black might replay it with g5.
Right.
And also if you play knight, okay, you cannot play knight g3 because the f4 f4 bishop is under attack. So what do you do here if you were white?
So one thing, Irene, is I'll try to take the d4 square under control because eventually if I need to move my knight from here, then black can respond with knight to d4.
Right.
So I might consider moves like rook d1, c3 to take the d4 square under control. And this will give me the freedom to move my queen away from h3 for the moment so that I can take my knight towards this side and build up the attack further. But before being able to do this, I need to prepare it by preventing the black's pieces from getting to the d4 point. So that would be my focus. First, prevent the opponent's counterplay and then start building up my attack.
Yeah, this idea with c3 is very typical in this Rossolimo structure, but one can also argue that by playing a move like c3, you are weakening the d3 pawn.
Absolutely.
So how are you going to counter that? Because also in some of the Rossolimo position, you even push the c2 pawn to c4.
Yes.
And then, of course, in this position, I think it's more logical to just push it to c3 and then put the rook on d1. But my next question would be, are you planning to play d3, d4 in any future?
Unlikely in the present future, but in the long-term future, it's not out of the question. So yeah, it is under consideration. It's not completely out of the question, but not in the near future, I would say. And well pointed out, playing c3 does indeed weaken the d3 square, which is also why we are bringing this rook to d1 for the moment.
Yep.
And making sure that if black has two pieces attacking the d3 point, we have two pieces defending it. And for now, I think this should be sufficient protection for the d3 pawn because black cannot bring a third piece to attack the d3 pawn anytime soon.
Right, yeah. Well, we'll see if both players here would be able to play the best moves. And time situation, this is something that I'm a bit worried of for black. They have about 30 minutes difference. And Amin Tabataba yesterday, he suffered a loss against Karthikeyan because he blundered.
Yeah.
So naturally, today, this round number 8, he would like to finish strong in the tournament. First of all, round 8, he's playing with white pieces. He would like to strike back and win this one.
Yeah, strike back is the word that I was also going for. The word of the, I think the word of the month because of Richard Rapport.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think we can also keep an eye on this one. And then there's been some moves in the game between Nishipenko and Sargsyan, the leaders of the Qatar Masters Open so far.
Yeah, and there's been some moves. We were at this point when black played the pawn to b4. And Ishipenko manages to bring his queen into the game, Irene, with queen e1. He's like, okay, you prevented me from entering the a file diagonally. So I'm going to bring it directly through the file by playing queen e1. And then later queen to a1. So look at how white brings it to the game anyhow. So black responded with queen to c6, attacking the c2 pawn and not allowing white a free entry to the queen side with queen to a5. And white, seeing that the c2 pawn is attacked, he counters it with queen to a4, defending the c2 pawn and offering trade in such a way that if black accepts the trade, then white will have control of the a file, which is the only open file. Of course, the f file is also an open file, but it's so filled with pieces. So the only free open file in the position, and this takes white to a position where everything is symmetrical, everything is safe, and the one avenue that each side has for creating play is controlled by white. So completely safe position where only he can press further.
Right. So in the current position after queen a4, I was thinking a move like queen b6 or queen c5, because after your explanation, yeah, it makes me very, very discouraged to take the queen on a4, because then only white is playing for a win. But now the question is whether queen c5 or queen b6 a better square, because I can see after queen c5 you can think about moving the d3 to d4, and then it's attacking the queen immediately.
True. Queen c5 is a bit too close to the pawn. So maybe queen to b6 is a better option to consider. Now if white plays d4, then the queen is no longer attacked. But how do you continue as black in the middle?
Oh,
He takes the queen.
He took the queen. Wow.
He takes the queen, white recaptures. And as black, what would you do here, Irene? Would you go b3, would you go c5, or would you go something different?
Probably I'll go rook b7. Just to
Status
stop.
quo, yeah?
Yeah, just to stop it. And then I'll just play slowly. I don't see a need of doubling my rooks for now, but it is an idea for sure. So after rook b7,
I continue with rook a1.
yeah, and then probably in this position, knight d7.
So you're just keeping everything solid, and if I infiltrate on the queen side, you defend with
With the other
another
rook, yeah. And then if you take the rook, rook a8, then my king just go to f7.
Makes a lot of sense. I think this is a very solid way of playing, and you're like, okay, you have the A file, but so what?
Yeah, yeah.
What comes out of it?
Yeah, and then next move, knight c5, and I can think of pushing the b pawn, just try to mess up with the pawn structure, but of course white will be having time to anticipate these ideas.
True. White will have time to anticipate these ideas, but also there's not a lot white can do to try and press with the position. Yeah, like he can maybe neutralize black's ideas, but to create ideas of his own, he needs more than one weakness. Just having the control of the A file is not enough. It becomes very easy for black to neutralize if there's only one direction where the play is happening.
Yeah, yeah. So now the queens have been exchanged, and we are entering this endgame that looks like white has a very, very slight edge, and I think Ishipenko is going to try his best to make it bigger.
Yeah, he's going to try his best, but Shant is also, I think, going to be up to it. And we are going to have a pretty interesting encounter, which will, I think, become clear in the next few minutes.
Yeah, and I guess we can leave this one for a while, and let's update ourselves on the game between Arjun Erigaisi versus Murali Karthikeyan.
Yeah, so this is easily at least the second most anticipated encounter of the day, being on the second table and just behind the leaders. And we left it here after rook to c7, after black played rook to c7. White continued with knight e2. We saw this. And now black played the bishop to d6, creating a bit of counter pressure on the e5 point. White continued with knight to g3. Black played rook e8, keeping the pressure on e5, and white responded with rook e1. So this point, the d7 and the e5 point, has been under constant fire, under constant pressure from both the sides, and this is the strategic battle that both sides are waging. Now, depending on who blinks first, we'll know who gets the advantage and who doesn't. If, of course, black cannot take on e5 himself for obvious reasons. Firstly, if he takes with the knight, there is a fork. But even if there is not this tactical problem, this pawn structure change would be undesirable for black. So he cannot.
There's still bishop b4 there. I mean, it's still like a very tactical position that you have to calculate, but that's not the end of the world for black. If the fork is
It could be Irene, because
Could
we
it
need
be?
to f6 and then
There is this taking on g7, bishop h7. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yeah, you are absolutely right. Yeah, king h8, please. When was the last time you saw a checkmate with a pawn?
But before people get excited that this is happening in the game, it's not happening in the game, guys. In the game, Karthikeyan played the knight to f8. He takes his knight out of the pressure zone. And in the future, he can also choose to bring this rook to e7 or keep it as it is. Meanwhile, he's asking white, how do you improve? What are your plans? Now, if this bishop was not on f5, it would be pretty straightforward for white. He puts his knight on f5 and he advances the attack. But the bishop is kind of standing in the way there. And a potential idea for white in these positions could be to withdraw this bishop from f5. But this will lose control of the e4 square and black will come knight e4 himself. So moving the bishop, although it's possible, it comes with consequences. Moving the queen away with something like queen f3 with the idea of bishop d3 is possible, so that the bishop keeps control of the e4 square while you also make room for knight f5. So I think this is one possible idea. There are also these moves like h4, which is provocative, but it can be useful in certain situations to take the g5 square under control. Like for instance, when I play queen f3, let's say black plays the knight to e6. Now in this situation, I wouldn't want to allow this knight to come to e4, and I can prevent it by playing h4 myself and keep the pressure on, keep the tension on. With each move that white plays, black has to keep solving these problems, and he has to spend time to solve those problems, which has resulted in him having only 24 minutes for the last 22 moves, very close to a minute per move. So I think Arjun has to, keep doing this, keep the tension on, keep it going, and keep that pressure on.
Yeah, I just like, this type of position. I'm playing it for both colors and mainly actually for black. Yeah, black, in many cases also, black can be fine. Black can be okay as long as you can find all the good defense. And I'm not one of those players who can be very patient, like Karthikeyan. At some point or the other, I would actually potentially destroy my own self with all these moves that are very impatient, like let's go knight e4, although it's going to give up a pawn, but that looks like it's simplifying the position, and then I will start from there. But here Karthikeyan has been playing very patiently. I think he has to do that because the position itself, he cannot make any direct strikes to the white species, because the white species are more active and generally more well placed. And the fact that Arjun's pair of bishops here also, I think they have more ideas than Black's pair of bishops, right?
Yeah.
And it looks to me, these placements of the bishop, it's like Arjun is just according to his name, like the one of the best archers
Yeah.
archers in the world. So, do you know that I'm very fluent in Ramayana and Mahabharata?
Oh, you do?
I do.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, I read all these books at the age of like 10 until like 12, and then I finished it all, and it's becoming my core memories. So now, even though after like many years without touching the subject, I still remember pretty much everything.
That's crazy. So, do you remember what Arjun's bow is?
So
The
Arjun,
name of the bow that he uses?
well, the thing is, it's going to be a bit different. I'm using Indonesian cultural historical heritage. There are some similarities to Indian, but maybe the names of everything is different. Like for
It's
example,
possible, yeah.
in Javanese, because well, it is a part of Indonesian tribes. Javanese, not Japanese. It's yeah, the island of Java. We call not Arjun but Arjuna.
Yeah, no, this is not a variation, not just between India and Indonesia, but even within India. As you move through the different regions, there are slight changes in how you pronounce the name. So, for instance, in the northern part, it's like Ram or Arjun. You move a little bit closer towards the southern India, it becomes Rama or
Rama.
Arjuna.
Yeah. In Japanese as well, it's Rama and
And you
Arjuna.
move even more towards the southern tip, it becomes Raman and Arjunan, and N gets added. So there are these
Interesting.
minor differences even within the Indian cultures, the different regions.
I see.
It's not just between the countries, but I think India and Indonesia, there were maybe parts which existed as one kingdom back in the day.
Yeah. Totally. Well, to answer your question, in Javanese, the bow, it's called pasopati.
Ah, okay.
So see, it might be a bit different to the Indian.
Probably because the reference I was going towards was Gandivam, which is also Arjun's username in certain online playing platforms. He uses that bow. Another username of his is Inventing Invention.
Inventing invention.
Yes.
Very, yeah, very creative. But yeah, this was that was my thing. I like reading such historical, which is very heavily Hinduism influence, right? And yeah, and then I think I made some comments the other day. No, not the other day, actually, in some of my commentary before about some of the Indian names as well, that there are some similarities between the Japanese version and the Indian version. So,
Right.
like for example, your name Narayanan, like for the Indonesian version, Narayanan, I think it's something to do with the one of the gods. But okay, it should be different. But what I
Is
would
it one of the gods who stirs up trouble?
that was it,
I
yeah.
saw that coming.
Yeah.
I saw that coming.
So here we go. Yeah. So anyway, Arjun has no, he hasn't played any move, yeah, after knight f8. So yeah, in this position, you mentioned about bishop h3, you mentioned about h4, also queen f3, although I think I like queen f3 better.
Yeah, I like Queen F3 as well. I think it keeps things status quo. A lot of the things that we want as white, but it also prepares the next plan of action, which is Bishop D3 and Knight F5. Now, as white, since I cannot do obvious improvements of my own position, then the question becomes, what does my opponent want to do? What is he aiming towards? He's just played his knight to F8, and this, of course, it's just a useful move, taking this knight away from a pressure zone, but it also creates options for black. And one of the options I see is this knight heading towards the e4 point, which is why I want to, anticipate towards that, because otherwise, if I make a general useful move like rook to e2, then the black knight comes to e6 with the idea of knight f4 or knight g5, knight e4, and it becomes a lot more challenging and difficult to prevent this from happening. So queen f3, apart from preparing bishop d3 and knight f5, it's also a move which takes these squares under control, which can be future invasion points for the opposition knight.
Right, yes. I'm just thinking if queen f3 happens on the board, what should black do in this position?
Yeah.
Let's try this. Uh, it's either queen a8 or rook e7. Actually, we can try both. Let's do it. Which
So
one?
which one first?
Queen 8. Let's do queen 8.
Queen 8, I feel a bit off with this move because with action happening here, the queen seems to be going towards the other side. So let me continue with my plan with bishop d3 with threat of knight f5 and ask how are you going to deal with it.
I want to play knight e4.
Hmm.
That was my
Okay.
idea.
I didn't see this coming earlier, but my first response, I see that I can take this and win a pawn, but maybe you have some f6 there and it gets complex. So in this case, let me keep my bishop for now and go ahead with knight to f5.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, the queen is somehow moving away from the action. I was hoping that my knight on e4 would get threaded, but yeah, this knight f5.
Yeah.
I don't like this position for black. Okay, let's keep moving. Let's say bishop b4 after knight f5. Sorry, knight.
After queen
Yeah,
f4.
after queen a8, bishop d3, knight e4, knight f5, and then bishop b4.
Okay. So bishop b4, can I already move in for the kill? I'm emboldened by the evaluation bar. So can I do just queen g4?
Yes, you absolutely can. I have to play knight g6 then.
Yeah, and at this point, I can I think start bringing in my heavy pieces.
Okay. Yeah, I still cannot take e5. G7 is hanging. Oh, it's gonna be too much. Like too many actions around the black's king, and then just so less defenders. So okay, I don't like queen a8. Let's move back and now see rook e7, rook c e7.
Rook c7 is another option, but once again, why I have reservations with this as black is that knight f5 might come with a tempo in certain cases. So again, I move my bishop back to a square which also controls the e4 point and ask you how are you going to stop this?
I'm not going to stop it. I will play rook e6.
Improving the rook.
Yes,
Okay, knight f5.
knight f5, and maybe I will. I'm so tempted of moving my bishop, but is it necessary? Also, if I take e5, you take it with the pawn, right?
I have options. I can
Yeah.
take it with the pawn. That's the most tempting. It's the first move that I would consider because after knight d7, I can support this with the f pawn. So it is definitely the first one I would consider.
So if I just okay, if I don't take, but if I play knight d7, I don't know which knight.
Okay, so
Maybe the f knight.
both are the
No,
f
no.
knights.
Oh, I mean the f8 knight.
But yeah, you have to I think play the f8 knight because with this knight you might face some problems on f7.
Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah, definitely, yeah. The f8 knight then. No, I'm still calculating what happens after queen g3, for example, because after knight d7, knight f8 d7, yeah, there's a but maybe just but if bishop f8, there's knight h6, so it has to be knight h5 then.
Irene, I don't need to, play queen g3 and attack your king because with your rook a bit entangled here, I think I also have, options where I can play against this rook. Let's say takes, rook into d6, bishop to a3,
Oh,
rook e6. This was my initial intention with bishop f5, but apparently here black escapes with knight
yes,
d5.
yes.
So having seen this variation, I come back and I start with bishop f5. And my threat now is bishop a3, and I'm like, you don't have a dark square bishop, so how are you going to stop this?
Right.
So it's a combination of using strategy and tactics, but finally the tactics ensuring that white wins some material. And as black, the very intention of playing the knight to f8 was to, try and create some space. But coming back to knight d7 is it again cramps things a bit up here. And the rook coming to e6 it's not such a major gain unless you're able to follow it up with something like f6 to get this knight on e5 out. And also I think From the variations with which we just examined, it also becomes clear that allowing this knight to f5 is actually getting quite dangerous for white, for black, especially when it combines with the other knight on e5. You have this two central knights, and these knights are getting really deadly.
Yeah, definitely. And Arjun has played a move. What is it? I think it's queen f3 actually.
Yeah, I think queen f3 is natural. And against queen f3, I think black's defensive approach should be towards um, trying to get this knight to g5 somehow. So he has played queen f3. We have confirmation. Should be trying to get this knight towards the e4 somehow by distracting the queen. And perhaps a second layer of defense can be to try and get the bishop to c8 when the bishop moves to d3, to trade this knight when this happens with bishop c8 and bishop into f5. But it's not so easy playing this as black. Yeah, like we just examined a few variations,
Yeah.
and we see that it can go bad for black very easily, even with normal developing moves, decent moves that improve the position. Still,
Yeah.
it can go bad for black.
Yeah, definitely. Lots of things actually to calculate in this position for black. Yeah, position is better for white with some slight edge, and black has to solve all of these problems, and especially because the knight is posing really well on the center square e5, and you would like to equalize it by somehow exchanging, but there is no good time to do it yet. Black has to be patient and wait for his moment. I guess Karthikeyan is going to play his move very soon because he also only has 23 minutes on the clock for how many moves ahead?
For 18 moves.
18 moves. 18 moves. Wow. And 23 minutes, and the position is far from simple.
Absolutely. So in this one, Arjun certainly has some pressure, and I think black is a considerable while away from neutralizing it. But Karthikeyan will take a few minutes, at least I think 2-3 minutes at the very least, because this is not a simple problem to solve. Although Arjun spending almost 15 minutes on his previous move would have given Karthikeyan time to anticipate his opponent's move. So I think he would have already been spending some time. And we ourselves didn't consider any other move seriously apart from queen f3. So it was also not that difficult to anticipate when you're thinking from the opposition point of view. And there we see his hand on his forehead. But I think that was just to scratch his forehead, or maybe he had a second thought, because his hand came towards his forehead and it went back, and now he's played the pawn to g6.
Ah, did we? No, we didn't cover this move before, right?
No, we did not consider this move, but it's logical. I think the idea is very clear. He's preparing against the knight invasion to f5, so he neutralizes it by covering the f5 point. If white moves his bishop towards d3, which I expect, then maybe he can follow it up with a knight coming to e6 or a knight coming to h7, and try and bring his pieces onto g5 or so Arjun is back on the board. I think Arjun's move might also not take such a long time against g6, but it also won't be instant. And Irene, there are also situations where you can ignore this pawn on g6.
Oh, now you're talking, Srinath. Yeah. Yeah. So in the scenario where you're not moving your bishop because of this threat, you just keep it there and then provoking your opponent to take the bishop on f5, and therefore you have knight takes f5. So in order to have a useful waiting move, let's say we stick to this idea. We don't move the bishop away. Let's stick to this idea. What should we do as white?
Queen f4, can I do? So queen f4 is one idea I thought. Another idea I thought was h4. Now the bar might not like some of these tries because h4 it actually doesn't mind.
Yeah.
But then the computer loves playing h4 anywhere. Yeah, it's a alpha zero.
It's alpha zero move, yeah. H4 is always there. Okay, so H4, let's demonstrate what's happening after G takes F5.
G takes f5, I take with the knight. And the position remains crazy complex, Irene. It's still not clear. White's threat is to play queen g3 and queen g7 checkmate. So black can organize a defense by one idea is moving this knight to e6, taking the g7 square under control. You can also maybe just play king h7 to defend the h6 pawn, so that the king is also moved away from the g file, and you don't want to give up the h6 pawn, which also allows access to the f7 pawn in the future. So king h7, and then play the knight to g8. Prepare a bunker like this. So even if white comes with his full force, the black's king and black's pieces are secure for the moment.
Right. I'm still looking for any possible good continuation here. Um, okay. Like, there's still so many things to calculate. It's just I'm trying to come up with some quick continuation, but what, yeah? Like
Yeah,
a move like rook e3 we can consider. A move like knight takes d6 we can also consider. A move like, oh, what if I take on d6 and rook c1?
interesting. Interesting. And the good thing about this whole variation, we have still kept it at 0.00,
Oh, wow.
which is very encouraging from both the sides that we are
Yeah.
making decent moves. And the position still is so alive. I saw how much energy you got the moment I said we can, not move the bishop on f5.
I know, right?
Yeah, I know.
I was like, bishop b3, okay, that's good. Bishop b1, okay, but then h4, oh, now we are talking.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
exactly.
No, this is too interesting, and I think Arjun is actually considering it a lot because if Bishop d3 was the only move on the current position, he would have done so very, very quickly. But
Absolutely.
I'm very, very convinced that he's considering this move h4, which, according to what we predicted, not about the outcome of the game, but just the approach, Arjun's approach toward this round. He would like to push as much as he can.
Yeah, he has to. He has no other choice. And yesterday also, Arjun kind of had a important game, but with Black, there was only so much that he could push. And it's not like he's been beating people with his preparation with the white pieces so far. He was actually in trouble in a couple of games, but it seemed like he found his radar when he played a beautiful game against David Paravian in
Oh
round
yeah.
six with the white pieces.
Yep.
And if you see his approach in this game, it's a lot more measured. Whereas his approach in his earlier two white games was just going wild straight from the start, and there were moments where he was under incredible danger. Like, Vishy also mentioned this about the World Championship match that the farther you go into the tournament, the more the cost of mistakes becomes. So, you're less inclined to take risk in those moments because a mistake at this point, it's your final chance. If you
Yes.
make a mistake early, you have chances to come back up in the tournament.
Sorry, Srinath, but I think we have a move. I don't know what Arjun has done. Oh,
He
bishop
just comes back, Bishop
d3.
D.
Oh, Arjun, but okay, it gives the evaluation stable. But yeah, I was really hoping h4 to happen on the board, but maybe
Maybe in the future.
maybe in the
Maybe in the
future,
next
yeah.
move.
Yeah, it's not really out of the question. H4 is always a very typical candidate move in this type of position, especially with the inclusion of G7, G6. You just want to break it open with your other pawn on H5 later.
So I can make two predictions about this game, Irene. One is H4 is going to happen
Yes.
sooner or later. Second, I feel there is going to be some wild and exciting complications in the game in the next hour or so.
Yep. And I think Karthikeyan here will think for a bit. I would like to update ourselves on the leaders board. On board one, there's been some updates there. I don't really like what, yeah, I
Oh,
don't really like what Black is doing actually, moving this pawn a bit too far without any sort of preparations.
yeah.
So,
The pawn moving to b3, and now after c3, this pawn becomes very endangered. He goes knight to d7. And did you look at the way that he made that move? I felt it was not a very calm, measured way of making the move, but there was something on whether you call it excitement or nervousness. I think it's more towards a nervousness and anxiety rather than excitement. But he played the knight to d7 because he was also getting down to just 22 minutes on the clock. And it's also clear that I think Eshipenko has kind of got the dream scenario that he could in a situation like this. He's pushing towards a win, but without risking anything at all. The position is completely stable, completely safe, but his chances to win is also not extinguished. It's not liquidated towards a draw. With knight d7, the intention is to play knight to c5. So, are you going towards d4, Irene?
That's one move that I would like to consider, of course. But maybe since there is no b7 rook, I can start with rook a7 first.
Makes a lot of sense. So, rook to a7, attacking the c7 pawn, and I'll need to defend it. I think I'll need to defend it with this rook because the other rook is busy defending the b3 pawn, and therefore, of course, there's also the option of counter-attacking with knight to c5.
No, I just calculated you cannot. Rook c7, knight takes d3, and then knight h5. And if you stop it with rook
Wow.
f7, just keep taking, and then there's a discovery. Knight takes e5 and 1-0.
Wow. So knight c5 is not possible. This is big news. So in this case, rook f8 is the only move,
Yep.
and now
And now
I
we can
threaten knight
start,
c5.
yeah, we can start calculating from this moment on whether d4 is the move. And rook a7 is on the board.
This is a big moment in the game. This is a big moment because playing a move like rook f8, it doesn't feel great from a psychological perspective.
No, totally not. And this is exactly what I predicted. Like although from a few moves ago, the position looks very equalish, but I had a feeling that somehow it's going to change into someone's favor. And what we can see right now, it is Ishipenko who is pressing for a win. And rook fc8 is indeed on the board now. So enough, we can start thinking whether d4 is the move in this position, or could it be something else?
Well, I don't know if d4 is the move, but I understand that you have to keep this pawn protected. Now, what I didn't like about d4 is that it allows black to take the c4 square and put pressure on the b2 point. This was the undesirable part of playing d4 for me from a strategic perspective. And you may be able to defend it with a knight d2, but then I can play a rook to a8 and try and get the knight to a4 or c4. Sometimes even after you take knight into b3 in order to try and create pressure on the b2 point. Now, d4 is certainly possible and it prevents the black knight from playing c5. But I would also consider other ways of continuing the attack. Let's say with rook a1.
Yeah.
And then if black plays the knight to c5, then I just simply defend the pawn with knight e1 for the moment. I keep control of the a file. Then slowly I'll bring my rook to a3 and then I'll push d4 at a moment when I feel ready for it. Like let's say I bring the king to e2. I keep things slow, calm, so that you're also guessing as a black that what am I going to do. And then play d4 at a moment when you're not expecting it, or when it feels like a moment which is favorable for me.
Right. No, I totally like this idea, and Ishipenko, knowing him as a very classical style player as well, he would not allow any counter chance on the a8 square. So the first move, rook f a1, I believe is going to happen. 100%. And then from then we can start thinking of bringing our king. I mean, knight c5, knight e1, I really like it. I'm actually not thinking of pushing the d pawn. I would like to just keep pressure on the b3 pawn. So let's say rook a1, knight c5, knight e1. Slowly bring the king to f2 and then to e2, and I would put my knight back to f3, put it to d2, and then rook a3, something like this.
Absolutely. I think that's what he's going towards. I mean, we can see his hand going to make a move. And is it rook f a1? Is it
Yeah.
the rook? Is it the rook? Is it?
For sure, for sure. Okay. Oh, so much moment there.
He brings it back.
Yeah. Oh man, anticipating Okay, I'm anticipating this moment first. Okay, come on, Shipenko, play your move. Okay, wow. But if not rook a1, then the next move for black, it's easy. Rook a8. You just want to neutralize this. Ah, what did he do?
I don't know. But we'll find it out in the next 10 seconds.
King f2. This was my next move.
Ah,
I would like, again, I would like to protect the d3 pawn with the
with the
with
king.
the king so that my knights can be freed.
And you're not worried about rook 8 because you can just back it up with rook a1, right? And if rook into
Oh,
a7, there's just rook into a7.
that's true. That's true.
So you
Uh-huh.
trade one pair of rooks, but you still keep the trumps in your position.
Okay. This also works, I guess. Yeah, yeah, totally, totally. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Srinath, if Yushipenko wins this round, he's going to be leading by alone
Yeah.
with
He's going to be the runaway leader of the
7.
tournament.
Yeah, 7 out of 8.
That would be an incredible performance, Irene. 7 was the score out of 9 rounds last year, which got you a shared first. And if he wins, he's going to get there with 1 round to spare. And this position with King F2 now, this is like some real serious nasty pressure for black. Although the evaluation bar is not jumping up and down in excitement, but on the other hand, these are the kind of positions where your opponent is kind of eating away at your position slowly, incrementally, and even the normal moves that you make worsens your position. So it's not at all easy to defend these types of positions. You need persistence, you need resilience, and sometimes you also need a little bit of luck to come out of this without losing.
Right. Wow, this is going to be quite a turn of events in this position because it was very equal a few moves ago, but with this decision moving the pawn too advanced to be free, now the evaluation is siding to White's favor
Yeah.
for a reason because the pawn on b3 could pose as the long-term weakness in the black's position.
Yeah, that's why I tell people don't play b3.
I wish anyone listens to that. Yeah.
I know, right? I know.
Yeah.
But
So
that's a hopeless cause.
there's a move by Sargsyan. What was that? We'll see it in a. I think it's something about rook b6 maybe, or knight c5. But if knight c5, there is simply
King e2.
king e2. Oh, knight e7.
Yeah, I was thinking about knight e7. The knight heads towards the c6 point to, evict this rook from a7, and you have some temporary respite from this pressure. But the key word there is temporary.
Temporary.
Because as white, I get this ideal, the setup that you mentioned. You put the rook on a3, the knight on d2, and then if black tries to defend it with knight c5, let's say I secure the a5, so I don't allow you to move this rook away. Then I play the knight to d2, and then I can play d4 at my convenience. And once I get this pawn to d4, I need not necessarily take the pawn on b3 immediately, but I can also play the rook to a6, push this knight away, and then bring the other rook to a3. I can, play around with the position and dictate the position. As black, you have no other option but to just respond to
Yes.
my whims and fancies.
Yes, yes, you put it nicely there. Yeah, I totally agree with you. The strategy in this position, it is only white who is going to dictate the course of the game. And meanwhile, I think we have also a move by Ishipenko
He
because
played king e2.
oh, king e2.
Yeah.
Okay, so still according to the plan, you just want to protect everything, and then sooner or later, you're just going to try to attack the pawn on b3. And we also have a few moves updates on Arjun versus Karthikeyan. So let's take a look what's happening there. After bishop d3,
So after bishop d3, black played the pawn to h5, Irene. And here Arjun just responded with h3. He didn't go h4, but he just played h3 for the moment. And like we suspected, he's just keeping the tension. And with h5, which is not a bad move by the way, it helps black gain some very useful space and control on the king side. He is getting he's improving his position, but it also weakens the g5 point. I am even tempted by ideas like bishop c1 and bishop g5, which is a bit far-fetched right now because The black knight on f8 can easily protect the g5 square, but g5 has been weakened, and ideas related to knight to f5, it's still alive in this position as well. A sacrifice on f5, not quite the sacrifice that we earlier thought, but you play rook e3, bring the other rook to e1, build it up, and then at a time when your opponent is least expecting it, just go in with knight f5. Your opponent is also taking time with each move. 12 minutes for the last 20 moves, and he pushes forward with h4. Now, I did say h4 is going to happen. I didn't necessarily say that it was white.
Yeah, I was about to put you into a spot there, Srinath, because yeah, I was going to remind you about your promise, but now after h4, knight f1, and this is a very typical knight maneuver as well. You want to go to h2, and then you want to go to g4, and
He goes
Karthikeyan,
knight
knight
e4.
e4. Oh my gosh, this game is just getting even more exciting. So now, oh, how to start calculating this position?
Well, Irene, after I see this move knight e4 on the board, I have to say that my reading of this game is that it's no longer white controlling the events. It could turn around. It's a position where black has also staked some control into the position. He's not going to just hang around and let white do whatever he wants. The knight has advanced forward. Later he can push this e5 knight away also with f6, and he's moving forward. So this, I think, is a very favorable development for Karthikeyan, and it's perhaps not so favorable for Arjun and his fans that Black has managed to get the knight to e4. Karthikeyan took his time, but he's been playing all the strong moves, and I don't quite like this development for White.
Yeah, I think the risk was needed to be taken before. Like I think the momentum was exactly after g6 that you just have to play h4 because you've been trying to attack black's position anyway. I think h4 would have been the move, even though objectively speaking, bishop d3 is fine, but h4 is pretty much into the spirit of the position.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you, for some reason, felt uncomfortable playing the pawn to h4 here, it was also an option after Black played h5. Here also you could meet it with h4 yourself and keep things going. But Arjun played this move h3 here, which I'm not quite sure if this was the optimal course to take. And after h4, knight f1, knight to e4, um, I'm not sure if Arjun himself would be pleased with this development, but maybe he sees something that we don't. And knight g4 is one move that I would consider, taking on e4 and threatening to invade with knight to f6. But the computer hates this move.
Okay, I think why is the computer hating this move? f5?
Yeah, f5, but f5 I was planning to return to e5, and I was like, okay, I got the e5 outpost here, but the computer is like, this is only good for black.
Yeah, I like black now. I mean, I don't know whether it is now the time to keep pushing the pawn. Oh, actually not, because f5 is hanging, so I have to do something about it. But I think in this position, I can even play a move like queen somewhere, queen g5, queen f6.
Yeah, and here you already see how much easier it is to play as black.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
pieces are just coming in. You have queen f6. I think something like rook g7 is also
Rook
nice with
g7.
the idea of g5,
Yeah.
g4.
Also, like even knight h7, you want to put it on f6 or g5 as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, after having more space, obviously, it is getting easier for those who has more space on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. So if I can't put my e5 knight to g4, can I do it with my f1 knight?
And if I just do the same thing with f5,
Yeah, you can do pretty much the same thing, and I'm a bit stuck, but let me continue moving my queen a bit to free this f3 square. Maybe queen to e3, so I also keep these options. But am I missing something tactical or
Like bishop e4? What?
yeah, maybe. Or maybe even just knight to e6.
96. Yeah,
In all these variations, I like black more.
me too, me too.
Yeah.
So wow, now it's almost like the first board, it was equal, it was almost nothing happening on the board, but then one player makes mixed mistakes and now the evaluation has changed. This one as well. It feels like white is in the upper end situation. Of course, not that much, but it feels also that it is white who's dictating the game. But now after only a few moves on the board, white has to be very careful not to somehow be in a slightly worse position.
Yeah, it does change like the Singapore weather. Yeah, like sometimes it's so hot and then it rains suddenly.
Yeah, well, that means I think we can leave this game for a while soon enough, because it feels to me Arjun will take some time to think about in this position, and of course, no.
Oh, he just played a move. And
Let's
I
do
think he
it.
played knight to e3, Irene.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
I think he played the knight to e3. Is this the move?
I don't have the move yet. Soon I will have it.
Yeah.
It is knight e3.
Knight to
Yes.
e3. Arjun has come with a plan. Yeah, he's going to exert pressure on his opponent, maximal pressure, and it involves the clock. So knight to e3, he played with just 5 to 6 minutes, and he also potentially threatens knight into d5, but the knight can also go towards g4. So would you play f5 here, Irene, with the idea of supporting the e4 knight? Would you continue with your plan? This was a move that kept things so effective for black here, right? This worked against the knight going to h2. This worked against the knight going to g4, and now maybe it works against the knight going to e3 as well. Let's go ahead and take a look what happens after f5. What could be Arjun's intention here? I don't see any direct way to exert more pressure in this position. But as black, maybe Karthikeyan is also a bit hesitant before playing f5 because it then cements the e5 knight's position in the game. So I think we don't have to wait too long for Karthikeyan to make his move. There he has his hand on his head. The hand comes back. So again the hand goes back towards making the move f6. Not quite the move that we anticipated, but Irene, this is going to get really interesting because one of the differences between the pawn being on f6 and f5, there are cases where, let's say, the knight moves back with a threat of bishop into e4, black defends with king g7. Here, do you see some interesting tactics for white?
Oh, it should be something about knight d5 and then taking a4. That's one thing to
Exactly. This
Is
is
it?
exactly what I was. Yeah, knight takes d5, bishop into d5, and now maybe there are two options. You can take with the rook as well as the bishop. Taking with the bishop is, I think, a lot more normal, but
Yes.
now black also has tactics.
Oh, black has tactics? Okay,
Yes.
let me find out. There. Is it f5?
F5, so if we play F5 directly, then white can take the
Oh, just
bishop
take,
because
sorry,
the
yeah.
even rook is defended.
Oh yeah, do something
But
position.
it
Yeah.
involves F5, I
Yeah,
think.
take e4 first then. Take e4. But it doesn't change a thing, does it? Oh, take e4, takes
With the rook.
Oh yeah, of course, with the rook. And the rook is now pinned, and now you can play f5.
Yes. So this is one of the directions the game can take. And apart from this, it's also possible for white to take with the rook here, so that after bishop into e4, you have this army of minor pieces attacking, controlling this f6 point, and there are also so many areas where you can target the black king. Now, rook into e4 is a bit of a left field decision. It's not something you automatically think of, but Arjun has these options at his disposal, and it all starts with him making this move knight to g4 at this point. I have a feeling that Arjun will make it, Irene, because where else can the knight go?
Yeah, I think it looks like it's going to happen. Wow, you're right, but I'm just trying to understand this position. What doesn't Karthikeyan like after f7, f5? Because it looks more natural for me, but maybe he missed all these tactical ideas anyway with all these sacrifices.
Right. Yes, absolutely. So, why didn't he play f5 here? I guess maybe that's a question for the it's a question for the post game, yeah, to ask Karthikeyan if he's up for it. That why not play? Why didn't he play? But you know what I think is the likely answer. I have a couple of hypotheses. One, he wanted to maybe keep things flexible, that he didn't want to let that knight stay on e5 forever, and f5 is a committal move that allows the knight to stay on e5. But second, this idea with knight into d5, maybe it's not so visibly apparent for him from far, and maybe he didn't factor that into account when he made this move f6, for which he took only a minute, by the way. So it was not a thoroughly calculated move. But Arjun, on the other hand, that's the advantage you have when you have more time. You don't need to play immediately. Like maybe knight g4 is understandable, but after knight g4, the immediate threat is bishop into e4. So black's response with king to g7 is also understandable. And after the king goes to g7, maybe Arjun is already calculating knight into d5, and he doesn't play the move knight g4 because he wants his opponent to keep guessing what he's going to play. So why let it be known in advance? And when you have more time in such situations, this is also a common mistake people make. When you see your opponent has less time, you just try to play fast in order to hurry your opponent. But if you make a deeply thought move at this point and force your opponent to solve complex problems, that's much more unpleasant than being hurried by your opponent.
Right, and then be quicker in the most critical moment for your opponent, not the critical moment for you. Because I can tell that in this position, it's very critical for Arjun to come up with the right move, right ideas, not only like one, two moves, but like quite a lengthy calculation. And for example, if Arjun plays, okay, knight g4 is pretty much a natural move to make in this position. You just want to move away the knight from the threat. But then after king g7, if you would like to make a sacrifice with knight d5, you have to stop a while and then think about this move. Meanwhile, I think in the previous move, you can already think about this and then making your opponent, making him on the spot, and then he has to figure it out in about 11 minutes left on the clock.
Absolutely. That's a fantastic point. You take your time, calculate everything, so you can make these moves fast after your opponent responds, and then he doesn't have time to respond. So, yeah, this has the potential to get quite unpleasant for black, but so far the game is still in balance, and even these variations which we just saw with sacrifices being on d5, even in this position, it's not like black is lost or something. It's not end of the world for black. The position still stays balanced, and black also has a lot of counter resources. Like for instance, we just saw this tactic with rook into e4 and f5. This is one such defensive resource, and finding this move rook into e4 in this position is also far from simple for black. It's just not, it's not something you consider naturally, giving up the exchange. And Arjun is also not someone who leans towards making these sacrifices easily. For
Yeah.
him, you have to show him evidence that there is sufficient compensation. And
Yep.
it has to be a very clear-cut evidence that, okay, if you sacrifice this, this is the returns that you get. And he has to see it in the immediate future. It can't be something based on speculation that, okay, this looks good, there is potential. So that's how his brain functions in general. And for this reason, it's not such a easy, straightforward move to make for someone like Arjun. Maybe Tigran Petrosyan, the former world champion, he would see this and he would be like, "Yes, rook into e4, go for it." But it's not the same for everyone.
Yeah, the positional sacrifice, yeah.
Yeah.
Being an exchange down, but you have all the initiatives on the board. Yeah, so looks like this game is going to be very, very exciting. But let's update ourselves on the other games as well, just for very briefly. Which one would you like to look at?
So I see that we also have a result in a couple of games, not in the top 10, but just outside the top 10. The legend Vasil Ivanchuk has drawn against Sandeepan Chanda. So this has ended in a draw for Ivanchuk. And we also have a result in another interesting game between Paulina Shuvalova against Pranesh, which actually looked quite interesting at one point, Irene, because White played the bishop to f5, and here Black, it looked quite promising for White actually. She has the outside A passer. She played bishop f5, attacking the h7 bishop. Black played g6. She took bishop into g6, and at one point it looked exciting for me, but the game just simply ended in a draw after queen h6, after she decided with bishop into g6. But Paulina, with this draw, she keeps her chances strong on finishing as the top women player. There's a $5,000 first prize at stake for the highest finishing female player in this tournament. And Paulina, with 5 out of 8, so far is with the highest points.
Yes, and trailing behind is Nandita, who is still playing at the moment. So if she wins, then she's also going to be with 5 points.
Yes, Nandita and Vantika.
Vantika as well. Yeah. You're right. Okay. I want to see some updates on the game of which one? Probably.
So we have a couple of exciting games. One is the game of Shamsuddin Wakido. We saw that with the knight into e5 sacrifice, and backing up to that moment where he took knight into e5, we had seen that if bishop into h3, the game gets really interesting. But Black didn't do that, Irene. He took d into e5 instead, and White got a really nice advantage after bishop into e7. He was a pawn up. The game continued with bishop to g4, a discovered attack on the e7 bishop, h takes g4, queen into e7, and then the game continued for a few more moves. And we are at this point in the endgame where White has just played the rook to d1, and White remains a pawn up, but he still has some problem to solve. And Wakido was in a very similar situation in the second round as well, when he won a pawn very early on in the opening.
Oh yeah.
But he was not able to convert it against Gautam Krishna.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's able to be more successful this time. He would really want to. Now, so this was one of the interesting games. The another interesting game is the game between Lodici Lorenzo against Leon Mendonca. And this one, although it's interesting, it seems a lot more clearer. Black has managed major success. Here we left it at around the 12th move, when Black played the bishop to d7. White took knight into d6, Black took bishop into d6, queen takes d6. And here we were looking at this move bishop into b5 and queen into e5 check. Black didn't take the bishop, but instead he went queen e7, trading off the queens immediately, going into an endgame, where in a lot of cases these 3 pawns are very good against the knight, but in this case White's pieces are simply not developed, nor are the pawns advanced. So it was favoring Black. The bishop went back to keep more complexity. The knight came to c6, going towards b4. White played g3. Black went with the rook to b8. And now White played b3, trying to bring the bishop into the game, the dark square bishop. But he didn't have much time to do that because Black was coming in immediately with knight to b4, attacking the d3 bishop and the a2 pawn. White went f takes e5, Black went knight to g4, attacking the e5 pawn. Now White's structure is also a bit compromised, although he has 4 pawns. Bishop to b2 by White, defending the e5 pawn. Bishop to b5 with the idea of bishop into d3. And now White has just played the pawn to h3. And this is the live position that we have right now. Here, black has a few different possibilities to try and drive his advantage home. Now, the direct one, bishop into d3, which I was about to make, c takes d3. Now, he can just take this knight on e5
Mm. Wow, that's the fork on d3. I was um I was thinking also, oh, this is actually the better version than taking on d3 immediately, yeah?
I think so, because once you take on d3 and white plays king e2, you can take knight g e5 here also. But when I take it at the beginning, I also maintain the option of knight c2, or taking with this knight. It gives me just a little more flexibility, and my decision making can be based on what white does. So for this reason, taking on e5 first appeals to me a little more compared to taking on d3 first. But regardless of what he does, I feel that this can be a very important game for Leon towards improving his chances to go towards the leaderboard.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he has all the chances, of course. The current position that we are seeing on the board right now, he just has to take on d5, and then he will try to prove that his knight will work better than the extra pawns that white has. And speaking of a pawn here, there is something going on in the game between Salim Saleh versus Madaminov, because Madaminov is in time trouble. So despite spending very less time on the clock in the opening stage, the continuation of the game proven to be very complicated, and Madaminov spent a lot of time, and now he has only about 1 minute left on the clock, while having 11 more moves to go to the second time control.
Yeah, absolutely. And in a way, it feels good to see that chess principles, the old school, age-old chess principles, they are still relevant in this fast-changing world. And the last, he has less than a minute remaining, so I'm not going to go too much back. But it's an astonishing development that you had more than 1.5 hours for your first, I think, 18 moves. His first 18 moves were all prep, and in the next 10 moves, he spent all his time, and still his position is the one under pressure. And this c6 pawn continues to be the hero of the game. It was the hero of the game earlier as well, and it continues to be the hero of the game even at this point. So wow, he has made his move rook to c1, attacking the um,
The pawn.
c6 pawn. How would you defend it?
Okay, if I didn't have much time here, I would just simply play bishop b5, but now I'm starting to think maybe bishop c4 is the idea.
Yeah, bishop c4, bishop b5, and rook c4. These are the three possible options that I can think of at this point. So these three moves, I think Salem might play. I don't mind rook c4, to be honest. Rook c4 looks like a pretty decent move to me.
I would like bishop c4.
You want to keep the rooks on, yeah?
Yeah. I want my two rooks somehow work together and then eliminate the a5 pawn at some point.
Yeah, makes sense actually. Makes a lot of sense, and it also keeps a little more complexity on the board for black to navigate with, yeah, because he has only 32 seconds for the next 10 moves.
Exactly, yeah. This is also another strategy that if your opponent doesn't have much time on the clock, and by the way, rook c1 I think was made with only 2 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, 2 seconds left on the clock, and I always hate it when my opponent, makes these moves with 1 second on the clock.
It's like teasing you, like, hey, I'm flagging myself, but then, hey, no, not quiet. I have about 2 seconds left to save the game, and yeah, with only 32 seconds left on the clock for Madaminov here, yeah, I will not try to simplify the position if I were white.
Absolutely. Makes a lot of sense. Meanwhile, do we have an update on the Arjun's game?
Yeah, he indeed has played knight eg4, and Karthikeyan is currently thinking on how to respond to this one. And oh, is he reaching his queen?
No, you can't move the queen, no. F6 you have to defend. You
I
have to play
know.
the king, I think.
Or maybe he's tricking
Yeah,
the
king.
bishop.
Yeah, he's going
Okay,
for the
okay.
king. King G7. And now, Irene, what do you think? Do you think we are going to see knight into D5 or no?
Oh, definitely, definitely, because Arjun was thinking quite a lot, and well, he's a very good calculator, so he's going to think everything like that. Knight d5, rook e4. We're going to see it on the board.
Awesome. That's I'm excited. I'm excited for this game. It's not just exciting in the sense that it's going to, be a important game in terms of how it goes towards the championship, but it's exciting just by itself. It's exciting just by the game itself. Arjun comes back onto the board. He had spent some time to play knight g4. Now he looks somewhere, keeps the pen back down, and he has
And
taken knight
there
into
you
d5.
go. Knight takes d5 is on the board, and yes, this is the moment for everyone to rejoice about the game. I mean, still not knowing what is the outcome of the game, but just by simply playing this move, it ensures us the game is just going to be even more interesting.
Yeah, and when you say, during such moments, you say stuff like the game has really opened up now.
Uh-huh.
But with knight into d5, he's literally opened up the field. He's taken the central pawn, so all the pieces get connected better now. The bishop, the light square bishop of black gets connected better to the board, and Karthikeyan also has to take bishop into d5, but look at a super calm Zen-like response. Yeah, he doesn't get excited, he doesn't get surprised. He just looks at it calmly. He's not rocking back and forth like I've seen him do a lot of times, but he's just calmly taking his time, assessing the situation, seeing what has changed, and he should play bishop into d5 at any point in the next few moments, I think. But I'm just wondering what could be going through his mind taking bishop
Okay.
into d5.
I mean, you have to, of course, try to scan everything that's any tactical, not tactical actually, like more a direct approach. For example, a move like knight g5. Of course, within a very brief calculation, you can actually see knight g5 is not the move. At the very least, white has queen takes f6, and after that white will have two pawns up, but we can safely put that down. So what if the other alternative is, oh, actually c7 rook. I just realized that it is also hanging. So yeah, I think bishop d5 is kind of a forcing move to play.
Yeah, he has to play it. Yeah, but what could he be thinking? Do you think he's looking at this follow up bishop into e4, rook into e4? But then Irene, he
Yes,
has finally
yes,
taken it.
finally. Yeah, what you were saying, I guess, is you're going to say that even if he was thinking about rook takes e4, a move like bishop d5 should just come very soon, right? And
Exactly.
then think later after rook takes e4 has already appeared on the board.
But also, he takes with the bishop.
Oh, bishop takes e4
So I think
happens.
rook into e4 also happens for black. Rook into e4, f5, and here white continues with rook e8. This also comes by force.
Ah, interesting. I just realized that the bishop on d6 was hanging because I saw this rook e8 in my calculation, but I was okay. I quickly eliminated because I was like, oh, I mean, g4 is hanging, but yeah, d6 is also hanging. So this is a more practical approach in this position then. Although I'm very much into the sacrifice, the positional sacrifice with rook takes e4 first instead of bishop takes e4. But I think looking at Arjun's approach in this game, he refuted h4.
Yeah,
So it feels like we can see the direction of his approach here, that he would like to be better in his position without having to risk anything, especially about material.
absolutely. And what happens in this line though? Let's say rook e8. It's still not the end of it, right? Black takes queen into e8. White takes queen into d5. And I understand the players probably have seen till this point, and Arjun sees that he's a pawn up. I think this is where his calculation ends for the moment.
But there is also one interesting line that I just saw,
Mm-hmm.
that after rook e8, instead of taking the rook, bishop takes f3,
Mm-hmm.
rook takes d8,
Mm-hmm.
And then it looks like, oh, everything is hanging after bishop e7. The knight is hanging, the bishop is hanging, but there is d5 followed by
Oh,
d6.
nice.
If there was no discovery check like this, bishop e7, and then white will, what I don't think white is in trouble, but there is at least some counterattack,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But now, yeah,
Maybe black is also not in trouble here.
yeah, maybe.
But with d5, it's just crushing.
Yeah, it is. And then also bringing the bishop that was blocked before, attacking the king. Yeah. So that was one other line that both players have also to think about.
Yeah. So, um, bishop into e4 has just been taken, and Karthikeyan is thinking, but he has only 6 minutes left, Irene. Again, this is the point where mistakes can happen, but what choice does he have apart from rook into e4?
And Karthikeyan has to make 15 more moves in 6 minutes. Oh, this is time scramble situation for Karthikeyan.
So, do you think Arjun has gotten back his what he lost by allowing the knight to e4? There was a moment when we mentioned that, okay, so maybe now black has neutralized things have got balanced. But on the other hand, with this move knight into d5, I think Arjun has gotten back the initiative. But the computer bar says a stoic 0.00. Look at it right in the middle there. So the computer bar is giving nothing away to us, which indicates that black has some defense
Some
here.
defense. Okay, let's
And we were right until this point. After rook e4, f5, this was right.
and then rook e8, right?
Rook e8,
Yeah.
queen into e8 is the only move here. Queen takes d5. We were right until this point. So from here, black has something because this position is also 0.00.
Okay, let me find out. Is it rook c2?
So I don't know what is the move. Let's try and find out. Rook c2 is not the move. Queen
Yeah.
takes d6.
Queen takes
Or
d6, and I'll take the knight first because I see that you have queen f6.
yeah, queen takes d6 is not accurate because you
Okay.
can take the knight first. But maybe just bring the knight back first. Attack your rook. And when you take my bishop, then I take your bishop, and then I'm a pawn up.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so oh, I think he did something that is not capturing. It could be rook c2. Oh no, bishop
Bishop
b4.
b4.
Okay, bishop b4. Is this the right response for black?
It's not the optimal response for sure. It's definitely not the optimal response, and now we see the bar slightly tilting towards white's favor. Although it's still not clear cut, it's not like a winning position or something. It's very far from it. But this is a significant shift towards Arjun's side because his opponent has only 4 minutes for 14 moves. The position is still complex, and objectively, Arjun is a pawn up.
Yeah. I can only imagine that the reason why bishop b4 is not the right response is because even in a situation where you move your rook simply to e3, it's not gonna change anything in oh, is it?
It does. Maybe his idea, I don't know, but maybe his idea is to take rook into e4
And there
after
is
the rook moves.
and there is no rook e8 because bishop d6 is not
Hanging, yes.
anymore.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you can just take the rook and then you can just take the knight and you have won a piece. So this is exactly his idea.
Yes. Okay, so
So
we have to be careful about that then. Okay, let me think. Taking on d5, you are losing the rook on e1.
yeah, but I'm not sure if that's such a terrible thing, Irene. Based on our experience of the earlier position where we took rook into e4 and that exchange sacrifice was pretty valid. There can be a similar idea here as well. You take the bishop, and this is actually the move that Arjun needs to play.
Wow.
So
Okay.
if black takes with the rook, then after rook into e1, bishop into e1. Now, what do we have here? Can I just make, a positional move like bishop c4?
I like bishop c4, yes, and then you would just want to push the pawn, but it might be a little bit too slow. So I'd like to attack directly. What if queen goes to f4?
Yeah, queen f4 looks very strong because you're also keeping an eye on the c7 rook and you're threatening queen h6 check. We have a move from Arjun, by the way.
He took the bishop on d5.
So
This is the
Arjun
current
is on the
position.
right direction, and black can either start with taking the rook with the bishop or with the rook. These are the options that Karthikeyan has. He has options, but he doesn't have time.
Yes, that's true. I still would like to explore that position after taking. I think it has to be rook takes e1, and then rook takes e1, bishop takes e1, and
And
then
Queen f4 is the move that we were looking
yeah.
at.
But can I see? Oh, the thing is, if I play queen e3, you can just take on d5, and then there is nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Queen e3, that's queen into d5, so this would not be desirable. Queen f4, on the other hand, looks stronger, but let's say I pick g5.
Yeah. Then I have to move my queen, protecting the bishop. So maybe you were right, actually. We have to move the bishop on d5. But to which square?
Yeah, that's not an easy problem to solve. There are so many options: bishop c6, bishop c4, bishop e4, and I'm honestly not even sure if moving the bishop is the right way to go towards anymore, because I still don't understand this position yet. And as we have seen so many times, when we look at the position, it looks all messed up only by making a few moves.
Can I? One move that comes to my mind now, it's knight e5.
You're sacrificing more stuff.
I know. It looks just great. I know it might be just bad, but
Yeah.
that's the spirit. Okay, Arjun shouldn't go to this direction, but yeah, just keep an eye of the situation. And actually, the live position they already captured twice on e1, so this is the current position
Yeah,
right now.
this is the current position. Current position with 4 minutes for Karthikeyan, 21 minutes for Arjun. And Irene, this 95 reminds me of, some of my older training camps. I had this Russian coach who would tell me sometimes it's better to sacrifice your opponent's pieces.
That's true. Yeah, I'm trying to come with a witty response, but that's a bit too witty.
So, how do we go for getting the opponent's pieces here? It's let's try bishop c6.
Okay, let's do it. Yeah, and also d5 is coming on the next move. I just want to get my bishop on b2 alive.
Yeah, bishop c6, it opens up the d5, the bishop, but it also covers this rook on c7. It takes me back to this Mahabharat story, there's this one story where Lord Krishna throws this Sudarshan Chakra to prevent the sun. Like there is a bet that someone kills someone before the sunset. So the other person takes all precautions. He goes underground, and then to trick that the sunset has already happened, he throws his weapon to block the sun. And this move bishop c6 does something very similar to the rook on c7. It just prevents the rook from doing anything. So it also prevents ideas like bishop c3, which can be a
Yes.
key defensive idea for black
Yep.
to prevent the b2 bishop from, attacking the weak points in black's territory. It prevents black's activity in general, and after playing d5, it further shuts it down. So I think it's a powerful strategic move here.
Yeah.
Whereas something like bishop c4, I had the same idea when I made this move, but black can just play b5 and
B5.
get this bishop out. But on c6, it's more secure and strong.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Yes, secured, and everything is protected, and the bishop is not behind the pawn in the resulting position. And Arjun is about to make his move.
I think he'll go bishop c6. He goes towards the bishop. This much I could see. But he comes back. He comes back and he ponders for another few seconds, and he goes
Oh.
bishop e4,
Bishop e4.
which is also a very logical move. You take the bishop towards the center, and all your pieces, every single piece, the queen, the bishop, the knight, and the other bishop, they are all focusing towards this f6 and g6 points. So, nasty situation for black.
But I think I know the difference in this position, because now maybe I can try to play queen c8, and if d5
No,
happens.
not immediately.
Oh, sorry, f6 is hanging, yeah?
Yes. Yes.
Uh-huh. So
So
what's the
he has made a
difference then?
move. I don't think it's any immediate difference, Irene. I think it's something long and sophisticated, which the computers,
Bishop
Bishop
D2.
D2.
Yeah, so stopping anything on the H6.
Yeah, it's a very important diagonal, preventing the queen from coming to f4. So there are no threats on h6, and with bishop g5, the bishop protects the f6 point. The knight on f8 is protecting the g6 point. If the bishop protects the f6 point, then he can use this rook to try and create some counterplay. So bishop d2 is a strong defensive move by black, and now it's Arjun's turn. He has a lot of time in this position, but maybe that move bishop e4 in hindsight was maybe a little bit hurried.
Yeah, but now after bishop d2, what should white do? If we push d5 right away, then the bishop just comes to g5, yeah?
Yeah, d5, bishop g5, and this variation might still go on. Um, I'm thinking about moves like knight e5 now,
Ah,
but it's about as effective
no,
because
it just keeps taking on bishop
yeah,
f6,
bishop
yeah.
f6.
Yeah, that
If
doesn't
only I
work.
can get this f4 pawn in somehow. Can I do something like g3 here?
That's possible.
Logical, right?
Yeah, but can we just keep attacking? Oh, I really want to make bishop d4 work, but I have to watch out about the back rank.
Yeah. That's a bane of this b2 bishop that it has to watch out for potential infiltration on the c file. So far, these two bishops are doing a perfect job on that. The e4 bishop takes care of the c2 square. The b2 bishop takes care of the c1 square. But something like g3 here, my point is your bishop on g5 is not so stable. So let's say I make a random move as black to illustrate, and then I take, you take, and then after queen f4 with the threat of queen h6, black's bishop cannot come back to g5 to resume its defensive duties because white can just take this bishop due to the pin on the
Yep.
long diagonal. So if I can somehow get a piece to attack this g5 bishop, I'll need to find a way to try and do that because this bishop on g5 is holding the position together. So as black, maybe you can do queen d6 here to prevent me from coming to f4. And then let's say I take, you take, I play queen e3. I'm just pondering. This looks very dangerous for black, no?
I mean, it is. But
Like
also,
comps show 0 here.
yeah, but also at the same time, uh, queen h6 is the only threat that white has in his position. And if I just, okay, I don't like this move, but maybe I have
Yeah.
to play g5. Oh, sorry,
Ah, no,
g5
g5,
bishop,
yeah,
bishop
f6.
f6,
But I think you can play king g8
king
here.
g8, yeah.
King g8, and now you have the option of playing bishop g5. And things are being held together. So these are also situations where it's not so easy because you also see the defense for the opponent, and then it becomes difficult to play that move, knowing that your opponent has a defense, even if he has less time. And Karthikeyan also, he seems completely up to it. Bishop d2 was actually an ice cold, strong move, which shows that he is up for the task.
Right. So Arjun has 16 minutes against 4 minutes. I think d5 has to come like rather naturally here, but probably he's also doing this strategy where he doesn't want to give his opponent so much time later on. So for Arjun, he has to come up with a very strong continuation of the d5 bishop g5 because after d5 bishop g5 is almost forced.
Yes. Sometimes it's also an option that you see, okay, d5, there's bishop g5. So then you see, okay, this is the problem. And now when you play g3, your intention becomes clear and opponent defends it with queen d6. So in these instances, you can also begin with g3 in the first place. And then if your opponent takes h into g3, play d5 now so that you are attacking the f6 pawn. And if opponent defends, then maybe try some h4 related ideas. But doesn't seem like the direction according to the computer.
I was also thinking, yeah, after Yeah, actually, the current position it has to be d5. I don't see another candidate move in this position. Uh, It's just like yeah, very natural
Yeah,
for the
I
bishop.
understand. Also, we should factor in that black has this threat of bishop c1, yeah?
Yep.
Which is why we wanted our bishop on c6. So these threats are not there anymore. Bishop e4, no, I have a feeling that Arjun he missed something somewhere. Not necessarily bishop d2, it's very unlikely. People of this level they don't miss such next moves, but maybe somewhere deeper in the variation.
Right. So I was just looking at the other games in this round, and actually we have one result. It's a decisive result in the game between Fakirov Shamshidin versus Chu Jihan.
Wow, that was fast. That ended quite fast.
Yep. So yeah, I thought the endgame would have been longer, but we left
Yeah.
it here, right? Somewhere.
We left it a little bit earlier. I think it was
Oh yeah.
around this point, or maybe yeah, around this point. White played rook d1. After rook b6, he played knight to a7. Then this knight infiltrated via c8. Rook to d2 here, inviting rook a3 so that he can play the knight to b6. Black took rook into c3. White went knight d5. His target moving towards the f6 pawn. And then once the f6 pawn was taken, he came back and attacked the c4 pawn. But still feels a bit premature for black to resign here. He still has a passed pawn. He has a passed c pawn. Maybe he saw rook d7 was coming in up next and he didn't see a way to push this pawn forward, but still feels like a very premature point to resign to me.
I think so too. Like, yeah, maybe we can have a better idea of what's actually going on in this game. Because I was also looking at the time situation. It feels like everything is good. Like
Yeah.
5 minutes is still on the clock. So yeah. But anyway, the position is good for white. So I think there's of course a reason why Falkidov is winning this one. Let's switch back to Arjun's game because Arjun has made d5.
Arjun pushes the d pawn forward, and I guess bishop g5 should also be on the board. Although Karthikeyan is thinking because he also has knight h7 and knight d7 to consider, but you don't want to touch that knight, which is defending the g6 pawn. So he goes bishop g5. He's made his move, presses the clock, and now it's Arjun's turn to think once again. Um, Apart from g3, do we have any other way to set problems?
Yeah, I like your idea of g3 because all the white pieces they are quite well placed at the moment. So you don't want to disturb them at all, but you are going to bring another resource here with the pawn. So I think yeah, to start it with g3, I think it's the right decision. So after g3, if h g3, are you taking it back with the queen or with the
Okay,
pawn?
if you're taking head g3, then I'm actually happy as white. I think I'll take back with the pawn. And now I have this threat of h4, and it's not so easy to defend against this.
That's true. That's true. Although the current position might look a bit scary for white because somehow the king is suddenly exposed on g1, right? But
Yeah,
but
true.
there's no follow-up threat for the king, so white can be very safe there.
Yeah, and the king being a bit exposed is not something that would deter Arjun because if you look at his his previous two wide games from this tournament, the king was literally crying, begging for cover. He goes queen d3. He goes queen to d3, which is a move that potentially prepares f4 in the future. It doesn't threaten anything immediate, Irene. Nothing immediate for the moment. I mean, it looks at the a6 pawn, but that seems so unimportant right now. So I think it's a purely positional move from Arjun, which also indicates that he didn't have anything especially promising with. And black goes queen to d6. He doesn't care about the a6 pawn. I think rightfully so. I mean, I know you're a pawn hunter yourself, Irene, but would you consider taking the a6 pawn?
I
He
think I
goes for
would.
it.
Yeah, as long as there is no checkmate around my king, and especially also if I already sacrifice um, some exchange like that, I would grab whatever that is available. So yeah, Queen A6 is on the board now. Wow, Karthikeyan has 3 minutes left on the clock.
This game is swinging a bit like pendulum, no? Like now I feel black is also in the run, and all three results are possible.
Oh, there's one move that might not work actually. Queen E5.
What?
I would like to
Did you
play.
say Queen E5?
Yeah, but there is Queen F1 in the end. No, I
But
I will.
I can just take with the
Oh
knight,
shoot,
no?
there's a knight on G4. I mean, even if you take with the bishop, it's
Yeah.
that's fine too. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, and there's Queen F1. Okay, let's not go there. Knight
Because the knight
D7.
d7 has
Okay,
been
this
played.
is a much better move, of course, because yeah, you'd like to control everything, and then the knight was not doing anything on F8 before. Now, what's next? What to do here as white?
Queen d3 back. No,
Queen
Queen
D3.
d3, that's knight c5.
It might also be Queen. Can I play Queen A8? No, Queen
All the way back to f1.
F1.
f4 is the idea, if the knight moves. But then what if the
Oh,
knight doesn't move? He's just keeping things for now. Like he's literally keeping things and making it in a situation where black doesn't have, these direct threats to contend against. If you make a direct threat, it's easy for black to respond. But as long as you keep things unclear, then black still has these tasks. But is knight e5 possible, because I'm trying to directly trade pieces. The computer doesn't like it.
no, just take. Knight takes. And then F4.
Yeah, f4, bishop f6 I had seen.
Oh, F4 then.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's Bishop F6.
But the computer just doesn't like this for strategical reasons, I think. Making this.
I think you can just simply play like moving up all your pawns, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
The A or B pawn, but not the B pawn for now. Maybe
Yeah.
actually B pawn is not that bad idea. Or you can start with Queen A1.
The sniper queen, yeah. Yeah. You make or also I think queen e2 works.
Queen E2 as well. Yeah. So yeah, probably has to approach this game a bit slower. If that position was reached, because I still kept thinking on how to continue with some tactical continuation.
And 2 minutes left for Karthikeyan here. Just about 2 minutes. I just made a bad move as black, an understandable move, trying to, relieve the pressure. Knight c5 is another move that I can think of. But knight c5, does Arjun have some f4 related intentions in his mind, or
Or maybe just Bishop B1. No, Bishop B1, Queen D5,
no?
sorry.
Then f4, yeah. Like bishop b1, queen d5. Also, you have f4. So that's the intention behind this move, queen f1. This f4 idea comes in a few different places.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so what else? The knight moves looks very tempting to me. Wow, 1 minute and about 1 minute, 15 seconds left.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting a bit nervous now actually for Karthikeyan.
Karthikeyan, he comes into this time travel a lot, Irene. He's habitual into this. He goes queen f4, attacking the bishop and also taking the f4 square under control. But do you see the bar tilting a bit towards white? That explains to you the intention of Arjun's play. He made it difficult for black. All the moves we were looking like, moves like g3, they were direct attacks trying to solve the problem. Whereas Arjun made a general move which makes your opponent think. And this is, I think, one of his very unpleasant qualities, the way he plays on opponent's time. So bishop to b1 now.
Or Queen B1. But I like Bishop B1 because you have this intention of playing Queen D3, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. But he goes queen b1. Arjun is just he's like, if I threaten checkmate, maybe my opponent will see and he'll block it.
Yes.
So I'm going to just threaten all the pawns. Maybe he'll not pay attention to these pawns and I just eat all those pawns like Pac-Man.
Pac-Man. Yeah. Oh, speaking about Pac-Man, it feels like that should be the game between Lodici versus Mendonca, but we're not gonna go there. Let's just stick to this one first. After Queen B1, do we need to protect the pawn on G6 by playing that F8 back, or we'll just let it happen?
I wouldn't want to let it happen. I'd want to try and make knight f8 work first, but it also feels scary to, move the knight away from the protection of pieces. If you let it happen, you need to come up with a valid counter attack, right? And how do you come up with a valid counter attack? F5 is one move, but the pawn is pinned. Moving the king away to try and make F5 work will lose the G6 pawn. And if you lose the G6 pawn, then you'll not get this idea of F5 anyhow.
Yeah.
So,
And that's why he just did it. Knight F8 is on the board. He protects everything. And now, what's the next initiative that Arjun has to come up with?
this is Arjun's masterpiece so far on the art of creating pressure on opponent's time trouble. Yeah. Not necessarily the best moves, but don't give him direct threats. Now, we all know this in principle,
Yep.
but execution is a completely different thing.
Totally, yes. So now, if I were Arjun, I would not change the position a lot since there's really nothing going on that part of the board. So let's go to the other continent. Moving the A4, or yeah, I think A4 would be a good start. Or is it a bit too late?
No, I don't think it's never too late, but what we have to see is if, black can play king f7 and f5 or something of the sort.
Then I lose the momentum, yeah?
Yeah, but it's not so clear actually. It's not really clear. The position is complex. I think not the kind of position where we can, come up with moves in 30 seconds and they're the best move of the computer. A4 I actually like. I don't mind A4 at all. So you don't want to move this knight. You don't want to move this bishop, which is also preventing infiltration from the opposition. This bishop on E4 is well placed. We just play the queen to B1. So we don't want to move it away much. So based on all these factors, it really feels like A4 is a very valid move to consider. What else can Arjun come up with? Queen D3 is another move that I thought of.
Knight E3 is on the board. So Arjun picked this one. Yeah, probably he's thinking that the pawn on F6 is no longer in danger. So he would like to switch to... Actually, he has the same mindset, but just a different move. And Karthikeyan has played a rook move, if I'm not
Rook
mistaken.
E7?
I don't know yet.
Yeah, Rook E7.
Rook E7.
Rook E7 is a good move. But I don't know if Rook into E3 is a valid follow-up or not.
So now the bishop is under attack. The bishop has to move, and there might be actually some sacrifice on E3, right?
Yeah, which would be really effective if you can follow it up with the knight coming to G3. But if not, this is still scary, by the way. Bishop F4, Queen G3 coming in.
Yes.
It's still scary, but not as scary for me as it would be if the knight was coming into G3. But yeah, very, very, very valid option here.
So Arjun moved the bishop to F3, so making everything protected.
Keeping it closer towards the king, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and Arjun has also kind of shifted to this rapid mode, yeah. Like he also started playing visibly faster to keep up the pressure, which I think it was part of his strategy today to also put pressure on the clock. I wouldn't go on to, state it as blatantly as to flag his opponent because it's a classical game,
Yeah,
but
it is.
to put pressure on the clock.
Queen B4, Karthikeyan has played.
Okay. So if I move my knight to
Yeah.
C4, there's rook
There's
E1
rook
check.
E1 check,
Yeah.
so you cannot move it. But then also, the current position of the Queen B4, the knight on E3 is kind of, under attack.
Yes. It's under attack. So can you If you play something like Queen E1 to indirectly defend it, black can immediately defend with knight to D7.
I would play A3.
Oh, tricky.
Yeah, because the queen doesn't belong there. Oh my gosh,
But it comes
yeah,
in with Queen D2, yeah?
the bar. Yeah, there's queen D2. This
Yeah.
is I didn't factor this move. So
Bishop
instead,
into E3 doesn't scare me so much, because then I have these bishops, right? But then the rook comes into E1. So it's very hard to predict Arjun's move here.
what about queen C1? You're protecting E3, but also you're setting up bishop A3.
Yeah. Setting up knight F5 also.
Oh yeah, knight F5. Okay, accidentally a good move.
Yes. The complex Queen C1.
Then maybe you have to move back to queen F4 actually.
Now maybe D6.
No, maybe D6.
No.
Oh, this is so complex.
I know. At least it's complex for me. I don't know how it is for Karthikeyan and Arjun, but it's also complex for them. You see the bar oscillating with their moves as well when they make these moves with speed.
So, okay, not A3. Queen C1 is a possibility. Apart from queen C1, yeah, I just want to solve all the problems that white has at the moment, that thinking as if I was playing this position myself.
After seeing Queen C1, I don't see another move that I like. And Queen C1 also feels so tricksy, that I feel so tempted towards playing it. I think Arjun just needs to see it and then he'll also play it.
Yeah. In this game, Arjun, he's so focused. I could see that his gesture is a bit different. Like he's looking at the board more often than he usually does in other games.
I made the move. Don't
Oh, you made a move.
Yeah, out of
Okay.
curiosity on board blacks. But let's not make a move now because the players have so less time, and I think there's not a lot of time for Arjun also to make a move.
Oh, meanwhile, there's also another decisive result in the game between Tabatabai versus Fauzi Adam. If you remember, it was coming from a Rosolimo. And yeah,
Yeah.
so Tabatabai bounced back from
Strikes
yesterday's
back.
loss.
He goes to 5.5 out of 8. So Tabatabai going towards 5.5 out of 8. Fauzi's tournament, he still has 5 out of 8. He was down fluted, so it's still not bad, and he can still push for a prize with a last round win. Karthikeyan has just 43 seconds. I've had quite a few encounters with Karthikeyan myself, and Irene, it's been mostly draws. But the one game that I won was a game where I was. Oh, he plays Queen A1.
Oh,
But then after knight D7, I don't see such a great future for white here. Is Arjun liquidating here?
yeah, I'm not too sure. Yes, Queen A1, it only has like one idea. It's not even threatening anything, right, at the moment?
Yeah, it's not threatening anything exactly. It's a general move, but again, it's asking the opponent to play. Is D6 a threat? No. But knight D7 seems a very easy move. Yeah, he plays knight D7, and what is Arjun's intention now? So maybe he wants bishop C3, so that's why he built this battery, and then the bishop goes to D4, and now he makes something. So he's played bishop to C3 on the board. The queen is attacked. I would want to put the queen on C5 because I don't want to, allow white to play D6 and run away with the pawn. But you can also do the same from F4. So it's not such a straightforward decision there. And Karthikeyan taking his time to think.
Okay, but only 30 seconds left on the clock. He has to decide where he will go with the queen.
Yeah, paradox of choice, and he goes queen c5. Very understandable place for the queen. Queen is fairly safe on c5 for the moment, and he also, for now, he keeps everything protected.
Oh, I have a feeling. What if suddenly the reputation happens? Like,
No,
no?
Arjun, it's Arjun. He's not going to repeat so easily. Maybe b4, maybe bishop d. Okay, yeah. At the most, he might repeat. No, I don't think he'll repeat.
No, I
I
don't
don't
think
see it
so.
happening.
I don't think so as well. But okay, after queen c5, if you don't move this bishop, yeah, the attack is clear towards e3. Although you might argue that there's nothing much after bishop e3, but one can be scared of that.
Yes.
Then if you push all the pawns, it also means that you're trying. I mean, you're creating your own weaknesses around the pawn. So you're giving another square for the queen to be. Let's say if you play b4, queen can go to c4. Not c4. Eventually, it's going to c4. But I think for the time being, you can just play queen c7. Yeah, with the idea, or even queen d6. Queen d6 knight c4.
Yeah. But okay, then you put the queen on f4, and I think the game goes on. Game goes on, life goes on.
Wow, this position. Yeah, and 6 minutes left on the clock, and they are on move 38. So
Just two more moves.
two more moves to go.
Oh, we also have a result on board 5, Irene. It's
Yes.
a draw between the defending champion, Nordebek Ekubayev, and Idani Puya.
Yeah, that game I've been following a little bit. If at some point it was like not a dead drawn pawn and game, but it was just a pawn and game, which both players have also they still had to calculate a little bit because otherwise, pawn and games it can be tricky. In pawn and
Yeah.
games, there is no slightly better, there is no slightly worse.
Yeah.
It's either white wins, black wins, or draw, right? Everything is quite exact there. So
There's no in between.
there's nothing in between, that's right. So it's ended with a draw, Yakubayev versus Idani, and Mendonca Leon has also finished his game and he won against Lodici Lorenzo. It was also a very interesting game. So he was a piece up, but in the end, Lodici allowed another piece sacrifice. So in the end, Leon Mendonca, he was a rook up actually for a bunch of pawns.
Crazy.
Yeah, it was very crazy.
So Leon moves to 6 out of 8 within 1 point distance of a potential leader if we have a decisive result on board 1. Do we I think we stay on till the 40 moves here, yeah?
Yeah, and on the game between Abdis Salimov versus Artemiev is both are in time trouble, but Artemiev himself is it was like a few seconds left on the clock, and they're still on move 35, so 5 more moves to go until they get the 30 minutes extra.
I mean, Artemi being in time trouble is like it's something that's happening almost every day. It's like our broadcast so far.
And then in the game between Salim Saleh versus Madaminov, they already reached move 40. I think it's very, very much needed for Madaminov because he's been in time pressure for like
Yeah.
10 moves or so. So yeah, we can leave that one as well. The game between Adiban versus Nihal Sarin there, it's interesting end game, which probably now Nihal is better, but
Irene, we have a move
Do
in
we?
the game. Yeah, knight c2 played by Arjun. And Karthikeyan has also responded knight c2 with a threat of bishop to b4. And I think Karthikeyan, I don't know what move exactly he made, but we have
Rook
rook
e8.
e8. So knight to d4 coming in. I think
yeah.
the computer is super excited seeing rook e8 because of this exact reason, knight to d4. And I also couldn't, resist the excitement after some point. So I decided to keep the computer on to understand what's going on. And after knight d4, computer shows a clear advantage for white. And Arjun makes it on the 40th move. Exactly on the
Wow.
40th move, Arjun makes this move, giving himself an extra 30 minutes.
And knight f8 is on the board. So now both players, they are successfully completing the 40 moves and gaining the 30 minutes extra. Do you think Arjun will take some time here to think?
He should. If he doesn't,
You'll
I'll
scold
leave.
him. Yeah. Okay, so it's not out of the woods yet for Karthikeyan, even though he's just passing the 40th move mark, but it means he can, it is a bit relief that that he has 30 minutes extra on the clock in this type of
Absolutely.
position. You very much needed to think, especially for black. So let's leave it for a bit and then let's go to board number one. We haven't taken. Oh, they just actually passed the
Also, just
40th
made the
moves.
40th move, yes.
And then the game between Parafian versus Abdusatov also passing move 40. Let's go board number 4. Abdisalimov versus Artemiev because they are still a bit struggling here. 3 more moves to go for both sides to go to the time control.
Yeah, Bishop E2 played, Knight E4 played, but I think it's going towards a draw, Irene. It's hurtling towards a draw actually because White has the pair of bishops, but Black is going to potentially take it in the next few moves. It's been a super solid game by Artemiev in a game where he was at 5 out of 7 and needed 2 wins in a row. But that's not all due to Artemiev because he did start with the Karakon. It's not like he started with the Berlin, but his opponent has been super solid so far, and there's I think he couldn't do much.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I looked at this endgame at first, I thought maybe it came from a rook even Berlin. He takes c takes d5, White takes c takes d5, and I don't know. So c takes d5. So White keeps some chances alive. I think Black will also take. Oh, he offered a draw. Yeah,
Wow.
he offered a draw, and they accept.
Wow. Okay. So I guess that is also one of the results that happened on the top 10 boards. Nihal, by the way, just finished a game as well on board 10 and he won against Adiban.
Yeah, Nihal getting a win after a few days actually. I think it's been literally 6 days because there's also a rest day in between. But that would come as a much needed relief for Nihal going into the final round, fighting for the.
Yeah, but look at that, the last move that Nihal did, h5, invitation for en passant.
I
And
know.
if the knight goes, okay, the f2 falls, but if there's en passant, it's a checkmate on the board.
Have
So,
you heard of this format of chess where you have to end person? Someone was mentioning
oh,
this.
some chess variant, yeah,
Yeah, chess
something like
variant,
that,
yeah.
yeah. Whenever en passant happens, you have to take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here, of course, if the en passant wasn't accepted, the knight has to move, and then rook takes f2, and then black is up 2 pawns, also with up in the material balance with the rook versus the knight as well. So that's why Adiban resigned in this position. But we have so many results already in the top 10 boards, and we are going to focus on the top 3 boards because they are still currently playing. But before we do that, let's take a break because it's been quite an exciting session after the first break. And then all the players are successfully completing their 40th moves and gaining 30 minutes extra on their clock. So don't go anywhere. We'll come back after the short break.
Who's your favorite chess player?
Magnus Carlsen.
And who do you root for the World Championship match, Ding or Gukash?
Well, I don't really follow up on chess, so I don't really know though.
Do you play chess?
I play, but I'm not master or I'm not good. But I know how to move the chess.
That's okay. So guys, do you play chess?
I do play chess.
You play chess too?
No, I don't.
Do you play chess online or over the board?
On the board. I prefer on the board.
And have you competed chess tournament recently?
It's been a few years back, not very recent.
How often do you play chess?
Well, it depends. In the summer, I play with my friends quite a lot though.
But what do you like the most about the chess when you play?
About smartness. Smartness, no?
Is there right now we're at the Formula One? Is there any connections in your mind between Formula One and a chess? Something similar?
Fast thinking.
Hey, who's your favorite chess player?
Actually, I don't know regarding who's the player, but I don't know who's the good one and who's the master now. But I know how to play.
Yes. Who do you want to see in Qatar Masters? One of the top 10 guys, let's say, in the world of chess.
Definitely people like Magnus Carlsen, like championship winners.
And we are back. Round 8 is still underway, and we still have 3 games going on the top 3 boards, and they are going to decide the outcome of the tournament. And Sri, what's happening on our first board between the two leaders, Yeshipenko Andrei and Sargsyan Chant?
Irene, the first board is definitely the most exciting one because this is going to literally decide the leaders. And at the moment, Yeshipenko is a clear pawn up. He has one extra pawn, which is also an outside passer, the passed pawn on b3. And the other pawn on d4 also looks precarious right now. Let's also back up a little and see how this came about because we were so absorbed by the Arjun game during the time trouble phase. So backing up all the way to where we left it at around this point, b3 was this critical move by black, which was a mistake because after c3, the b3 pawn came under intense pressure. And from here on, Yeshipenko shows clinical precision, starting with rook to a7, exerting pressure on the c7 point. Then he brought his king to the center and put his knight on d2, exerting pressure on the b3 point. By this time, white was already having a clear advantage. Black went rook to b6 in order to try and protect the b3 pawn. Rook a1 played by white. One pair of rooks traded at this point. And black kept bringing or trying to bring reinforcements to support this fragile b3 pawn. But at this point, even black had to say, I cannot do it anymore. So g6 happened, rook into b3 happened. This is where white won a pawn. Black continued with c4 here, trying to force things by trading more pieces and more pawns. Rook into b6, knight into b6, the rooks got traded. A few pawns got traded at this point. And here black played the pawn to d4 to create a passer of his own. So c takes d4, e takes d4, b3, a very nice instructive move, controlling the b6 knight. A pawn on b3, around two ranks away from the knight, effectively controls this knight from certain squares. So this knight, clearly repelled by this pawn on b3, goes to another square with knight d7. King to c4, advancing the king. King e6, protecting the d5 point from being infiltrated by white. Knight to e2, attacking the d4 pawn. King e5 protects it. And now white has just played g3, making another very nice, useful controlling move. It can aid towards knight f4, knight d3 check related ideas. In some cases, it can protect the black king from coming into f4. And in general, it's just a useful controlling move. So it's black's turn to play. And I think it's not so easy to find a move that doesn't blender away anything.
Yeah, it's not easy. Apart from the idea that you showed us, knight f4, knight d3, I also like this idea, knight g1, knight g f3. With this check, I will collect the pawn on d4 along the way. So white is very spoiled with many good options here. But also, on the other hand, this is knight endgames, a pair of knights for both sides, which means that in some cases, black, in order to save the game, black can actually try to sacrifice one of the pawns, one of the knights for the pawn ladder in a given position. But now,
Absolutely.
Sicilian has just played a move. What was it?
Let's wait for it to come on the board. It's just going to take 10 seconds more. And he's playing knight a5 check.
Okay, so knight f5. Ooh, I feel a bit perplexed on this move because it is an invitation for the king to be more active. Let's say I play king b5 right now, and then you have to play knight b7. There's no other square for the knight. And then what if I just keep going with my king? King
Irene,
c6.
this is exactly the point you were mentioning just a moment ago. There are these defensive ideas which involve sacrificing.
And I of course I forgot with my own words. I forgot what I'm saying. Exactly. So now knight takes b3 should be the move, yeah?
Yeah, knight takes b3, knight
and
takes b3.
king takes e4, and then you just somehow try to simplify everything. Yeah. So in this position then after knight f5, white has to be careful not to walk into this position. So I guess the only move here for white is king b4.
Absolutely.
Because after king d3, there's knight c5.
Yes.
And actually, you are losing on the spot after that because there is d3 coming up soon.
Yeah. King d3 loses. King b5 goes into a draw. So white literally has 3 moves with the king. One is winning, one keeps winning chances. That's king b4. King b5 goes towards a draw. And I have a feeling Shant has seen this idea with knight into b3, which only leaves his move king to b4. And he has played it.
He has played it. King b4 is on the board. So now, okay, knight f5 was like a teasing move. Yeah, I think at some point now after king b4, the knight on f5 has to move back to c6, and from that position now white can start doing something else. So maybe knight c6, king b5 then.
Yeah, knight c6. Now you can go in with king b5. And you know, this position where white had this 3 options with the king reminded me of some of these old problems where the person playing the game has 3 potions in front of him and he has to drink the right potion and he has to drink. So king b4 was one such move. King d3 was like drinking the wrong potion. The health declines completely.
Are you referring to the Indiana Jones?
So there was this
You
game.
chose wisely. When there are 3 cups, 3 chalices, and then he picked, unfortunately, the right one. You choose wisely.
Indeed. I haven't played this game, but I can relate to it.
Right. So, but this is an easier process of elimination compared to that scene in Indiana Jones.
Right. So king b4 played by Eshipenko, and the position at the moment seems to be in favor of him. He is going towards a potential win, but as we just saw, black gave him a little test with knight a5 check, and there's going to be, I think, at least a few more tests like this which Eshipenko has to pass before getting the full point. There's many a slip between him and the tournament win, but so far he looks the favorite.
Yeah, looks like it. And Srinath, in the game between Arjun Erigaisi versus Qatar Murali, they already exchanged the queens.
Oh,
So take
that's
a look.
a big update. Irene. So we left at this point when white threatened knight e6 with knight d4. Black played the knight to f8, defending the e6 point. And here Arjun went ahead with a4. After spending just about a minute or so, Black went bishop to f4, knight to c6 by white, taking the knight towards a better square. Slowly he was expanding his control. Black went knight to d7, and here white went forward with his move bishop to b4, attacking the queen. And Karthikeyan could have played queen c2 to try and keep the queens, but Arjun was probably intending knight d4 followed by knight e6 check. For this reason, instead he played the queen to c1, and this set up the queen trade after queen into c1, bishop into c1. And now Arjun goes for this move bishop e7, which effectively controls the rook. Like the earlier move bishop c6 with the rook on c7, bishop e7 performs a very similar function.
Right, and now this is the current position. So what happens if Black plays king f7? Are you going to push the pawn d5, d6?
Absolutely. Past pawns are meant to be pushed, yeah.
Yep. And then you have bishop d5 coming next, and yeah. Wow, so yeah, I think this queen trades, I don't know, is it in favor for Arjun? Because it looks like now the position is a bit simplified. You don't have to worry, for example, about your back rank, about your king. You can now focus yourself on playing the game according to the extra pawns that you have on the queen side.
Absolutely, Irene. The last few moves have turned the game in Arjun's favor. Apart from not having to worry about the counter plays, the counter chances of Black, another added advantage is it's very hard to create counter chances for Black from this position, because his rook on e8, his main hope, that's very effectively curtailed by all of White's pieces. The knight on c6 prevents the rook from going anywhere on the c file. The bishop on e7 completely shuts down the e file for the rook on e8. So all avenues shut down for the rook, and White has a very clear plan. He has one passed pawn on d file, the d file, and another passed pawn on the a file, and so he has two of these asserts, and these pawns are just making a difference.
Yeah, and Srinath, we were so focused on other games, we forgot that there is one game that is also very interesting. I've been following this game secretly. It's between Parafian versus Abdusattorov, and the current position is very interesting. It's one of my favorites to have an opposite colored bishops on the board, and now with one extra pawn. I mean, just look at this position. It's very interesting. Each of the players here, they have a passer on e2 and h6, but who is going to be better in this position? Of course, black has one more pawn in the board, but does it mean anything in this position?
It seems to me making all the difference, because in the previous move, Paravian played the rook from e6 to e3, because if he started with h7, I believe that bishop e5, h8 queens, even though white queens first, e1 queen, and now after queen c8 check, king d4, the white queen runs out of checks, whereas black is about to finish. So he went rook e3 to prevent this bishop e5 from happening. d4 was played, and now out of desperation, you saw him play the rook to e8, with allowing the same thing to happen, pretty much, the bishop to e5. The only thing is, by inducing this pawn to d4, he takes out this shelter, king to d4, but I'm not really sure if it's going to make such a big change.
Look at that. Did you see it?
Yep.
How Nodirbek moves his bishop to e5 like very confidently, like it's like a stab to the heart. So, okay, Parafian already played something, and I think it's a check. But what happened after h7, h7, e1? Oh, there is no check, yeah?
Yeah, so here black even queens first. So queen e2 check and rook h2 pretty much finishes the game off. So he goes for a rook c8 check to try and bring the rook to c1. And meanwhile, the h pawn keeps some of his hopes alive. But on the other hand, it's not really a lot of hope.
Yeah, so where should the king go? Like, let's try to be precise here for black.
Can
Oh,
I
by
go
the
to
way,
b4?
sorry, the time situation, look at that. It's almost like 1 hour difference. Abdusatov has
Yeah,
been playing very fast, very confidently. At some point, I think I would like to look at the whole game because it looks very convincing.
absolutely. It's typical Abdusattorov. If I played against him, I think this is how I would lose. He plays the king to b4 because if rook c1, he can just go rook to f1 and it's probably resigns time. So the position is completely lost and Paravian is just such a sport, yeah. He plays such fighting chess. He was part of a masterpiece on the wrong side of it, but still a very sporting side of a masterpiece against Arjun Erigaisi earlier this tournament, and apparently he's also created a beautiful game with Norbek Abdusattorov, who
Yeah.
with this win will also stake his claim, his contention towards the leaderboard with 6 out of 8.
Yeah, definitely. With the loss in the first round, it's like waking the beast, and then he comes undefeated, well, except the first round until now. And then Rook F1, and you were mentioning that there might be some resignation after this move.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is the last move in this game. But okay, he can continue with h7, playing this rook down, but it feels a bit too hopeless to continue.
Okay, let's see it on the board. Like in this position, h7, rook takes c1, h8, queen, and yeah, you are
Yeah.
right. For this, you are right, Sri. Yes, a resignation by David Paravian. And yeah, so Abdusattorov is going to the last round with 6 out of 8.
Which was also the score he had last year, Irene. He had a score of 6 out of 8, and there was this epic last game between Abdusattorov against Arjun Erigaisi.
That's true. That's true. Yes. And wow, yeah, you're right. I mean, tomorrow it can be a tiebreak actually, and then there might be also a few players on the same score. There will be a different rule when there are two-player tiebreak and then three-player tiebreak or four-player tiebreak.
Right, but I think here we have only tie breaks for the top two
For the top
places.
two, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to check the rule again. Or I can consult it with Lauren Fright, the chief arbiter of the tournament. And we have some move updates on the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Karthikeyan Murali.
So Karthikeyan played the bishop to f4 and Arjun advances the pawn with d6. This is the present position we have, Irene, right now. And you know what? If both Eshipenko and Arjun, who both have winning positions right now in the first two boards, respectively, convert their advantages, then we actually won't have a tiebreak.
Oh, yeah, because that is the situation where it doesn't matter what is the result on their game, there will be an outright winner.
Yes, absolutely. That would set up a clash between Arjun and Esipenko, where Arjun will have the white pieces because Esipenko has played two whites in a row in his last two games. Now, of course, we are getting a bit too ahead of ourselves by speculating the last round pairings because it's still a long way from both the players winning. But we're just speculating, and this could be a potential last game encounter. And if that happens, that would be crazy, I think.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, just a friendly reminder to our viewers, tomorrow, last game, last round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open will start at 12 noon Doha time. So it means we are going to start 4 hours earlier than usually because we are anticipating if there is any tiebreak, then we'll cover that one too. So last year it was such a thrilling tiebreak between the two Nordic backs, Abdusattorov and Yakubov, and some of the chats, even actually asked like, are they somehow related because they have the same the same name, Nordic backs.
Yes.
But Nordic back is the first name, not the last name. So they just have the same first name, but they are not in any way related. So
Like me and, okay, not like me and Narayanan, but we are not related either. It's Srinath is my first name and Narayanan is his first name. So my surname is his first name. That's the that's how it is. But these days it's not just Narayanan who's a strong grandmaster at 2640, but I also noticed there are a couple of Srinaths who are getting pretty strong. So pretty soon we might have a confusion there as well.
Right. Okay, so there's still no move yet from Ishipenko on the first board after Ishipenko played king before, there's no move yet from Sargishan. And also after the move of Arjun, d6, d5, d6, Karthikeyan is also still thinking. I was just checking. Oh, Salem Saleh has actually won. Can we check what happened in his game? Because we invested our time a lot on this one. I just would like to know the end of the game.
Yeah, definitely, Irene. So I think we can take our time to have a look at this game because the other games people are spending considerable thought. So we were at this point, I think around rook c1 when we were looking at moves like rook c4, bishop c4. You suggested bishop b5, and as it has happened a few times in this tournament, Salim played exactly the move that you suggested, bishop to b5. e6 played by black, attacking the rook. The rook went forward to d8. Rook c5 attacks the bishop, but Salim didn't. He again took your approach. He didn't defend the bishop, but went rook to h4, counter-attacking the h7 pawn and setting up a potential skewer. Black defended with king to g7, and this allowed white to defend his bishop with a4 and also cement this pawn on c6.
Oh, wow. Yes.
Now black continued with rook e7, rook a8, attacking the a5 pawn, trying to create a passed pawn on the a file, and black defending it with bishop to c3. Now rook to b8, taking the square vacated by the bishop on a5. They repeated moves once. Now Salim brings his king towards the center of the game. Black played e5, which weakened a lot of light squares on this diagonal. White took advantage of it with rook to c4. And then after takes, f4, bishop e6. Black cannot take the bishop because the pawn just goes forward with c7 and c8. So f3, trying to create a counter mating net. Rook to g8 check, king h6. The bishop occupies the strong square on f5. e4 played by black. Rook to g4, attacking the pawn on e4. Rook e5, trying to get this bishop out, but rook h4 check first. And then he just takes the pawn on e4 first, takes the pawn on f3. All of them on the same diagonal, while the pawn on c6 is protected all the time. And after king g6, bishop e4 check, f5. He finished it off in style with bishop into f5 check.
Oh, that's very nice. If you take with the king, then there is rook h5 and rook c5 falls. But if you take it with the rook, then I think you can start by playing rook c4 first. And then you just move the pawn to c7, in which case in this position bishop e5 is there. But yeah, you just move the pawn to c7. In the end, you are up 2 pawns.
Yeah, you're up too many pawns. So black resigned after bishop into f5 check, and this was the story of Salim's game against Manamino. And with this, he also moves to 6 points.
Wow.
So that's just 3 players on 6 out of 8.
Yes.
Lorebek Abdusaturo, Leon Mendonca, and Salim Saleh.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and then we are still waiting for
a move on the Shant Andre. Oh, so he played one move.
There's knight c6 and king b5.
Knight c6 check happened. The king went to b5, attacking the knight. The king moving forward. At this point, it feels like Shant is a bit out of ideas, and Eshipenko, on the other hand, seems very confident on what he's doing.
Right. So now the knight has to retreat again. Or can you defend it? I don't think you should defend it, right?
Yeah, I don't think you should move back with the king. The king needs to stay here, I think. So you need to. But I mean, if you just retreat it, white starts moving his pawn forward with b4. Oh, b4 is a mistake. Wow.
I guess it's because knight f6, and then you are.
No, d3. D3 is a.
Oh, d3. And then the king comes forward to d4, yeah?
Yes. So d3 is a threat, okay, but you just cover this with knight f4, knight d3. It shouldn't be a problem. So Shant has made a move. He actually played the king to d6. He went back with the king. Interesting. So with this, he doesn't allow his opponent to move his pawn forward, because now b4, the same idea d3 would exist with the ideas of the knight coming to e5, keeping this pawn alive, cutting the c4 square off from the white king, and creating counterplay chances. And as long as this d4 pawn stays, black will always have some hope of counterplay here, which is why, as white, I was looking initially at ways to cover this pawn, which if we try now, then black just goes knight to e5, followed by d3. So I guess white should begin with knight to c4 check, push the king a bit backward, and then play the knight to f4 in order to keep the d3 square protected, and also guard against ideas like knight to e5, which was a strong move in a lot of these different variations. But here it does not work because white can just take this knight on e5, play knight to e6 check, and take the d4 pawn. So I guess knight c4 check is the best move here for white. Black has to go king c7, and white should carry on with knight to f4. This precise sequence needs to be found by white, and he has to play this. So another little test for Reshipenko, but he has 19 minutes. There's not going to be another time control because the 40 moves have been reached, but I think he has considerable sufficient time, and the moves are fairly forced for him. He just needs to see what are the best moves for his opponent. Meanwhile, having a look at the other live game in progress, which is the game between Arjun Erigaisi against Karthikeyan Murli. This we saw exactly at this point where white played d6, and black has made only one more move, I think, which is the rook to c8. And now it's white's turn to play.
Yeah, so Srinath, while you're explaining the move, I was checking some fact that is very important.
Oh, what is it?
Because, well, currently they are, one second. Currently there are 4 players with 2800 rating, right? Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, and Arjun is currently world number 4 with 2801. And in his life rating right now, because he drew yesterday against low-rated opponent, his life rating right now is dropping back to 2799.4.
Yeah, former 2800.
Former 2800. And in this game against Karthikeyan Murali, if he wins this one, he would move up with another 2.8 point, which means it will bring him into 2802.2, replacing Hikaru Nakamura as world number 3.
Wow. So theoretically, hypothetically, if Arjun goes in with a strong finish, he can not only top the FIDE circuit, but he can go back to the world number 2 spot.
Exactly. And this is going to be his last classical tournament of the year. If that happens, if he wins this one and winning another one in the last round, and per January 1st, 2025, is going to be world number 2.
That's crazy. That's going to be very tough, but it would be crazy if that happens. And yeah,
You're even speechless, right?
I know.
Just to imagine that your former student is world
World
number
number
2.
2.
Yeah. How is it feeling? You must be so proud.
Absolutely. No, I'm already proud.
You're already proud, of course,
I think number 4 is reaching 2800 it's a monumental
Of
achievement.
course, yeah.
It took legends like Vishy Anand so much time to get there. And just 15 people in the entire history of chess, and if you look at those 15 people there, every one of them is a legend.
Yes.
And in my lifetime, I've only seen Gary Kasparov, staying there for a really long time, for many years.
Mhm.
Vishy Anand for a considerable years. Then Magnus Carlsen, he stayed there all his life. And Fabiano has, spent considerable time there.
Mhm.
So it's only a handful of people who have managed to stay there.
Yep.
It's like this very premium place where the rent is unaffordable to most people,
Mhm.
but only a select few high net worth people can afford to stay there.
Mhm.
And it's the same in terms of rating here. It's a crazy monumental achievement, I think.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll see. I mean, I think also Arjun's current peak position in the world rank is currently what he is right now, right? World number 4.
Yeah.
So I mean, just having the life rating of being the third, highest in the world, it's already something. Even though it's still life rating, not published rating. So well, I don't know if Arjun knows this, and but in the current position, it looks like he's walking towards that direction. The position itself is just better for her. Sorry, for him. So we'll see if he's able to convert this, because there was also some positions. I think it was against Kash Galiev, yeah, where Arjun has this opportunity to win the game, but yeah, the game ended with a draw.
Yeah. Yeah. But that was the difference in that game was Arjun was in the brink of danger, but he managed to come out. In this game, he stayed in control for a much longer time. But Irene, there is an immediate threat that he has to address, which is Black has just played the rook to c8. So it means this knight is coming to e5. And if, let's say, to illustrate, White plays a completely random move.
Bishop
and
g4.
Bishop g4, you can actually just, take the knight on c6.
Yeah, and then it's a mate in back rank.
Yeah,
Just...
it's a back rank mate. So he cannot afford to take this knight out from c6 at any cost. One way to support it is by pushing the pawn towards b5. But the drawback of pushing this pawn to b5 is that it becomes difficult to now create a passed pawn on the e5. Because when you need this pawn on b4 to create this passed pawn, and Black is not able to, do this. White is not able to do this. So this is a strategic drawback, but I think he wouldn't mind it. b4 I think is a natural move. Apart from b4, which I feel is the natural human move, the computer's first move here is to play king to f1, which is also logical because you have a back rank weakness.
Yes.
And going to f1, it creates the square for the king to run out. But now, after Black plays the king to f7, here I guess bishop d5 check would be the most natural response again. And then the white pawns are on their way towards queening. So these two options, king f1 or b4, this needs to be played by Arjun. But on the other hand, I think it's not so difficult to play either of these two moves for the moment.
Yeah, those two moves they look very natural, and then they they solve one problem, and also like king f1, you're solving your back rank problem. But if you play b4, you're just playing for another idea, and in which case either is good. So well, I think Arjun is spoiled with good options here, and I was noticing about the time situation as well. It's pretty level right now, because I think when they are walking into the second period time control, Arjun had some time advantage in the clock, right?
Yes. He had a little bit of time advantage. I think around it was just 4 minutes when they made the 40th move, but then Karthikeyan started spending a bit more time, so Arjun had a bigger lead. But if we look at these last two moves, since Arjun played d6 and Karthikeyan responded with rook c8, Arjun has already spent more than 11 minutes at this point.
Wow.
So he's been deep in thought.
Yes.
And you can't help but wonder if he's, already calculating till the finish.
Yeah. I think he's calculating everything, and he's playing for b4.
Yeah, I think b4 is definitely the most natural move here. And at this point, it does get really hard for Black also. I need to find a way to keep things going. Now, one way for Black is you provoke this pawn to b5 and then you just wait. You sit and ask white what is he doing. If white tries to bring his bishop to e6 to advance the d pawn, you can still cut this entry square with knight to c5. And on the other hand, if white is not able to do this idea, then you basically ask this question, how are you going to create a passed pawn on this side? So this could be one way, but I also don't think that it's a long-term solution for black. Because he's just holding on to things, and he's holding on by the bare minimum margins. So
Yeah,
seems tough.
it's tough. It's very tough. But yeah, in such a position, of course, you have to keep trying. And but the thing is, after b4, knight e5, you just play b5. It's pretty much whatever you do on the next move, you play b5. So what if I try something else? What if I try a move like rook a8? Oh, I know what's going on. Just knight, I don't know, knight d8, knight d4, both are for the same reason.
Yeah. If rook into a4, there's knight e6 check. Yeah.
Yes, knight e6, and then you collect this bishop on f4.
But these kind of blunders, it can very possibly happen in the fifth hour after such a grueling defense, where your opponent has put you under so much pressure. So b4, rook a8 loses on the spot due to one of these moves.
Okay, knight e5, b5.
Yeah, knight e5, b5. Anything like you mentioned, if king f7, there's bishop d5 check. You can put your king to e8, but then
But then you still play b5, king f1, yeah?
yeah.
The idea is very simple. Just making the rook stuck on the back rank. It cannot move anywhere. So that you just use all this time to improve your pieces slowly.
Yes, absolutely.
Talking about improving pieces slowly, let's take a look what Ishipenko is doing against Sargsyan Shan, because he's been having a very good game, and now let's see if the game is entering the finishing stage.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are on this game, and we were at this point, Irene, when black retreated with the king to d6, intending to play, pawn to d3, knight to e5. And here we had seen that the precise sequence for white is to play knight c4 check first, push that king a bit behind, and then play the knight to f4, coming in for the finish. And here black played knight to a7 check, king a6, and now knight to c6, keeping things going. So Shant is really resisting here. He's not going to let things go off anytime soon. And this is definitely shaping up to be a super exciting finish. Now, Eshipenko needs to show some further precision here. He needs to, play, I don't know, knight e6. So he has his hand on his head. So he goes for knight e6 check. Exactly the move I was pointing towards. Pushing the king a little bit further behind.
Yeah, so it's either b8 or c8, but which one do you think he will play? It's a tough decision actually, because sometimes in this type of situation, you feel like one move and the other, it could mean differently. But still, you cannot find what is the difference between c8 and b8.
So on c8, I see that I like c8 just a little more. Keeping options of going to d7. Sometimes if I can get my knight to e5, the king comes in faster. But I also have to factor in that this allows the option of knight d6 check. But I think knight d6 check is not such a terrible thing for black to allow, because after king b8, the knight going away from c4, it allows the d pawn to advance a bit faster. So if I had to make this decision without calculating, I like king c8 a bit better than king b8.
All right, so Sean has 9 minutes on the clock. He played king b8 actually.
Well, I think regardless, um, the idea for white is to, come back with the king. Let's say king b5, knight a7 check, king e4, and then start pushing your pawns so that your king, is close towards this d pawn while you have made some progress. I think this should be white's idea, regardless of whether the king goes to c8 or b8.
Yeah, yeah, you're right, probably. I was also thinking, can I force the G pawn to move by playing knight f4? Although it looks like the knight on e6 is very good placed.
No, yeah, and also there are some knight c5 check. Okay, so
Oh
knight
yeah,
c5
knight
there's king
c5.
b5, but you don't want to lose control, yeah. So he goes king b5. He goes king b5, attacking the knight, and I think black is forced to give this knight a7 check because the knight is attacked and the d4 pawn. Oh, Irene, look
What?
at what
Oh
happened in the
my
Arjun game.
gosh. I just realized what's happening.
I know.
Oh, this has happened.
Exactly, and I think Arjun has maybe seen this. He's going to make this move.
Oh my gosh. I was not trying to foresee what's happening in the future, but apparently it's happening now. Knight d4 instead of knight d8, because I think knight d8 falls to rook takes d8, bishop takes d8, and bishop takes d6. So you don't want to go into such a complication, although maybe white is still better anyway because you're a
Yes.
pawn up, but this ensures that white is going to gain the material. And we see Karthikeyan is checking his head.
Yeah, that's, and we just spoke about it that, it's not very uncommon to make such blunders
Yes,
when
exactly.
you're in the fifth hour defending against such intense pressure. And
this is heartbreaking. I know the position is better for Arjun, but this is definitely not the finishing line that Karthikeyan is looking.
yeah, absolutely. But this has been Karthikeyan's journey in this tournament so far. If you see the people at the top, I think he's made the least amount of draws. He's made only one draw in this tournament, and he's played some pretty fighting chess all throughout. And that fighting chess has also been a bit of a double-edged sword. This game today, I think he defended beautifully well. He kept things stable for the most part, but he kept coming under pressure, and one of the biggest factors was the time pressure. So Arjun, wow, rising up to the occasion, and Karthikeyan takes the d6 pawn, which is the best way to defend at this point. And there's still a bit of technical task here remaining for Arjun. He again has a choice now. He can take either the bishop and go into this position with two minor pieces against the rook, which I think is the most natural, most human option. You just bring the king with king f1. You have the pair of bishops, and this knight on d7 is not doing great. But the computer also shows an even stronger idea with bishop into a8. The idea being that after bishop into e7, opposite color bishop. But okay, of course, Arjun is not going for this. But this is winning because the a pawn just raises through, and computer doesn't see a way for black to be able to defend this. But this is pretty inhuman,
Yes.
and it's understandable that Arjun took bishop into d6.
Bishop d6 and rook takes f4 is already on the board. And now yeah, if only the king was on h2, you can make use of bishop c6 without having to worry about the check. But I mean, you can still do it, right? You can still do it. Rook h1. But I think in this position, do you try to keep the king hidden or active?
Active, I think.
So then there's only one move. That's king f1.
Yes, and he's gone for it. Almost as if he's listening to you.
Yeah, and only if I can play like Arjun, of course, I would be at least 2700.
No
Okay.
longer Irene. If he wins this, he becomes a former 2700 as he goes towards 2800.
Yeah, forward 27. Wow. Okay, king f1 is on the board. Yeah, Karthikeyan is in even more difficult situation right now. There's almost no way defending this position against Arjun Erigaisi. But of course, you have to keep going. You shouldn't give up. So in order to try to prolong the game, what do you think Black should do in this position?
So rook a2, so that you prevent the king from getting activated from coming into the game. Then next, play the knight to e5 and try and create threats against the king.
Okay, that makes sense. Let me try something, yeah? I want to attack the b6 pawn, but how do I do that?
Bishop c7.
You
But
know
okay,
what? I just play bishop c6. Whenever you play knight e5, I'll capture it. I mean, it's the practical way of playing. Just capture everything and then put the knight somewhere. I don't know where yet. It can be knight e6. It can be, as long as you don't play knight e2. There's still a way to make white lose in this position.
there's always a way.
Yes. Or maybe knight f3. You're threatening both e5 and h4.
Yes, knight f3 looks strong. I think there's a move by Karthikeyan, yeah?
Yeah,
Has he
knight
played rook
e5.
knight e5 directly.
So he doesn't give a check. So this position happens. So, well, now the rook is still on a4. So if we take the knight on e5, it means the knight on d4 ladder has to go to either c2 or c6. But I think c6 is better. But again, is there any alternative where we don't need to give up a bishop pair?
Yeah. I'm sure that should be Irene. Like one strong move here is bishop to d5. Controls everything. It controls the a2 square. It controls the f7 square. So knight e6 check is a threat. And it's like an octopus bishop.
Yep, octopus bishop. Right. Yeah, the bishop on d5 looks scary. And no, he took it. Bishop takes e5. So
Logical, I think.
yeah, he goes for the most practical way.
Yeah.
Like, oh, listening to me.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly. The wise Irene.
Yeah.
But now, where does he put the knight? C2 or C6?
I was about to make some Jedi.
He goes to
joke.
C2. And I can actually understand why he goes to C2, Irene. The plan is pretty simple. So on C2, it actually protects the king, firstly. It doesn't allow rook a1, rook a3. And if rook a2, you just play bishop e4 and keep the knight stable to bring your king. And then from c2, this knight also reaches this b6 pawn very easily. Whereas on c6, the knight is kind of stuck, like after knight c6, king f6, the knight doesn't have any move.
No, it makes
So-
sense now because that square on c6 belongs to the bishop.
Right.
Yeah, and now after bishop c6 and then play b5, the bishop is very well protected there, and then you can think about where to move the knight. Knight e3, knight d5, or knight e3, king e2, king f3, king e4, let's say. In any possibilities, it's just going to be a good choice for white.
Yeah. It's Arjun he's going firmly on the good choice road. And I think from this point onwards, it's too difficult for Karthikeyan to come back because the time is also counting down with each second. He's down to less than 300 seconds at this point.
Oh, it's 3. We have the time there next to the player's name. Why are you making life more difficult than it already is? We can just say 5 minutes instead of 300 seconds.
I like counting down. And 300 seconds is easier for me to count down. 5 minutes, then it becomes very difficult. It takes a long time for it to reach 4 minutes. But
Right.
if it's 300 seconds, I just have to wait 1 second for it to reduce. So,
Yeah. Okay. Are you also one of those persons who always noting the day? Because as for me, whenever
No.
I remember everything, it's just the date. I would never remember the day, just the date.
no, I forget both day and date. Which is why, I forget birthdays a lot. Because I remember the date, on what date the person is born at. But I don't know that today is this day. So, Facebook has been such a big boon in my life.
Without Facebook, you're burning so many bridges.
I know.
Alright.
But I'm someone who who usually has more time,
Mhm.
and my opponent has less time, so I play for the clock. And because of this, I'm used to getting excited when my opponent's time goes down,
Mhm.
especially in these types of situations. And even in winning positions, I'm excited when it goes down because the process of winning becomes faster.
Right.
So because of this reason, yeah. And also see how instructive this is, Irene.
Yep.
With the knight on c2 and the bishop on e4, these pieces act as a barrier so strong that it's so inconvenient for this rook to reach any of white's pawns
Mhm.
on this side. Whereas without this knight on c2, black can play the rook to a2 and try and attack these f2 g2 pawns.
Yes.
But with these bishop on e4 and knight on c2, it's like a super strong shield. And the white king can actually, just advance and take on b6 by itself.
I think that is what Arjun has in mind because now King F1, King E2 already played. If let's say, let's put it on the board, King E7.
Bishop e4.
Immediately, and then creating, okay, G5.
Yeah. Now you actually have a pleasant choice.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, let's go towards this side.
King D6. And after King C4, you cannot even stop King B5 from happening. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and also if I play King C7, it means you're allowing the white's king to go to the center, King D5. Yeah. I mean, also you can argue the king can also go to the other side of the board if
Exactly.
white wants.
Yeah, exactly. You can play king f3 and king g4 with the same ideas pretty much. It's a zigzag because let's say black waits here, and you don't even have to hesitate to play knight e3 and knight d5 here
Mhm.
because after rook into b4, it comes with a fork with knight d5 check.
Yeah, wow. And we have some moves actually. Okay, King D7 is on the board now. Arjun is thinking which one is the quickest way to finish the game.
Yeah. But I think bishop e4 is one universal move in all these variations.
Yep.
So I think put the bishop on e4 first, and then you think about it whether you want king f3, king g4, or king d3, king c4, or whichever way.
Yeah, Arjun is right on track being the live world number 3 when he wins this one.
And I think it's also crazy impressive that he's kept increasing, not just increasing his rating, but he's also managed to maintain it for the last few months. Now we
Mhm.
also saw Ali Reza having a similar rise. He went from 2774 to 2800 directly in one list with a
Yep.
gain of 26 points. He came in with such force, but it was not easy for him to maintain that rating of 2800. And another player in this tournament, Abdus Atro, he's also been losing quite a bit of rating because the open tournaments are so incredibly tough, so unforgiving. So it's crazy impressive that Arjun manages to stay here despite playing so many of these tournaments. And
Right.
he's made a move. Is it knight to e3?
I think it's King D3.
Okay, makes sense. So when black plays rook a2, then he plays the bishop to e4.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, rook a2, bishop e4. Yeah, King D3 is on the board. And King D6. So
I think king to c4.
yeah.
But yeah, king to c4. Rook a2, there's always bishop e4.
Wow, tough situation. So if in that position, if black just wait, but there's no good waiting move, that's the thing. No, after King D6, and if you play King C4,
Mm-hmm.
and I play Rook A2, Bishop E4. So yeah, and then G5, let's say. And what do you do next? If King B5, then probably I'll just play King C7.
Yeah. So in this situation, how do I lose? I cannot lose a move.
Bishop E4 is on the board, by the way.
Yeah, he starts with bishop king d3, king d6, and now he plays with bishop to e4. And also
And G5. G5 is played. And King C4.
almost the position that we just had on the board, Irene. And if he goes rook a2 now, so you want to go king c7 first, right? Because if you start with rook a2, I can just come back king d3 once and then get my knight out into the game. But okay, let's just have a look at this position just for our understanding and see how things continue. If it reaches this point, I would actually seriously consider knight e3 here.
Yeah, I would also think the same, like giving up the pawn on f2, because after rook takes f2, knight d5 check. Wherever the king goes, I think you can just simply take b6.
Yeah, and then the knight comes to c4, and but then it's also ideal if we can find a way to do this without giving up any of these pawns.
Yeah,
And since we
exactly.
have superior material, there should be ways to do this. But how? I think you have to come back with the king to b3, and then bring your knight. Probably from a3 is better. So knight e3 and bring your knight this way.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, rook a2 is on the board. Now we're going to see what Arjun is going to decide. I think immediately king b3 is the move. And then you just play king b3, rook goes away, like rook a7, I guess, after king b3. And then knight a3. Or even knight e3.
Yeah. I also feel this will be the direction of Arjun's move, Arjun's thinking. I must remind that although the position is so close to winning, it's never over until it's done. And Arjun himself has extensive experiences with this. Last year, he was in this situation where he went to 6.5 out of 8. He played against Norebek Abdusatru in the last round, and he was so agonizingly close to making a draw in that game after a very difficult defense. And in one move, it all changed completely, and it was a kind of blunder that you wouldn't imagine Arjun making. So he will also remember that and stay focused till the very last moment, till the completion of a win. It's a technical win here. I think he continues with knight to a3. I think I would feel a bit safer putting the knight on a3 than on e3, because knight e3, there's still the option of rook a1 in certain cases. So why just put the knight on e3? Yeah, there he goes for it. I've been showing endgame technique. The threat is not just knight b5 check, but also knight to c4 check. Rook f7 maybe. If black had a choice of saving the b6 pawn or the e5 pawn, I think black will want to keep the b6 pawn so as to not allow white to create a b passed pawn.
Right. Wow. Trying to also keep an eye on the other game, but let's stick to this one for a while, because this also going to be
Over
very
anytime soon, yeah. It's
exactly.
actually a difficult choice for us, I think, because both the games are so close to completion. Both the games are very similar in terms
Yes.
of their valuation, and both the games have so much at stake for the championship prize. But if it stays along expected lines, tomorrow we don't have to make such a choice, because only one game is going to matter for the championship.
Exactly. So rook f7 is on the board right now. How do you protect the pawn on f2? Do you play bishop f3, or you just
No,
push
bishop
f3?
f3 allows e4. So
That's right. So you just play f3 then, yeah?
yeah, just play f3. Because this rook doesn't have a way towards the g2 pawn anytime soon. So just play f3 first, then knight c4 check comes next. Or maybe start with a knight c4 check. This is also possible. Force black to take a decision and then
Yes.
play the pawn to f3. And then over a period of time, all these black pawns are going to fall.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, and there's no danger as well even if you lose the pawn on g2. First of all, it's almost impossible to take it, because even if it does, it's going to take a lot of time to reroute the rook to the second rank. But Arjun just played the move f3.
Yeah. So that, black doesn't even have the option of playing b5 anytime soon, and knight c4 check is pretty much coming on the next move. I mean, he wouldn't go so far as to primo it, but it's almost coming. You wouldn't primo it because black can play b5 if he knows that you're primoing it.
Also, how is it? How does it work? Pre-moving in an OTB game.
So you have to make the move before your opponent presses the clock. That's OTB primo. Like
Okay.
the time. So Karthikeyan plays king c7, but more out of despair than of any real hope. And I expect Arjun to. Okay, so now he has a choice. He can
Knight
go knight.
b5.
Yeah.
Also king c4.
So now he has choices. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. What do you do? Knight c4, rook e7. Everything is protected, and maybe you go with king a4, king b5. How is it? Do you like it?
Yep. Absolutely. I like the knight on c4, also protecting the d2 square in case of a possible invasion. And like we mentioned, this b6 pawn is the first objective, which you can pretty much take it by force. So we'll see, I think, Arjun giving a clinical display of technique.
Knight
His
c4.
first knight to c4.
Yeah, and then we'll see rook e7. I think it has to be played because you cannot really lose this pawn e5 very quickly. And I think king a4 is going to come.
He played rook d7, I think.
Oh, rook d7.
Yeah,
Oh.
he has to. He has to go for this desperate counterplay on the d5. And as white, I think there are ways to easily prevent it. Yeah, maybe king to c3.
Yeah, but after king c3, then rook e7, you don't have king a4 anymore.
Yeah, but okay, that's you can
You have so
do
many
anything you
ways.
want in the
Yeah, yeah.
position. Yeah. So I mean, knight d5, rook d2 is also winning. There's nothing wrong in it. But why allow even the smallest hope for the opposition? There are situations where you have to take that risk and allow counterplay for the opponent. But this is not that situation. Here, you can completely eliminate any hope of counterplay for the opponent and be on your way to win. So I think in these situations, just cover everything. And king c3, because if king c2, then there is rook to d4. So for this reason, you play the king to c3. Now, even if they have the resignation, so that's the moment.
No. They're changing the score sheet.
Again.
Yeah, don't get too excited too soon, Srinath. Yeah, it's
But he's played king c3.
king c3. Okay.
So he's played the king to c3.
And now if rook d7 to e7.
Then I play knight to e3. And if the rook goes to d1, then I think we can take this pawn. And if rook g1, now I don't mind giving up one of the pawns with f4 because the g2 pawn is protected and that protects the h3 pawn. And if you take this pawn, I can just easily take one of the pawns. And white will never lose any of these pawns.
Also, oh, what happened? Oh, yeah,
Rook
rook e7. Yeah. So if rook is e7, also, what is the quickest way again? I don't mind going b5, bishop c6, and then allowing my king from c3 to d3 to e4.
Yeah, also looks pretty clinical actually. So there are, I think, multitude of options, and Arjun can happily choose one of those options.
Yay, b5. Yeah, it is on the board. Yeah, allowing bishop c6 on the next move, and giving space for the king to go to e4, and after that you can collect all the pawns on the king side. Rook, sorry, not rook, is
Rook
it? Oh yeah,
E8,
rook
yeah.
e8. And I think bishop c6 will come anyway.
Yeah, bishop c6 looks pretty powerful.
Yeah, I'm
And
also...
this rook also cannot use the a8 point to come to an open file because the bishop on e4 is protecting it. So he goes for bishop c6. I guess rook e7 is rook e7 or rook e6 is probably what he will play. And then like you said, the king moves in for the finish.
I don't think he will move anything. There you go. As soon as I said it, yeah. And we have a resignation from Karthikeyan, and Arjun is now on
As
the.
of now, he is a leader with 6.5.
Yes.
But not for long, because there's another game going on the first board between Eshipenko against Shan Sargsyan, which is also towards the end moments, Irene. It's very close to the end because this e pawn, white remains a pawn up, and this e pawn is going to queen, and white is also going to take the h6 pawn. So it's almost close to over in this game as well. So Arjun with 6.5, these two players, Eshipenko and Shan Sargsyan, with 6 out of 8. And if one of them wins, which Eshipenko is likely to, then he moves to the sole lead with 7 out of 8.
Right. Wow, this is going to be very interesting for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be super interesting for tomorrow. And has he gone king g6
I think it's
or
knight
knight
e6.
e6? Yeah.
Knight e6. So white is only a pawn up, but these two pawns on b3 and e5, white is trying to preserve them as long as he can. And also the king on b8, we just take a look at the composition of the pieces for each color here. White's pieces are more, in collaboration, and black's pieces, you see king b8, knight e8, knight h3, they are in a complete disarray.
Yeah.
So after knight e6, Eshipenko is looking like he's going to take another pawn on G or H. So if G5, G4 happens, then I think it's just knight F4. I think it should be easy.
Yeah,
Or
knight
even
f4 looks very strong.
or even king G6 also.
Exactly, king g6, and you take this pawn, you threaten to take this pawn,
Yeah.
but also you can move forward and trap this knight.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, and then you're making way for the e pawn to also promote. And the
Yeah.
knight on f1, it looks like it's a bad knight, but it's the defensive knight to any possible passer that black might have.
Yes, absolutely. So the g5 pawn is attacked, and I have a feeling that this game is also going to end in the next 5 minutes or so. Because the defense seems hopeless for black. Now, the best case scenario for black, as we discussed just a bit earlier, you can try and trade all the pawns and then somehow try and hope to sacrifice your
Yes,
knight. So he goes for
h4.
h4.
Yeah, h4 is on the board right now.
But the problem is knight into g5 now. And they're changing the score sheets once again. I'm just protecting myself from getting excited again. But yeah, here the problem is knight into g5.
And then I think you're forced to trade the knight. But Eshipenko is not doing that. He pushes the pawn to g4.
Which is also valid, I think, and fair. I mean, it creates a h pawn, but Eshipenko has this knight on f1, so this pawn doesn't cross the h3 point. In the meanwhile, white anyhow he just takes the pawn on g5 with knight into g5. So it seems like a very valid way to continue his advantage. Very tough situation for Shant here.
Yeah. And also with 2 minutes left on the clock, he has to decide. I mean, I think in this situation, he is already accepting the fact that he's losing, and I think this is the first time that he might not be leading the tournament, because I think up to this point, before round 8, he's been leading it since the first round, I guess.
Absolutely, and he plays knight g1 there, more out of despair than hope. But Irene, as long as this h pawn stays alive, this game is still alive.
That's true.
How do you take on g5? Do you take with the king or do you take with the knight?
I think I would take it with the king, because after h3, then I mean, one way is just to play knight f4 afterwards and then king h4, just to simply eliminate it. But of course, is it enough to win? Because it feels like all my pieces are going backwards.
So now the threat is knight f3 check and h2. So
Ah, that's true.
he takes with the knight.
He takes with the knight. Okay. Yeah, don't listen to me, Yushipenko.
Well, the other players who have listened to you have done pretty well. Arjun, Salim.
It works
So
only for the 2800.
yeah, look at that flex.
Knight e2.
Setting traps all the way through, yeah. Like
Yes.
Shant is also someone who plays extensively in online blitz, so he has that experience. And this playing a lot of shorter time control, this also allows you to develop certain practical skills
Yes.
where you start seeing these types of traps pretty quickly.
And also building up your intuition, because sometimes you cannot really calculate everything in chess. You have to use your intuition, and by playing online blitz, it trains your intuition to the right direction.
Yeah, and it also trains you to keep your hope in all the situations because with less time, people make mistakes. So Eshipenko goes for knight to f3, makes a lot of sense. Double protection on the h2 square, and it also covers the g1 square in case black converts the file of the parser. And if this happens, white very easily goes and takes the g pawn. If this doesn't happen with knight g3 check, h4 pawn is attacked, so he has to continue with h3. And in this case, I think white can go g5, come king g4 and take the pawn. And he has put two knights so as to not take a chance to protect the h pawn from moving forward. That even by accident, this pawn cannot go to h2. If it was one knight, let's say I play knight e3 for fun, then it can get tricky because black has this tricks like knight to d4 check.
Oh, that's true. Yes, yes.
So it's a double layer of protection. And black has played h3. Now white goes for g5, as we just saw. And now Eshipenko will go king g4 and king into h3 to take the final symbol of hope from black's position away.
Okay, so and also the king on b8. It's a bit too far from.
Yeah, he heard you. He's bringing it
He's played king
forward.
c7. Yeah, but still, it's a bit too far from the civilization, as you mentioned
Yeah.
it. Yeah, so even if the king has already moved to c7, now maybe king g4, king c6, takes h3, king d5. I know white has, king d7, king e6, I think is also very, very good. I know that white has 3 pawns up here, but with an active king now, can black do something to stop any of the pawns?
I think he'll certainly try this, Irene. Having worked so hard through this tournament, he's not going to accept defeat anytime soon.
Yep.
And there are these situations, very tricky situations with the knight, where you can always miss some kind of a double attack and end up blending something. So even in this position with 3 pawns down, even after the h3 pawn gets captured, inevitably, I think he will keep making a few more moves.
And he's played something.
Yeah, I think
it's king d7.
so. King c7 happened, king g4 also happened, I guess. So is it king d7 or king c6?
Well,
Looks more like king d7, yeah. From
yeah,
the
looks
video.
like it's king d7. It is
Yeah.
king d7. And king takes h3.
Yes.
King e6 will come very soon. And he did it. And now the question is how to somehow use these pawns to your advantage.
I think first bring the king back, yeah.
King g4, yeah? King
Yeah.
g4, and then after that you bring the knight on f1. But where do you put it?
Yeah,
King g4.
he split king g4.
So knight g7 maybe to stop the king from advancing.
Yeah, now
Oh, no, he's done something else. It's knight c1.
Okay. Starting to go after the pawns.
Yeah, so if
I guess I can
b4
defend with knight. You can play b4.
and then
Knight
knight d3.
I mean, you can just play b5 and this also should win. The pawns are too far apart. But if you're a bit particular about keeping the pawns, you can also do that with knight to d2. You protect the b3 pawn for now, and if black attacks knight d3, the e5 pawn with knight d3, then you can protect it with knight to c4. Keeping everything together. and both these are completely winning here. And I think there should be like so many other moves also which wins. Now we don't have a table basis for so many pieces,
Mhm.
but if we had one, it's going to show I think some 10 different moves, all winning, winning, winning.
Oh, winning, winning, winning.
I think he did indeed go 92 and 93 also happened. And I think he will indeed go knight c4.
93, yeah, 93 and knight c4. It's not on yet, but
Yeah.
yeah, it looks like he's done it.
It's Eshipenko's turn to move, right? Yeah, I think 93 is the last move and it's white to play.
Ah, right. So, okay, Ishipenko also has to play quick because he has less than 2 minutes on the clock.
He goes g6. Goes g6. It's a lot of time for him for this position, I guess. Because 30 seconds increment is actually a substantial amount of time. It's very annoying for people like me who like to flag uh, their opponent. But yeah, 30 seconds, it's a bit of an anti-flag time control. And there we have the full view of the players as we are about to zoom in on some of the final moments of the round 8 first board between Eshipenko and Shan Sargsyan. At this point, I think we can state with almost absolute certainty that white is going to be the one to win this game. And if that happens, Eshipenko will move into the sole lead with 7 out of 8. And his only closest pursuer is Arjun Erigaisi with 6.5 out of 8. So in this case, it sets up an inevitable clash between the two of them.
Yes.
With Arjun having the white pieces because Eshipenko has played white in his last 2 games.
Okay, very good observation, Srinath. That was actually going to be my next question. Who do you think is going to be the one with white pieces? Yeah, Ishipenko has played 2 whites back to back. Yesterday against Salem, and today against Sargsyan. And
Yeah, we see the hall almost empty there, almost empty.
Yeah.
It's a common sight at around 9 p.m. in Doha at this point.
Yes, and we have about 10 games left in the playing hall. And of course, we're going to focus on the first board here because this is going to decide who is kind of like in the final tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a literal final, yeah. Like it's a literal Armageddon, classical Armageddon.
Yes.
Because black does have draw odds if he is leading. And he has played the king to d5, which for the moment he's like, you make a move with white, and I'm going to just set up this defense, and let's see how you move forward. It's very easy to move forward. You just play the king to f5, and I don't even see a trap here. So at this point, it feels like Shant is just going on out of inertia because he doesn't want to accept defeat yet, and you can actually feel that pain going through him, yeah, right now. It's one of the most painful things where you're leading an entire tournament and then just one game, and that too he was so close to equal in this game, but he made a few inaccuracies. It got difficult for him, and if he loses this game, he's not even going to get another chance at the title, Irene, because
Yes. Yeah, this is the moment, yeah. And if he loses this one, then the rest of the field is also catching up with him. So even to get the third position is going to be very hard.
yeah, absolutely. So he's played the knight to c5, still making a last stand. These pair of knights, which has stood by the king all through the game and continues to do so. By this point, I think white can also start advancing.
The B pawn, yeah?
Yeah, the b pawn.
So if B3, B4 happens, the knight has to go. There's no good way for the knight to be, but where can it be? Knight D7, maybe? You try somehow to make
I think he'll go e6.
E6?
I think so, yeah. Set up a blockade. And also, we should mention that one small semblance of hope for black if he somehow sacrifices these two knights for all three of white's pawns, then it becomes a draw. And
Yes.
I think this is the only configuration where an opposition side can have two pieces. But if these two pieces are knights, then it becomes a draw. Any other configuration, usually two pieces are too much. But with two knights, it's a draw against the king. So he does go for b4, and I think he'll go knight e6. What would you do?
Yeah, yeah, at this point, knight.
Or knight d7, which you suggested, also makes sense with the idea of knight d7 check.
That's true. That's true. And also another hope for Sagushan is Ishipenko is down to 55 seconds, so he's under a minute. I know that Ishipenko is capable of playing a quick game, but as a player who is losing, you have to have all these type of hopes. You just collect them.
Absolutely. And clock is always one hope that you turn to when you are having a bad position, losing position in general. So knight to e6 played by black here. And how do we continue and finish this off? Or more like, what is Eshipenko going to do? Because we can do it in a number of different ways, finish black off. But b5 or knight e4, what is he going towards?
Oh, there was one motion when Ishipenko was adjusting, like Jadub. But yeah, he pushes this pawn. So okay, so this is the current position, and now if the two knights somehow make some downs, but it's this hard. The configuration of the pawns make things very hard for black to even think about sacrificing the knights for the pawns.
Yeah, absolutely. The knights are also, not the best piece when you have your opponent's forces spread out. Like you have these three pawns spread out, and knights are not long range pieces. So they are not so efficient at doing this. Knight g7 check played by black. King to g5 played by white. The king goes towards h6. The pair of knights easily protecting the e5 pawn. If black goes towards the b5 pawn to try and corner that lone pawn, then white can really focus on the king side and finish things off here. So knight e4 check, king into b5, and knight d6 check would force the trade of one of the knights, and this would transpose into a winning position. But nevertheless, maybe black will have to try something like this to go after the b pawn. He has to try and reduce the number of pawns that his opponent has, to have best chances of making a draw.
Yeah. For those who join us very late, we are in the late stage of round 8 right now, and this game, board number 1 between Nishipenko versus Shan Shagishan, is going to determine who is going to lead towards the last round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. And tomorrow, it's looking like Arjun Erigaisi will be playing against Ishipenko if Ishipenko wins this one. And that also means a lot for Arjun individually, because if he can win the game tomorrow, not only that he's going to be in the published rating as world number 2 in January 2025, but he also is going to win the tournament, and therefore he will be on the top of leaderboard of the FIDE circuit points. And also that means that he might be the candidates going into, well, the candidates for the candidates.
That's very well put, Irene. So we can effectively say that Arjun might be playing for his 2024 FIDE candidate spot tomorrow if he wins against Eshipenko, who by this time I feel confident stating that it's going to be an Arjun versus Eshipenko game, because black has only two knights, and even if magically all of white's pieces are to disappear, then white will still be able to draw this game, and even with the draw, it's going to be Arjun against Eshipenko. Shan plays the knight to e6 back. I think the white king goes
King
towards
h6 immediately. That was the move that made by Yushchenko instantly. And also a friendly reminder again, tomorrow the last round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open will play at 12 noon Doha, Qatar time, which is 4 hours earlier than we usually started. And after King h6 we have knight g7.
Tomorrow is one day where I wouldn't mind a quick early draw in the World Championship match.
Right. Yeah. Coincidentally, yeah, tomorrow is also the last game of the World Championship
Yeah,
match.
and it's going to be Gukesh with the black pieces, Ding with the white pieces. Now, so far, Ding hasn't taken the initiative in the match so far, and in his last game with the white pieces before his win, that is in the 10th game, that is, he was quite content to play a very slow London and make a draw. So I have a feeling that that's also going to be the likely direction tomorrow. But this match has been very difficult to predict. That I have literally stopped predicting it.
Yeah, yeah, at this point also, well, my prediction was, it's hard to predict coming from two best players in the world. Yeah, as a spectator, as a chess fan, I was just trying to enjoy the match myself. So, King H7 is currently on the board.
And
Both
the king inevitably enters the 8th ranks, the 7th to 8th rank, yeah, one way or another. And I think black has played the knight to f5 to, again, the knight's kind of dancing around. If you go king g8, knight h6 check prevents the white king from advancing forward. So he's just making it more and more difficult and delaying the inevitable. Now, Eshipenko can actually just repeat once to gain a minute. Does he go king g8 or king h8?
I think
in
it's
fact?
h8. He's just so principled. He puts the king away from any possible checks.
Yeah, and also the knights cannot lose a move. So black has to, he has to change this current configuration of pieces.
Right.
And when that happens, it becomes easier for white to move their pawns forward. So there are these properties of knights. One of it is the knight cannot lose a move. And now Eshipenko will just push this pawn, divert the forces away. And if the knight or king, either of these pieces move, the g pawn is set to queen.
Wow, Yushipenko has been playing very, very convincingly, not only in this game, but also his last three games, I would say, because he's been winning all these games back to back. He won round 6 against Roger Ritvik. It was, if you remember, it was such a good game.
Yep.
And then round 7 yesterday against Salim Saleh, also very convincing. And this one as well. There was no point in this game where white was actually worse.
Yeah, absolutely. And even in the games that he drew, Irene, between Arkady Naidish and Daneshvar Berdia, they were very interesting games actually. And he was really threatening to win those games at some point. Of course, his opponent also had good positions, so it ended justifiably in a draw. Now, knight e7 attacking the g6 pawn. I guess g7 should seal the deal.
G7, yeah?
Yeah.
G7, there's still checks though. Knight G6.
Yeah, knight g6 check and king h7 again.
Oh, and then I have one funny line. Knight G6 F8 check, and then you play king H6. No, of course there is knight takes G7, but I mean it's just, you can
Yeah.
pretty much play anything there. Yeah, but do we have a move from Yushipenko after knight E7? Yeah,
He's still g7.
he pushed the pawn. G7 is on the board right
And
now.
now Shant down to his final 30 seconds. I think we're going to see the resignation in the next 2-3 moves. So he quickly plays a move.
Knight D8, I guess.
What's the point of 98? After g8?
Yeah, knight D8 is on the board.
Oh wait, is g8 queen's a mistake?
Don't think so. Why is it a mistake?
No, it's not, yeah.
You can just capture it. Maybe he was hoping that he somehow can attack the B5, and then yeah, there is a promotion already on G8, takes, and now maybe if King C5 happens, B6, no, king C5 maybe, and then you don't have a way to protect the pawn.
Yeah, so he's going for that final stand.
Yes, of
And then
course.
if white pushes e6 for some reason, then he
Yeah.
takes the pawn and he plays for a draw against the pair of knights. But white will not do that. He will, keep the pawn protected, get this knight out from d8, and then slowly push his pawns.
Yeah, well, you can hope still. Like, for example, here, king f8, king takes b5, and then somehow king e7. Still, you have to
Yes.
watch out of these things. Knight c6, and
Yeah.
then GG, draw. So white also has to be careful. Yeah, he's going until the last drop of his blood here.
It's absolutely the way he should also be doing, and what a great effort from both these players here. It's very impressive and commendable.
Right. So, yeah, Shippenko plays King G8. Yeah. And now I think King takes B5 will appear on the board soon. I don't see a way of stopping. Or maybe you can put in Knight E6, but it's kind of like wasting tempo anyway. Yeah, King takes B5 already plays.
And they have both also gained a bit of time in this process. Both have a little over a minute. Previously, both had less than a minute, but now both of them having a little more than 1 minute remaining. But yeah, I mean, what's the winning method now? Do you go King E8 directly? I think he's going towards King E8.
Yeah, King E8 looks very straightforward. It's the direct way to kick the knight away from the 8.
Can you go Knight E6 here? I think he's going towards E6, yes. He goes Knight to E6. And the knight is going to put a heroic stand. It's going to stay for some time before accepting defeat. So knight to E6, and then this knight can either go to F4 or C5.
No, I'd go Knight B3 maybe now. Knight B3.
Knight B3, maybe I'll come in King C4, King D5.
That's true. I was about to sacrifice my knight, but there's King D5. Yeah, still has to be careful.
Yeah.
So King E7 maybe instead of Knight B3, right?
Yeah, that's what he played. King D7.
King D7.
So he goes King D7, and if Knight C5 check, he'll go King D6. If in general the king is coming towards D6,
yes,
effectively not allowing this king to come closer towards the pawn, because if this king was to be at D5 at this point, then again white's process of conversion would get quite complex. In fact, with the king on D5, black to play, I'm not even sure if this is winning for white anymore. So he goes with the knight to F4, and now
King
white
D6.
should put, yeah, exactly. He'll put the king on D6.
And then after that, you can remaneuver your knights and yeah, slowly pushing your pawns. Yeah, but
such good technique from Shippenko.
Yeah, very clean. King D6, and he saw everything too. Especially, it's very easy at this stage of the game. You're already playing for more than 5 hours. Actually, it's already 5.5 hours, and getting tired and losing your focus and forgetting your opponent's intention, which can easily be missed, but he didn't miss it here. King D6, I think, is going to appear on the board soon, and he did it.
So with the black king curtailed from action, now the white knight will move in such a way that it distracts the knight from F4. I think
King D4.
Yeah, he moves his king around. Knight E4, Knight F6, Knight D5. This seems like the winning plan to me. One of the winning plans.
Exactly, one of the winning plans. Yeah, with these two knights, you can just figure out where to go with all of this.
Yeah, and you also see maybe the differences in body language. Yeah, like if it was Nordebek in Shippenko's place, I would see a lot of swagger and the moves being much quicker at this point. Shippenko taking his time, he thinks for a few moments, he keeps rechecking the lines, and then he makes the moves because he knows he has the time and he can afford to do that.
Yes.
It's a lot of different interesting personalities. So knight E4 on the board, and
Yes.
is knight F6, knight D5 coming anytime soon?
Yeah, but when the knight is on F6, I think black will try to have the king on C4, yeah?
Yeah, true. So then, do you play king B3 here? But then,
But
yeah,
then you bring the other knight somehow to E3, and then you still have this idea with knight D5.
I think he played king C4. So Knight g5 here.
Mm-hmm.
But no, Eshipenko has to spend a few minutes, hesitate a couple of times, and then make his move. This has been the routine. So that's the first time, hand on the head. And he goes knight to f2.
F2.
Oh, look at the restriction of the king. It's like literally,
You blockade the king, right?
yeah,
So it cannot even enter the D file.
powerful play.
Also, maybe, I was thinking if somehow the king goes back to B4, maybe we can even think of knight D3.
Yeah, but only we will think of it. Huh? But okay, Eshipenko might also if he sees the end actually.
Then
And it's
yeah.
not so easy to see the end. But it's actually a very nice and illustrative idea to show. Knight d3 check, and this pawn cannot be stopped by the knight.
Yeah. And so it means that the knight on f4, you cannot touch it, otherwise the pawn will roll. So when the king is on c4, just to illustrate this position, so it means we can remove or eliminate king b4
Mm-hmm.
from this. But it means where else can the king go? Oh, knight h5.
Irene, he's
He's so
tempting his
tricky.
opponent to play e6.
My gosh, yeah,
So
yeah.
then knight g7, and if e7, there's knight f5 check.
Yes, it's still very tricky. Oh, wow. Okay,
Yeah.
so it means you cannot push the pawn now. And on the other hand, what do you do?
And I think this knight is moving towards g7, Irene, so that this knight is harder to reach.
Mm-hmm.
On f4, you are bringing your knight and stuff and trying to neutralize it. But on g7, the knight is farther, and if he's able to get this king to d5, he'll be able to make a final stand. So he goes. What did he play?
No, I mean just showing you that the table base is now on.
Yeah. I know. He played the knight to h4.
Knight h4. Mm-hmm.
So he can play knight to g7 anyhow, I think.
And I think I would like to play knight h1. Knight h1 at g3 or knight e4. Okay, knight h1 is a bit too sophisticated. Let's play knight e4, and then I want to play knight g3 and then knight f5.
Did he go king d4?
I think he moves the king. I know it should be I think
Okay, but then
d4.
he'll play knight f5 check. This I'm sure. Eshipenko is all about cutting the king off.
No,
Now I
knight
think we are
f4. It's not king d4. It's knight f4 back.
Knight f4 back. Okay, this makes sense. This makes sense. Is knight h3 winning here by any chance? It is.
It is, yeah.
Will Eshipenko play it?
No,
Because
I don't think he's going to sacrifice anything. Oh, he did. See, all my advice is only working for 2800. Yeah.
yeah.
In knight h3, you're right. It's still the deal.
Because why I sensed it is because when I saw him play knight f2 on the previous move, I feel he saw that knight h3 is winning. So he has that checkpoint in his mind, and when this position comes again, now he sees that knight h3 is winning, and he just has to confirm in his calculation. He played that with 4 seconds remaining, by the way.
What? Wow, he's really playing with fire on his clock. So now, obviously, the knight cannot take h3, but where else can the knight go? Knight d5, you just move e6, yeah?
Yeah, knight d5, you just move e6, and the pawn also goes to e7
Yes.
because the knight cannot lose a move. So the knight has to make a final stand from e8.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so we're going to see the move soon from Sargishan because he also has only half a minute left on the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what a game, especially the top 3 boards, yeah?
Yeah, once again, I think we have decisive results in all the first 3 votes. If this also ends in a win.
Yeah, knight d5 is on the board
And
and
e6 almost played
e6.
instantly. In just 7 seconds, he played this move e6. And now, I mean, you can play king d4 here, but in this case, I think even knight f4 should win. King d4, knight f4 should win, I think. Pushing the knight further away from e7. We might actually see this on the board. Or he just went knight b6. e7, there's knight c8 check. So setting tricks all true. I think knight f4 is Eshipenko's move.
Yeah,
Or knight f5.
knight f4 with king c7. That thing that's it. He moves the king first. King c6.
Okay.
King c6, knight d5, and after that knight f5. You're setting up the trap with knight e3.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, so after king c6, still no move yet from Sargsyan. Yeah, knight d5. And are we going to see knight f5 coming soon from Eshipenko?
I mean, knight f5 looks really nice.
And also you're stopping any check on e7.
Yeah, true. And he goes for it. Stop checks on e7. You stop the knight from moving much. So I think he has to go to f6. And by this point, white just goes through with e7.
Yeah. And then you also create another decoy letter with the other knight. So yeah, it's a very good technique by Eshipenko. First, you shoulder your opponent's king with your own king, and slowly moving up your pawn, and also watch out all the possible forking ideas that black still has until the end of the game, pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely. Staying focused till the very end, and he goes for that last stand with the knight.
Knight
goes to f6.
Now e7.
Yeah. Also, all the way till the end, there's still a barrier set up by his king and the knights. So hypothetically, in case black plays king d3 here, I can imagine Eshipenko going knight to g5 just to restrict the king from coming into the game.
Yeah, it is actually very likely to happen because I can only imagine a few moves here for black, and black doesn't have too many options. And yeah,
so king d3 did happen.
We'll see this.
So knight g5 or knight f2 check?
No, knight g5, 100%. Oh, maybe I shouldn't. I kept guessing wrong. Okay, but no, I'm right. I'm right. Yeah, knight g5 is on the board.
You keep trying, and you finally.
Yes, finally I got it. Yes, after so many tries. And there is a resignation by Sargsyan, and therefore it concludes today's games, round 8. And tomorrow, round 9 will happen at 12 noon Doha, Qatar time. So yeah, you don't want to miss these actions, because tomorrow Arjun Erigaisi will be playing with the white pieces against Andrei Eshipenko, and this is the match for Arjun's life. It has lots of stakes. If Arjun wins this one, not only that he will have the title of being the champion of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open, he will also be in the top second
number two
in the world, in the
number 2, not just in the live rankings, but
in
he'll start the new year, the 2025 January 1 rating list, being number 2 behind Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly. And also, if Arjun wins the tournament, this tournament Qatar Masters Open, he will also be in the top list of the FIDE circuit points, surpassing Fabiano Corona, who is currently leading. So everything is at stakes. So you totally don't want to miss this action tomorrow at 12 noon Doha time.
Absolutely, Irene. Everything to look forward to, everything to play for. And I'm going to be definitely there. We'll be definitely there at 12 noon tomorrow here.
Yep.
And yeah, so looking forward to it. It's a little classical Armageddon game. If Arjun wins, he wins the tournament. If Eshipenko draws, he has a draw odds, but he plays the black pieces.
Yep. And Eshipenko has also been playing very, very confidently, very convincingly. He has won 3 games back to back, leading to the last round. So this is going to be a very interesting battle between the 2 youngsters, Arjun Erigaisi and Andrei Eshipenko. So that's it for today. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you for the chat for your contribution.
Absolutely.
keeping us alive
Exactly,
for
exactly.
almost 6 hours here.
Yes.
Yeah, and thank you for the production team, for the Lechas, and also the media team, Katisa Shosvili, Angelica Volkova, and the whole digital officers. And well, I think it's a good night from both of us. So thank you so much once again, and see you tomorrow.